Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Super God. Melo's 8 unique skills open a blacksmith shop. Part 1. Angel Nebula, Melo City State. The weather was sunny. An old blacksmith shop. Clang, clang, clang. Divine Machine 100 refinements cultivation points plus 1. Divine Machine 100 refinements. Tier 0 3 tenths. Tier. The upper limit for the strange arts from under one person is Tier 1. Each increase in tier doubles the power's effectiveness. Actual application depends on the user. Abilities. Refining all things. Forging adds cultivation points. Rapid refinement. Vessel transformation. Vessel control. Dharma vessels. One person becomes an army. Negative effect removal. Refinement failure will not cause backlash. It has been a week since he transmigrated. Jichi had exerted a great deal of effort just to forge 3 pieces of scrap iron. He had been an orphan in his previous life. He had greatly envied the stories of orphans transmigrating in novels, fantasizing that he might one day transmigrate himself. He never expected it to actually come true. He had even transmigrated into an anime he watched as a child, Super Gene Academy, which was later renamed Shongbing Company. The problem was that he had transmigrated too early, arriving 30,000 years in the past. The angel civilization was still ruled by Wake, the father of the future lord of the heavenly palace and ancient evil god, Hua Yi. His location was an angel city-state under the vassalage of Waku's heavenly palace, named the Melo city-state. The king of Melo was named Hoffman. He had a princess named Keisha, who was the future heavenly blade king, queen of angels, and king of all gods. She would eventually overthrow the evil god Hua Yi and dominate the universe for tens of thousands of years as Holy Keisha. Keisha had a younger sister named Liang Bing, who would later change her name to Morgana, the demon queen. And him. He was just a lowly blacksmith in the Melo City state. The original owner of this body had a genetic defect and failed the selection for the angel warriors, leaving him no choice but to be a civilian. Becoming an angel warrior was not only a matter of glory but also directly solved the basic survival needs of an ordinary angel. Maintaining the status of a first-generation angel gene required a massive supply of energy resources. This type of energy food that sustained angel gene life was named high-energy food. It was a technology brought over by the Shinhei civilization when they built the Super Gene Academy in Waku's heavenly palace city. The lifespan of a normal angel was around 1,000 years. If they didn't have high-energy food to replenish their energy, their physical fitness and lifespan would be drastically reduced. The original owner, with his genetic defect, was a total waste. He couldn't even eat one piece of energy food a month and kicked the bucket before he even reached 500. He basically starved to death. In contrast, with sufficient resources, an angel could live for tens of thousands of years. In the entire angel civilization, only 2 had lived for over 10,000 years. One was Wake, and the other was Hoffman. Ji-Chi, who had transmigrated to occupy the body of this angel with the same name, had a cheat called the 8 Extraordinary Skills panel. These were the heaven-defying techniques from under one person. 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief. Tier 1 14 100ths. Abilities. Devouring all things to transform into Chi, dark energy, to add cultivation points, self-healing, physical enhancement, immortality, corrosion, and breath concealment. Negative effect removal. Loss of taste, loss of humanity. The original owner had starved to death, and he was naturally on the verge of starvation as well. Fortunately, he had the 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief. A month ago, when Ji-Chi was about to starve, he gnawed on his wooden bed and stone floor, and even ate a lot of dirt. +1, +1. His stomach was about to burst. Once the 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief reached Tier 1 foot, it finally gained the powerful ability to transform all things into energy. It directly digested his bloated stomach, allowing him to barely survive. Of course, the taste of wood and stone was beyond description. But having transmigrated into a favorite anime with a cheat, Ji-Chi was still a bit excited to stay alive. To avoid starving, he had been going to the back mountain every day recently to chew on grass. It was better than eating dirt, wood, or stone. As for why he didn't buy meat or something. Sigh. If the original owner had enough money to buy a large amount of meat, he could have barely supplemented enough angel gene energy to avoid starving to death. But he couldn't eat grass every day. Ji-Chi's sense of taste hadn't disappeared yet. The sour, bitter, and astringent taste of the grass, along with the coarse fibers, scraped his throat. So, after gaining some strength from digesting grass, he decided to reopen the original owner's defunct blacksmith shop. As long as he could master Divine Machine 100 refinements, he should be able to start the business, and then he could improve his diet. Night. Ji-Chi sat on the edge of the bed taking deep breaths until dawn. Chi Body Source Flow Cultivation Points +1. Chi Body Source Flow. Tier 0.4. 1 point every 2 to 3 nights. Abilities. Infinite Chi. Dark Energy. Flowing incessantly, Chi automatically protects the body, disintegrates all energy attacks. Negative Effect Removal. No self-awareness for the Chi infant, will not lose control, Chi is completely under your command. A month passed. The sun was bright on the streets of the city-state. Divine Machine 100 refinements. First refinement 3/100ths. Passing by, don't miss out. Dark iron swords that cut through iron like butter, only 10 gold coins. Ji-Chi took 3 brand new longswords to the street to sell. Dark iron. As the name suggested, it was iron containing dark energy. It was harder and sharper than ordinary iron and even possessed sword intent. With his current first refinement of Divine Machine 100 refinements, Ji-Chi could almost permanently attach his own Chi, dark energy, to objects, reshaping their molecules and atoms. In under one person, this process would be called vessel transformation. In the world of Super Gene Academy, he could turn an ordinary weapon into a dark weapon. This dark iron sword looks pretty good, but I only have 7 gold coins. Boss, can you make it cheaper? A red-haired female angel with skin like ice and bones like jade, wearing a gray-white iron armor skirt, had a pair of long, straight legs. Little girl, don't buy from him. Yeah, he doesn't even have any copper. The stability of that dark iron must be terrible. You wouldn't want it to explode and leave your beautiful body paralyzed. Gulp, exactly, that would be such a shame. A male angel in copper iron armor carrying dual swords stood there with 2 lackeys behind him. His eyes lecherously stared at the female angel's snowy white legs, looking as if he couldn't wait to get down and lick them. Listen to our boss. Look at him, he's not even an angel warrior. He's just set up a street stall. What good things could he possibly sell? It'll probably crack after a few hits. Hearing the mockery from the dual sword man's 2 lackeys, and having failed to sell a single sword for almost 3 days, Ji-Chi felt a surge of panic. He hurriedly spoke up. My dark iron swords shouldn't explode. It doesn't look like a low-quality product. Fayer examined the sword, the blade was seamless and very sharp. Although the dark iron element content wasn't high, the craftsmanship was excellent. It was almost comparable to that of an experienced old blacksmith. Seeing the young red-haired female angel still hesitating, Ji-Chi was afraid of wasting more time if he couldn't sell it. He directly handed an iron sword over to promote it. How about this? 8 gold coins. I'll sell it to you for that. If there are any problems with this weapon in the future, just come to me. My blacksmith shop is right there on the slope by the stream. I'll repair it for you for free. Ji-Chi had already pushed the iron sword in front of the female angel Fayer. She took it and tossed a coin pouch over at the same time. All right. Thanks for the discount, boss. You really have no eye for quality, buying scrap iron for 8 gold coins. Are you planning to join the angel warrior selection? You're probably going to fail. Yeah, you might as well give that money to our big brother. Our big brother is an angel warrior, he's very experienced if you follow him. Fayer left quickly with a cold face, looking as if she would slash the 3 male angels if they dared to block her path. Hey, little girl, wait. After the dual sword male angel spoke, he glared fiercely at Ji-Chi. Selling fake goods and ruining my plans. We'll see about this. Yeah, you just wait to be taught a lesson by our big brother tonight. No way, right. He finally managed to sell an iron sword, and now he was in trouble. Originally, Ji-Chi was a bit happy about getting 8 gold coins to buy iron ore and forge more equipment, but now he felt uneasy. He had even been thinking about having a real meal today, meat instead of grass. After this incident, he was no longer in the mood. Ordinary brawls and fights. The guard angels maintaining order in Melo city-state wouldn't care about such things at all. The angel civilization worshipped martial prowess. Even if you were beaten up for no reason. If you couldn't beat the other person, it was your own fault. If you told anyone about it, you would only be met with contempt. The night was dark and the wind was high. The male angel with dual swords and his 2 lackeys, each holding an iron rod, flew openly into the blacksmith shop's courtyard. Seeing the light on in the room, they saw Ji-Chi sitting cross-legged on the bed in a very strange manner, breathing deeply. Chi body source flow. Level 114 100ths. After reaching the entry level, his cultivation speed had also increased. Boss, what is he doing? Sleeping while sitting up. Who cares? Let's go up and give him a couple of wallops. How dare he delay our big brother from picking up girls? Right, let's teach him a lesson. After jumping into the bedroom through the window, the dual-sword male angel, Arn, raised a large rod and swung it at the back of Ji-Chi's head, grinning as he already imagined the dull thud. Bang! Arn's iron rod struck Ji-Chi, emitting a burst of white light. The shock numbed his hands, causing the rod to fly out of his grip and hit his own forehead, knocking out his front teeth. Oh, my god. Arn sat on the ground, clutching his mouth, howling in pain as blood poured out. Boss, what's wrong? Boss. Fine. You little blacksmith, how dare you ambush our boss? The two male angels raised their iron rods and struck at the slightly startled Ji-Chi. He raised his hands to protect his face, looking terrified. He hadn't expected them to actually come looking for trouble at night. Bang! Bang! Ah! Thud! Thud! The two male angels were actually sent flying back, crashing onto the ground. The two iron rods emitted a faint white light. They should have fallen to the side, but under Ji-Chi's terrified yet instinctively counter-attacking gaze, they fell directly onto their heads. Ouch! Ow! The two angels screamed as their heads bled. Their bodies were very tough. It was surprising that a single strike from an iron rod could break their skin. Arn, witnessing this scene, was beyond shocked. In his eyes, as he looked up, Ji-Chi was already a godlike figure. Just sitting there and taking hits was enough to take down their group of brothers. What kind of divine power was this? What, little blacksmith? They had kicked a steel plate. Arn immediately knelt and pleaded, I didn't know you were so powerful. Please, be magnanimous and let us brothers go. Have mercy. Have mercy. The two bleeding male angels were also terrified. The reflected damage had seriously injured them. It was too frightening. Just how strong was this blacksmith himself? Even a peak-high angel of the first generation probably wouldn't be much more than this. I can let you go. Hand over all the money you have, buy some weapons from me to take with you, and do not spread word of what happened here. With the 8 extraordinary skills panel, Ji-Chi just wanted to keep a low profile and grow stronger. He didn't want to cause trouble. Thinking of some novels, usually, when a transmigrator beats the young ones, the old ones come, and when they beat the old ones, the even older ones appear. He felt it was better to develop steadily. With the 8 extraordinary skills, given a bit of time, he would eventually become powerful. If he died before he could develop, he truly wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Yes, yes, yes. We'll give you all our money. Arn and his 2 lackeys pulled out their coin pouches and placed them on the ground. There should be about 30 gold coins. Arn spoke nervously, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He and his lackeys sprouted their pure white angel wings, preparing to fly out the window in a hurry. Ji-Chi pointed to the longswords by the wall and reminded them, for 30 gold coins, you take 3 dark iron longswords. This is a transaction, not a robbery. Our grievances are wiped clean. Yes, yes, yes. Arn and the 2 lackeys grabbed the longswords and flew away hurriedly. Even if this powerful blacksmith had given them scrap metal, they would have accepted it. The room became quiet. The somewhat tense Ji-Chi also breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped his forgiving attitude would put an end to this matter. Possessing the 8 extraordinary skills, he had only just begun to develop. He didn't want to cause trouble, only to quietly stay low. He picked up the money bags from the floor. After counting, there were 33 gold coins. Adding the 8 gold coins from the first weapon he sold today, he now had 41 gold coins. On the market, a high-energy biscuit that could replenish an angel's energy for a day cost about 1 gold coin. 40 gold coins were enough to feed him for over a month. It was still quite painful to spend. If he kept going like this, his hard-earned money would be spent on basic necessities. He should first buy some refined iron and rare wood to cultivate Divine Machine 100 refinements more quickly. Now that he had reached the entry level, he could refine artifacts even from rotten leaves, but it was time-consuming. He couldn't afford to waste time on that. Now that Ji-Chi's chi body source flow had reached the entry level, dark energy was constantly being generated. He was no longer short on energy. Of course, not being short on energy didn't mean he didn't need to eat. He had to continue practicing the 6 treasuries Immortal Thief. With the support of this ability, Eating not only replenished dark energy but also strengthened his physical body, invisibly increasing the upper limit of his body's energy storage by a small margin. The continuous flow of dark energy from the chi body source flow didn't mean the energy value was infinite, but rather that the energy remained at a full state constantly. Cultivating the chi body source flow could also significantly increase the upper limit of the dark energy stored within the body. The automatic defense also became more powerful. Ji-Chi had relied entirely on this ability to intimidate those three male angels. Oh. Also, the object manipulation ability of Divine Machine 100 refinements had played a minor role, ensuring the iron rods accurately hit their heads. For now, he planned to focus on practicing these three strange arts. Biting off more than one can chew is never good. Once he had the ability to protect himself, he would consider the others. 3 years later, the sun was shining brightly. Divine Machine 100 refinements. Level 11 246 2000s. For the first 10 levels. Every level gained increased the required cultivation value by 100. From level 10 to level 11, it increased by 1000. Ji-Chi had also unlocked a new ability, artifact creation. Artifact creation. Assemble and manufacture Dharma artifacts with specific functions. To put it in layman's terms, he could create a robot from a piece of scrap iron, turning the scrap into dark iron while also implanting an intelligent system. Of course, for now, Ji-Chi could only create wooden puppets. He estimated that he would need to increase his proficiency further before he could make iron puppets. With the wooden puppet. Hey! Over the past few years of living frugally, his gold coins had run out. Ji-Chi had just finished refining a wooden puppet. He planned to have the puppet go to the streets in his place to sell dark weapons and equipment. He had installed a Dharma treasure on it that could transmit voice and video remotely, allowing him to speak through the puppet from a distance. On a busy street in Melo. A creature in a long black robe and hood was hawking wares at a street stall. Step right up, don't miss out. Refined, high-purity dark iron weapons. Not 998, not 888, but only 88 gold coins to take one home. It was novel and eye-catching. In an instant, it attracted a crowd of mellow angels, but few wanted to buy, most were just mocking it. What kind of roadside stall is this? You're asking for 88 gold coins. That's highway robbery. For that price, I'd rather go to the Heavenly Palace to buy the real deal. Yeah, exactly. The quality is top-notch, no safety hazards, and there's after-sales service. The Heavenly Palace was an enterprise of Wakyu's Heavenly Palace, specializing in selling weapons and equipment. Most dark weapons in the angel civilization came from there. Sigh. Ladies and gentlemen, these swords of mine can also be controlled by thought to fly, and they can automatically protect their master by firing sword chi. Tisk, tisk, just some deceptive little tricks. Privately made dark iron weapons might explode when used. We don't want to pay a high price to bring a time bomb home. After a round of mockery, the gathered angels gradually dispersed. From day till night, Ji-Chi didn't sell a single dark iron weapon. Thinking about it, they were too expensive, and he had no reputation. Those who could afford his dark iron weapons would rather buy the ones manufactured by the Heavenly Palace. As for those who couldn't afford them, they could only watch. But Ji-Chi believed his Dharma treasures were far superior to the dark weapons produced by the Heavenly Palace, and the price was more than 10 times cheaper. Reducing the price any further would be a disservice to his Divine Machine 100 refinements. It seemed that if he wanted to sell them, he would have to lower himself to creating some inferior Dharma treasures. Targeting the low-end market. Continuous drizzling rain. On this day, Ji-Chi was handcrafting low-quality Dharma treasures, with their strength significantly weakened, preparing to sell them for about 10 gold coins. Next time he set up his street stall, he would use a puppet to demonstrate the feature of cutting through iron like mud. Super worry-free. Thinking that this time they would surely sell. Is anyone here? Came the very cold voice of a female angel. Ji-Chi's house on the small slope by the stream basically had no angels visiting. He looked up and saw this beautiful red-haired female angel holding a dark iron sword that already had wear marks. The white and brown iron copper armor complemented her graceful yet sharp figure. There were almost no ugly angels. But there was still a difference between ordinary beauty and exquisite beauty. The female angel before him could probably reach the threshold of exquisite beauty. This dark iron sword looked a bit familiar. In a daze, Ji-Chi thought back to 3 years ago, to the only handcrafted low-quality dark iron weapon he had ever sold. Now, even with his eyes closed, he couldn't produce such trash. Seeing that it was his first customer, Jiqi couldn't help but feel a hint of joy in his heart as he greeted her. It's you. Is the weapon working well? Is it handy? You're here for free after sales service, right? Don't worry, I guarantee I'll make this sword even sharper. Hello, blacksmith shop owner. My name is Fair, and I am currently a low-level angel warrior of the Melo 7th Guardian Regiment. Hello, angel warrior. The weapon you sold me is very powerful, stronger than the old dark iron weapons of my teammates. I've killed more demons with it than they have. Maybe in another 10 years or so, I can become a squad leader. The angel civilization has demons now too. However, these demons are not the kind like Morgana in anime, but rather humans who lost their sanity after failing to evolve into angels. The angel civilization already has a history of 70,000 years. Before that, they were actually humans with a population of tens of billions. Later, an apocalyptic virus swept through the entire civilization. A small portion of people evolved into angels, while the majority turned into winged monsters called demons. In terms of individual combat strength, demons are not as good as equipped angels, but demons are formidable because of their large numbers and fast reproduction rate, making it difficult even for angels with warships to completely wipe them out. Furthermore, the reproductive capacity of angels has become very poor. This might be the price paid for their long lifespan. The female angel Fair walked to the anvil by the blacksmith shop's furnace and pointed at a dark iron weapon he had forged and casually tossed on the ground. I've met some fellow angel warrior sisters. They can't afford expensive dark iron weapons and can only use refined iron, which has led to significant casualties. When they asked how a common angel like me could have such a useful dark iron weapon, I told them I bought it for 8 gold coins at a 20% discount, but they didn't believe me. They gave me 10 gold coins and asked me to buy one for them as well. Hearing this, Jiqi was pleasantly surprised. He had business, and it was a group buy. How many do you want? I'll upgrade the quality without raising the price. I want 7 dark iron weapons for 10 gold coins each. Fair placed a large cloth bag full of gold coins on the table. She looked around the blacksmith shop, placed another small bag of gold coins on the table, and asked with curious anticipation. Owner, these are 50 gold coins I've saved up. Do you have any even more powerful dark iron weapons or equipment here? Yes, yes. Jiqi nodded happily, thinking that after selling this batch, he wouldn't have to go out and set up a street stall anymore. He took out a more exquisitely crafted rapier and promoted it. This long sword is not only sharper and has multiple sword chi, but it also automatically protects its owner. You can even control the sword with dark energy through your mind to take an enemy's head from 100 meters away. Such a powerful, high-quality dark iron weapon must be very expensive, right? Fair touched the hilt, her eyes shining as if she couldn't bear to put it down. Not expensive, not expensive. I'll sell it to you for just 50 gold coins. Jiqi directly handed the exquisite rapier to the female angel Fair, while also tossing 7 ordinary dark iron longswords to her as he introduced. As for these ordinary dark iron weapons, they have fewer features. Of course, they are sharp and hard enough, but it takes several dozen seconds to recover after firing a sword chi, and the weapon can return to your hand from over 10 meters away if dropped. That's enough, that's enough. They're much more powerful than my previous sword. Fair held all the weapons in her arms, smiling as she embraced the full load. Owner, what is the name of this exquisite rapier? A name. Just pick one yourself. Then let's call it Peerless, how about that? 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Melo City State, blacksmith shop, the weather was clear. Divine Machine 100 refinements. Level 19, 6544 9000. Chi Body Source Flow. Level 17, 5543 7000. 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief. Level 14, 1357 4000. No money, no resources, eating dirt every day. Leveling up was very slow. To stay low and develop steadily, Jiqi didn't brag about the power of his Divine Machine 100 refinements Dharma treasures everywhere. In a civilization like the Angels, which is a combination of ancient and advanced, his 8 extraordinary skills techniques could easily attract unwanted greed. Now, with the continuous supply of dark energy from the Chi body source flow, and angel genes consuming energy to maintain life, he could live without eating, which meant he could stay in seclusion and keep getting stronger. Having some strength, he no longer felt the same sense of pressure as before. So Jiqi relaxed a lot of the time, no longer in a hurry to practice the 8 extraordinary skills as he was before. Owner, are you home? came the somewhat respectful, cautious, and groveling voice of a male angel. His blacksmith shop rarely had visitors, as it was located in a remote area on a small hillside at the edge of the city-state. To practice the 8 extraordinary skills, Ji-Chi spent almost all day forging in the blacksmith shop, living like a total shut-in. It was quite rare for a male angel to visit. He looked up and saw a male angel warrior with twin swords on his back and a white feather tattooed on his right shoulder. This represented that he had a certain status among low-level angel warriors. One with a white feather on the left shoulder would be a middle-order angel warrior. Above that are high-order angels, above high-order angels are guardian-level angels, and above guardian angels are left and right-wing angels. Clink, clank. A pile of gold coins was poured onto the wooden table in the blacksmith shop. The twin sword-wielding male angel, Arn, said in a flattering tone with a smile, "Does the owner still recognize us? We are here to apologize for what happened 13 years ago. These are 100 gold coins our brothers worked hard to save up. Are you here to buy some equipment?" "No, no, it's just a gift for you. Thanks to the dark weapons you gave us back then, my 2 younger brothers were successfully chosen as angel warriors. Yeah, this dark iron sword is much more powerful than we imagined. It has earned us quite a few military merits over the years. My big brother killed many demons with the dark iron sword you gave him. He's now a squad leader in the 9th Melo Guardian Regiment." Those 2 male angels were somewhat grateful and proud. Looking at the pile of gold coins on the table, Ji-Chi was also quite tempted, but he had already said back then that the slate was wiped clean. In that case, he would let them buy some equipment and leave. While earning some gold coins, he might also secure a steady source of customers in the future. He pointed to the equipment hanging on the wall and said, "There's no need to give them to me. Use this gold to buy some equipment instead. Then we won't be polite. By the way, owner, my name is Arn, and these are my 2 younger brothers, Agn and Aren." Arn scratched his head with a bit of awe and embarrassment, warmly introducing his 2 subordinates to Ji-Chi. Gold coins fell onto the table one by one, piling up into a glittering heap. Ji-Chi's eyes lit up at the sight. Beside him, Arn spoke up cautiously with a hint of awe, "Boss, these are all the savings our group of brothers has earned over the years, 278 gold coins. What useful equipment do you think you can sell us? Yeah, we don't ask for much, just something more powerful than this dark iron longsword we have now." Ji-Chi looked at Arn and the 2 lackeys behind him. Their armor was covered in scratches and somewhat damaged. He asked them, "Just weapons? Do you want to swap out the armor you're wearing too? Then we'll leave the arrangements to you, boss." "That's great then." Ji-Chi took out 3 sets of relatively lightweight armor and 4 longswords, 2 of which were a matching pair. These pieces of equipment all shimmered with a brilliant light. The lightweight armor emitted an energy that gave off a sense of heaviness, while the longswords showed a flowing sharpness along their edges. Having used Ji-Chi's dark weapons before, they could clearly feel that this equipment was more than just one level above the dark weapons in their hands. Arn gulped greedily and cautiously, "Boss, I'm afraid our gold coins might not be enough." Exactly. If it's really not enough, just some weapons will do. Over 10 years ago, the 2 lackeys had their heads cracked by Ji-Chi anyway. That divine power made them treat him with absolute respect even now. Ji-Chi acted like he didn't care at all as he introduced them. "If I'm giving them to you, I'm giving them to you. Besides automatic defense, this armor also increases the amount of dark energy you can use. As for these longswords, the matching red pair can erupt with flaming sword chi, while the other 2 are a bit more ordinary, but all of them have a remote control function." Ji-Chi finished his casual introduction. Arn and the 2 lackeys couldn't wait to strip off their armor and change equipment on the spot, testing the power of the gear right in front of him. Bang! Having changed into the new armor, Arn stood still. One of the lackeys struck him with an old dark weapon, only to be sent flying back and crashing to the ground. The power left them incredibly shocked. "No way, boss. The equipment you're selling us is so powerful, aren't you losing money like this? If you think I'm losing money, just buy more equipment from me in the future. But don't go around advertising for me, I like peace and quiet." For the current Ji-Chi, having enough gold coins was fine, his primary goal was still to develop steadily and safely. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could have long ago made his name as a creator of divine weapons known far and wide. "Don't worry, boss. Once our group of brothers earns more gold, we'll definitely buy more equipment from you." Arn and the lackeys were very excited, smiling happily. Buying such awesome equipment at such a low price. The blacksmith shop owner, who didn't hold a grudge, was practically their great benefactor. They almost wanted to kneel right then and there and call him their godfather, you know. At night, all was silent. Buzz, 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 buzz. A mosquito was flying by Ji-Chi's ear. Slap. With quick eyes and hands, he slapped the mosquito dead with one hand. Killed 10,000 mosquitoes, spirit conjuring and general commanding cultivation points +1. Spirit conjuring and general commanding, level 13 2589 3000. Gain cultivation points by killing living beings. Ability. Enslave and devour spirit bodies. Can allow spirit bodies to possess the user for combat, or directly devour spirit bodies to gain their power. Negative effect removal. Devouring spirit bodies will not result in gaining their memories, suffering backlash, or experiencing personality disorders. Over the years, as his strength grew, Ji-Chi also had free time to research the other 8 extraordinary skills. He discovered that killing a pig or a cow could directly grant 1 point of proficiency for spirit conjuring and general commanding. For things like ants and mosquitoes, it took 10,000 or even more. 100 years passed like an arrow. The spring snow began to melt. The small stream beside the blacksmith shop gurgled as it flowed. Clang, clang, clang. Ji-Chi was still diligently forging iron. Divine Machine 100 Refinements Cultivation Points +1 +1 +1. Divine Machine 100 Refinements. Level 28 13,789 80,000. Perhaps it was because of this blacksmith shop. He particularly enjoyed forging. To him, the sound was like beautiful music. After he finished forging, if he was in a good mood, he might even go for a run. Deluo Cave Temple. Level 16 2333 6000. Gain cultivation points by running. Ability. Insight into cause and effect, vanishing into thin air, traversing space, evading all attacks, coming and going without a trace. Negative effect removal. Will not suffer mental breakdown from seeing the truth, will not have the body disappear due to spatial dimensions, and will not be directly erased for changing fate. Well, this strange art seemed very badass and powerful. But alas, Ji-Chi was very lazy and didn't like running much. Over the past 100 years, he had already overcome a lot to cultivate Deluo Cave Temple to level 16. With a single thought, he could travel anywhere on a planet. That's good enough, as long as it works. During these years, Ji-Chi only had Fair and Arn as customers. But even with just the two of them, the gold coins they brought him kept increasing, which was more than enough. The puppet didn't need to go out and set up a street stall anymore. It just needed to sweep the floor, wash clothes, and cook for him all day. This Divine Machine 100 Refinements. Upon reaching the 20th refinement, gained a new function, Human Refinement. As the name suggests, it was about refining a person into a Dharma treasure. It could directly turn an ordinary person into a superhuman, and this ability could even be used for mass production. With Ji-Chi's current strength, a Dharma treasure casually refined through Divine Machine 100 refinements could easily destroy a mountain. One could only imagine how powerful this human refinement ability was. Of course, he didn't need to use this ability on himself, because 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief had already modified his body to a monstrous degree. 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief. Level 28 53,249 80,000. This strange art involved devouring all things and honing the human body to the extreme. How extreme was it? Let's put it this way. Even the sharpest dark silver Dharma treasure Ji-Chi refined now couldn't break his skin with a strike. At most, it would leave a white mark. The reason 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief could be cultivated so quickly was largely thanks to Deluo Cave Temple. Of course, it was also entirely due to the abundant high-energy food reserves in Wakyu's Heavenly Palace. They were extravagant and debauched all day anyway. Ji-Chi felt it was better for him to just eat up their inventory. As soon as the Heavenly Palace warehouse was restocked with high-energy food, he would eat it. They restocked quite quickly, so much so that he could hardly keep up with his eating. During these years, he would also practice Heaven Traversing Talisman when he had time, which involved drawing talismans. Heaven Traversing Talisman. Level 10 651 1000. Gain cultivation points by drawing talismans. Ability. Using Qi, dark energy, as a brush to instantly condense runes, exerting immense power with very little energy. Drawing talismans in midair, possessing infinite power, and using 10,000 talismans at will. Negative effect removal. Drawing talismans will not overdraw one's own Qi, energy, and the power of mighty talismans will not harm the user. The process of drawing talismans was simply too tedious and boring. So Jiqi didn't draw them much. At level 10, his ability was roughly such that with a casual wave of his hand, 10 talismans could appear in the air. But most of them were single-use items. With Divine Machine 100 refinements, many functions could be completely covered, so there was no need to spend a lot of time on heaven-traversing talisman for now. Chirp chirp. Birds landed on the branches, where fresh buds burst with vitality. Sparse, unmelted snow still lingered at the edges of the courtyard. A high-spirited figure walked up the steps. On his back, he carried 2 blood-red swords. Though he should have been arrogant, he maintained a polite posture. As the boss in, Jiqi was drawing talismans in the front courtyard. Heaven traversing talisman cultivation value +1. Hearing the voice, he asked without even raising his head. Why are you the only one here this time? You wouldn't believe it, boss. My 2 subordinates just got promoted to middle order angels, and they're even busier than I am. As he spoke, Arn shrugged his left shoulder, where 3 white feather markings highlighted his noble status as a high-order angel. If it weren't for the boss's equipment, he never would have reached this height in 100 years. In fact, he would have likely perished long ago in the fierce battles against the demons. How much do you need this time? I've brought 10,000 gold coins. Can you handle that, boss? I'm looking to get 100 sets of equipment. Also, boss, could you upgrade the sets for me and my 2 subordinates to something more powerful? I'm out of money this time, but I'll pay you back next time, okay? Arn bowed politely and rubbed his hands together. Jiqi, who was drawing talismans in the courtyard, put down his brush and said generously, no need for credit. Since you've been such loyal customers for all these years, I'll upgrade a set of powerful equipment for you for free. Boss, you really are a great person. Jiqi pulled a ring out of his pocket and tossed it to Arn. There are exactly 100 sets of equipment in there, plus 3 sets that are a bit stronger. Make do with them. Boss, you're amazing. You really have foresight. You have everything ready. In his surprise, Arn placed a storage bag on the table, one that Jiqi had used the Deluo cave temple to open up a storage space within the dark plane. He felt more and more that the boss's divine power was unfathomable. Alright, stop with the flattery. If there's nothing else, hurry along. Jiqi could see that Arn was in a rush, likely because the 9th Guardian Regiment had a tough battle ahead. Just then, suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared, a patrolling low-tier male angel with a feather stuck in his breastplate. He walked up the steps with his head held high and said arrogantly, Jiqi, you lowly blacksmith and ordinary angel, it's time to pay the Melo city-state protection fee. Do I really have to come and remind you? As he spoke, the low-tier male angel noticed the 3 feather markings on Arn's left shoulder. He fell silent, suddenly trembled, and dropped to one knee. With his head bowed, he spoke very respectfully. I did not know which lord had arrived. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. You're certainly more impressive than I am. Collecting a city-state protection fee and acting like a bully who preys on the weak. Arn looked down and stared at the low-tier male angel. I wouldn't dare anymore. I wouldn't dare anymore. I'll never come to collect the city-state protection fee here again. Terrified by the invisible pressure, the low-tier male angel began slapping himself. He could sense that this high-order male angel had truly emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It reminded him of the recently famous Lord Magic Sword, the strongest expert of the 9th Legion who had killed over 1,000 demons single-handedly. To the side, Jiqi watched the low-tier male angel's humble display and felt he was quite pitiful. Protection fees should be paid voluntarily anyway, so he was partly at fault too. He spoke to ease the tension, all right, Arn, don't scare him. Based on the income of my blacksmith shop, a protection fee of 10 gold coins per year is fair. As a citizen of the Melo City State, I will pay it normally. Don't be afraid, take it. Yes, yes. The low-tier male angel shed tears of gratitude. He was also deeply shocked in his heart. He never expected that a mere blacksmith would have a connection with a high-order male angel. Even with such a powerful backer, he could still be so polite to a low-tier male angel like him. 500 years passed in a flash. This was enough time to suppress a Sun Wukong. This long span of time left no trace on Jiqi's face, such was the great power of the 6 treasuries immortal thief to steal the life force of heaven and earth. It allowed all things to provide for him to achieve immortality. Time left no outward signs of its passage on his body, yet it left a trace of world weariness in his heart. Ji-Chi ate a piece of high-energy beef, which was fresh beef infused with a melted high-energy power block. 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief Cultivation Value +1/+1. 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief. Level 37, 332,785 700,000. Devouring the chi of all things, dark energy, to nourish the body, strengthen the physique, and prolong life. Ji-Chi didn't even know how durable his body was now. It could be said that he himself would find it hard to break through his own defense. After finishing the beef, Ji-Chi took a brush, dipped it in ink, and drew a formation in the courtyard. Feng House Mysterious Gate Cultivation Value +1/+1. Feng House Mysterious Gate. Level 18, 135 800s. Abilities. Self-defined Central Palace, manipulating space-time, deducing all things, predicting the future, invincible within the domain. Negative effects removed. Cultivation will not cause mental backlash, the weakness of the Central Palace being immobile no longer exists. This thing was not easy to cultivate. Only when he was completely free could he focus his attention on it. It looked powerful, but the cultivation progress was too slow. Ji-Chi used Feng House Mysterious Gate to run a deduction. If his level 37 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief faced this level 18 Feng House Mysterious Gate, he could break through the Dao with brute force, the gate wouldn't be able to trap the Immortal Thief. Even if it reached level 28, it would still be difficult to deal with the 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief. This level difference. The more abilities one has, the more they seem like mere bells and whistles in the face of pure power. In the courtyard, Fair, with her short red hair and a cold expression, ground ink for Ji-Chi. On her moving left arm was a golden feather pattern. This caused Ji-Chi to look up with a flattered expression and say, "I can't allow this. You are a guardian level angel now. You're a prominent figure in Melo City State. If other angels saw an archangel like you grinding ink for me, it would be a disaster. You actually care about that. Of course, I'm quite the low-key person at heart." Ji-Chi joked like an old friend, casually brushing back his bangs with his fingers. In truth, they hadn't seen each other for many years. Seeing her suddenly find the time to visit, he was also a bit curious. It's been nearly 20 years since we last met, hasn't it? Fair replied softly, continuing to grind the ink with her head down. I've been tied down at the border fortress all these years. The situation is very grim. The last time she came, Ji-Chi had given her 200 sets of equipment. With angels wearing his gear against demons, taking on 100 enemies alone shouldn't be a problem, right? He didn't even dare to give out slightly more powerful equipment. Otherwise, it would easily lead to gods fighting everywhere. Such scenes would be quite disruptive to one's peaceful dreams. It's not entirely about the demons. Several princes in the heavenly palace are currently fighting for the throne, and the situation within the angel civilization is a bit unstable. Oh, I see. So, who do you think will win? Hua Yi, likely. He's the eldest son, there's no reason for him to lose. As expected of a guardian-level angel, you have great insight. As a transmigrator, Ji-Chi nodded and sighed. In the future, Hua Yi indeed inherits the throne. And he indeed was the heir. However, it seemed that fellow couldn't wait for Hua Kei to pass the throne to him and ended up usurping it instead. Knowing the future of this world, sometimes he felt he had no choice but to change it. Pear blossom petals drifted to the ground. The wind swept the fallen flowers to Ji-Chi's feet. He was the only one left in the front yard of the blacksmith shop, along with the formation he had drawn. This time, Fair left behind 30,000 gold coins and took away 300 sets of Dharma artifact equipment for the angel warriors. Ji-Chi raised his hand to catch a falling flower and looked up at the sky, which was as clear as a washed emerald. This world was still quite beautiful. The next day, Ji-Chi went to the street and bought over 100 chickens. These chickens, you see, were very useful. Killing them directly increased his proficiency in spirit conjuring and general commanding, and eating them increased his proficiency in 6 treasuries Immortal Thief. 100 chickens actually only cost 1 silver coin. 10 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. However, Ji-Chi had always been selling Dharma artifact, concealed weapons. He sold quite a few, and since they were essentially luxury goods, he had no use for silver coins. After killing and eating the chickens, spirit conjuring and general commanding gained 7 cultivation points. 6 treasuries Immortal Thief gained 5 points. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Ji-Chi practiced his fist forms in the courtyard. Double full hand cultivation points +1/+1. Double full hand. Level 9, 78 900ths. Practicing fist forms increases cultivation points. Abilities. Dual cultivation of spirit and life, blue hand soul control, memory deletion and alteration, soul control, red hand body control, flesh modification, flesh reshaping. Negative effects removed. Soul control and body control will not suffer any backlash, and modifications to flesh and memory are reversible. This ability was currently quite useless for Ji Qi. Perhaps because Six Treasuries' immortal thief had modified his body to be so superhuman, his state of mind often felt detached from worldly affairs. To put it bluntly, he was lazy. Practicing fist forms didn't even increase his strength. The abilities gained were for troublesome things like modifying souls and bodies. He'd rather spend the time having hot pot in the courtyard. 1,000 years passed, time flows like a river. Melo City State. Among Ji Qi's old neighbors, some had been replaced by new angels, and the styles of the stone houses had changed. 1,000 years was a hurdle for ordinary angels, those who barely maintained their life signs with energy found it hard to endure. Meanwhile, Fair and Arn were now guardian-level angels. Their angel genes allowed them to be replenished with vast amounts of pure energy, making it no problem for them to live 5,000 or even nearly 10,000 years at will. Now, the entire angel civilization had undergone earth-shattering changes. Half a month ago, the Heavenly Palace announced a major breakthrough in the research and development of second-generation angel genes technology. Then, in the past few days, Hua Yi committed regicide, usurped the throne, and ascended. He couldn't wait any longer. Next, the newly ascended Hua Yi announced the establishment of a new heavenly palace order, granting great benefits to his followers. His goal was to establish an era of patriarchy, using rules to divide male and female angels into upper and lower classes. During Hua Qi's heavenly palace era, there was already such a tendency. 80% of the angel warriors in the heavenly palace were male. Therefore, Hua Yi's new heavenly palace order received overwhelming support within the heavenly palace. Furthermore, Hua Yi announced that the entire angel civilization must implement his new heavenly palace order. All male angels should be superior. If any noble female angels refused to comply, the male angels could rise up and attack them en masse. He wanted to establish a great era. He wanted the male angels to unify the entire angel civilization, and the entire civilization would have only one king, him, King Hua Yi. What grand and stirring ambition! In the face of the most powerful heavenly palace dynasty, the various city-states of the angel civilization were shrouded in the shadow of the heavenly palace order. Bloody chaos broke out everywhere. Now, undercurrents surged in all the major city-states of the angel civilization, and the order was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Angel city-states that were already male-dominated only experienced small-scale disturbances and quickly transitioned to the heavenly palace order. Angel city-states with equality between men and women would receive the full support of Hua Yi's heavenly palace legion stationed there. After a period of bloody suppression, they too would completely transition to the heavenly palace order, with the status of female angels plunging to rock bottom. City-states where female angels held the primary positions fared even worse. They would directly face the overwhelming pressure of Hua Yi's heavenly palace legion. The better ones would have the heavenly palace order imposed, while the worse ones were simply wiped out. In any case, the flames of war were everywhere. Adding to that were the demons, mutations of ancient residual angel genes. The entire angel civilization was about to fall into hell. It was precisely during this period. In the Melo City State, King Hoffman was already 10,000 years old, with one foot in the grave and only a few years left to live. He only had 2 princesses and could only pass his position to a female angel. So he decided to pass the throne to his successor, the eldest Princess Keisha, and publicly announced his friendly relationship with the former Heavenly Palace King, Hua Ke, claiming they had a verbal agreement for an arranged marriage between Keisha and Hua Yi. He hoped to use this to exchange for peace between the Heavenly Palace and Melo. At the same time, the response from the Heavenly Palace was very subtle, saying that as long as Melo did not resist the Heavenly Palace order and did not cause trouble while the order was being established across the angel civilization, they would treat their future in-laws at Melo well. The senile Hoffman was actually quite happy. He went directly to the temple in Melo to worship the statue of Hua Yi and announced his abdication in favor of Keisha. The moment the news broke, the entire dark mass of the Heavenly Palace fleet arrived at the city gates. The sky was filled with sailing warships. From his flagship, Hua Yi announced that he would take Melo within a few hours. In the temple, Hoffman cursed the usurper Hua Yi for his lack of integrity, then spat out blood and fell into a coma. The Heavenly Palace dynasty and Melo city-state were at war. Yet, unexpectedly, there was no crushing victory as Yi had imagined. Melo had 2,000 strong guardian angel legions that were exceptionally powerful. The longswords in their hands could actually break through his warship's energy shields, and they could even remotely control the swords to harvest the lives of Heavenly Palace warriors. The most abnormal part was, the laser cannons of Yi's Heavenly Palace warships couldn't even break through the armor of these two Melo Angel Guardian legions. These Melo Angel warriors moved through the fires of war like swimming dragons. While the other Melo Guardian legions were retreating steadily, these two legions were like two sharp swords thrusting straight into the heart of the Heavenly Palace warship fleet. Even the flagship, the King's ship, came under attack. A panicked Yi aboard the ship shouted for protection, and the entire several thousand-meter-long Heavenly Palace King's ship retreated in a pathetic state. The Heavenly Palace, which had victory within its grasp with its countless thousands of warships, was actually on the verge of collapsing under this disruption. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the blacksmith shop, Ji could watch fireworks every day. He hadn't expected his butterfly effect to be so large after staying in Melo City State for these 1,000 years. He had only made a slight move in secret. He had merely given away about 1,000 sets of Dharma treasure equipment. It had directly overturned the tragedy that was supposed to happen. In the normal story, the Heavenly Palace Legion should have taken Melo City State without any effort and captured Keisha. In the following thousands of years, countless female angels would have become slaves of the Heavenly Palace. Then, the future Keisha would escape the Heavenly Palace and, with the fire of revenge, overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Heavenly Palace. Of course, that war of overthrowing lasted for 10,000 years. This time, not only did Melo City State not fall, but the entire Heavenly Palace Legion showed signs of a crushing defeat. This had already changed history. Where would it lead in the future? Ji, the instigator, was also a bit expectant. The 7th day. Fireworks were still going off in the night sky. The Heavenly Palace fleet had been torn apart by the Melo 7th and 9th Legions, who were equipped with Ji's Divine Machine 100 Refinement's magical treasures. They were in a state of collapse. But just as the Heavenly Palace Legion was suffering a crushing defeat, bad news came from the Melo City State. King Hoffman of Melo, who had been so infuriated he spat blood and was left with only half his life, had died. The eldest princess, Keisha, announced herself as the queen of the Melo City State and declared she would personally lead the campaign to make King Yi of the Heavenly Palace pay in blood. The Queen of Mano set sail. The shields of the queen's ship and a large number of escort ships suddenly failed and self-destructed, creating a massive firework display in the sky. The minister whom the late Hoffman had trusted most chose this moment to lead several legions to defect to Yi, announcing it over the loudspeakers. Now, the fate of the new queen of the dawn of Melo was unknown, and a small portion of the army had openly defected. Even more terrifying. Among the angel warriors of the 7th and 9th legions, who were equipped with mysterious and powerful magical treasures, there were also defectors. Male angels were supreme, while female angels became slaves. This Heavenly Palace order was truly too tempting. It instantly extinguished most of the Melo Legion's prairie fire-like momentum. The dawn of victory grew dim. The war between the Heavenly Palace and Melo entered a bitter and fierce stage. Fortunately, only a small portion of the angels from the 7th and 9th legions defected with their magical equipment. Otherwise, if the Melo City State were to be breached, Ji wouldn't be able to remain a bystander and would have to take action. Having lived in this place for over 1,000 years, he had developed some feelings for it. He didn't really want the environment to change too much. A fireball crashed into the rear mountain. Boom. With a loud bang, even the ground shook. Ji was still growing vegetables on the rear mountain behind the blacksmith shop. He didn't want some scrap metal from a broken spaceship to ruin his vegetable garden. As for why he didn't set up a formation shield or use a magical treasure to protect the garden, it was simply because he was too lazy. He even had wooden puppets plant the vegetables for him. He arrived at the rear mountain. A large crater had been smashed into his vegetable garden. Inside the crater was a large piece of mangled iron that had taken a heavy impact, and lying there was a silver-haired female angel in tattered armor. She was covered in blood, though there wasn't much skin showing. To fall all the way here from the battle outside the city could be considered fate. Deluo Cave Temple. Ji brought the heavily injured female angel back to the blacksmith shop. She had only one breath left. If he didn't save her, she would kick the bucket. He used the double fist hand. Red energy hands merely touched the female angel's bruised and battered body. Instantly, her skin became like smooth jade, and she looked elegant and graceful. She was breathtakingly beautiful. But with her tattered armor no longer covered by blood, her graceful and curvaceous figure was revealed. Ji-Chi could only tell himself to look away. He really didn't mean to look. He put a set of Melo angel warrior armor on her. He had refined the armor into a magical item, so it equipped itself automatically. He also kept his eyes closed and didn't look. He figured that after healing her injuries with the double fist hand, she should be waking up soon. All the beauties of the imperial harem lose their color. Ji-Chi used this phrase to describe the silver-haired female angel before him. Crucially, while she was beautiful, she also possessed an unparalleled aura. In 1,000 years, he had seen many female angels, but none possessed such powerful charm. The only regret was that she was still a bit young at this time, she was in the midst of maturing, and that touch of childishness hadn't completely faded. She must be some noble from the Mano city state. Ah, hello. You don't feel any discomfort, do you? Ji-Chi had never used the double fist hand on himself, so he didn't know what it felt like. Would it be very painful during the process? Would the flesh grown this way cause any discomfort? Although the functions of the double full hand were touted as miraculous with no side effects, he hadn't practiced the double full hand much after all. Naturally, even though he was curious, he wouldn't test it on himself. You saved me. The silver-haired female angel seemed a bit lightheaded. She shook her head and looked at her hands. She wanted to get out of bed, but found there were no shoes by the bed. Her long, snow-white, flawless legs hung there, feeling slightly awkward. This silver-haired female angel's long legs were very beautiful, smooth and well-rounded. Ji-Chi glanced at them as if admiring fine jade. He nodded in response to her question. Yes, you landed on the rear mountain, and I saved you. A night had passed since he saved her last night. The armor on me. The silver-haired female angel, who carried a hint of arrogant nobility, looked at her bracers with her pale golden eyes. Although this armor was exquisite and very similar to her own set, there were still significant differences. Her battle skirt had a large amount of exquisite carvings. You were heavily injured, and your armor was almost completely destroyed. So you changed it. The silver-haired female angel's phoenix-like eyes widened as she carefully scrutinized the black-haired male angel before her. He could be considered handsome. He was clearly just a lowly blacksmith, yet his whole body exuded a strange aura of being unruffled by honor or disgrace, calm and composed. That untainted temperament is something all angels have, and it's very prominent. But on him, it was sort of flickering, now visible and now hidden. Under this composure, he gave off a feeling of being easy to bully. HMPH. And there was that polite sense of distance, unlike many male angels who exuded desire at every moment. Hearing this, Ji-Chi scratched his head sheepishly, thinking that the social atmosphere of the angel civilization was relatively open. He had saved her first and hadn't thought much about it at the beginning. He waved his hand and took a step back. Ah, don't worry, I didn't use my hands to touch you. My name is Kair. What is yours? Hearing the name Kair, Ji-Chi's body jolted. He looked at her beautiful face in surprise. He was quite familiar with this name. Wasn't the Angel Queen in the Super Gene Academy anime called by this name before she changed it later? But she had silver hair. She didn't look like her. Perhaps it was just a clever coincidence. Probably. Ji-Chi thought for a moment and replied politely, Ah, hello. My name is Ji-Chi. I'm the owner of the blacksmith shop at Melo's Mount Targon. Never heard of it. Ah, that's normal. I'm just a nobody. Well then, Ji-Chi, since you saved me, you should marry me. My father's last words were that if I met someone who saved me, I should just marry them. Keisha spoke with a classical solemnity, as if she were being very serious. Ji-Chi was thunderstruck. The hero saving the beauty and she offers herself in marriage, he actually encountered such a good thing. Huh. Wait, are you serious? Since you're unwilling, then forget it. Keisha waved her hand, not looking particularly eager to get married either. And what if I am willing? With such a breathtakingly beautiful female angel offering herself, Ji-Chi felt that as a single dog, he had no reason to refuse. He just picked up a gorgeous wife for free. A sister Lin falling from the sky, what a wonderful thing. With his current income from the blacksmith shop. It wasn't like when he first transmigrated, where he wouldn't be able to support another mouth to feed. Then give me your hand. Keisha lifted her head and extended her slender, jade-like hand toward Ji-Chi. He dithered for a moment before reaching out, and she took it. It felt as warm and smooth as jade. Recite the angel's guarding oath. Huh. Quote. How could he not know this? Was he even an angel of the Angel Nebula? Keisha looked at Ji-Chi with a surprised expression, as if she were looking at an alien. She said softly, repeat after me. Oh, I am willing to become Ji-Chi's guardian angel. I am willing to become Kair's guardian angel. To love what he loves, to think what he thinks, to bear his pain and endure his hardships. Whether in poverty or wealth, whether in times of chaos or forsaken by the gods, I will draw my sword and fight for him, and fold my wings for him. Never to leave, until forever. The faint light of dawn crept through the window. Ji-Chi opened his eyes and tried to turn over, but his arm was pinned down, reminding him that he was now a man with a guardian angel wife. He pulled his arm free and sat up. He didn't want to disturb her beautiful sleeping face. So beautiful. Did this world finally have someone he wanted to protect? Before, the blacksmith shop was just a place to live, but now, it had the flavor of a home. From then on, Ji-Chi's interest in smithing grew even more intense. Boom. Another warship was shot down in the sky. Tiangong was still at war with Melo. The battlefield was evenly matched, and both sides were in a state of high tension. Tiangong had millions of troops and high-tech warships, while the tens of thousands of angels on Melo's side relied entirely on the magical artifacts and equipment provided by Ji-Chi to hold their ground. Nonetheless, the two sides were trading blows back and forth. It was starting to get a bit boring for him to watch. He continued his clanging smithing work. The sparks were quite beautiful. Divine Machine 100 Refinements Cultivation Value +1+1. Divine Machine 100 Refinements. Level 41 35,441 1 millionths. A full 1 million. Although the speed of gaining proficiency increased significantly with each level of refinement he broke through now. Overall, the time required to cultivate one level of refinement had certainly increased drastically compared to before. Even with the 8 extraordinary skills cultivated to this level, Ji-Chi still felt a faint sense of crisis, especially now that he had such a beautiful angel wife. He still needed to keep a low profile while cultivating to become stronger. Although he didn't feel a great threat within the angel civilization, he had heard there was a Shinhei civilization above them that could not be underestimated. In the original worldview of the Super Gene Academy, there was also something called Ultimate Fear, the Void Civilization, and so on. The war between Tiangong and Melo. Ji-Chi had a momentary thought of intervening personally, but he quickly suppressed it upon further reflection. He hadn't even figured out what this void was yet. He couldn't expose himself so openly. Now that he had an angel he wanted to protect, he found himself hesitating and overthinking. Before, he couldn't be bothered to care. Now, he simply couldn't act openly. You hammered these out yourself. The elegant and noble Keisha held a cup of milk tea in one hand and brandished a treasure sword a few times with the other. She could clearly feel that this dark iron sword contained very pure and dense dark energy. Furthermore, the sword was incredibly hard and sharp. Aside from her internal surprise, this made Keisha think of the formidable 7th Legion and 9th Legion under her command. Their equipment was extremely advanced and powerful, making their combat effectiveness significantly higher than that of other legions. This time, the Tiangong army was pressing down on their borders. If not for the presence of the 7th and 9th Legions, Melo would likely have fallen long ago. The fate of the city-state's people and her own fate as queen would have been unimaginably tragic. Keisha had actually always wanted to find out the source of the powerful and advanced equipment held by the two guardian-level angels, Fair and Arn. However, the two of them had always been secretive about it. And since their military achievements were outstanding, it wasn't right for her to inquire directly in such an offensive manner. Now, looking at the blacksmith shop filled with dark weapons containing vast dark energy, each with complex and incomprehensible data structures, self-defense capabilities, telekinesis, and elemental attacks. It was truly surprising and a pleasant shock. Keisha never expected that by simply fulfilling her father's dying wish to make her savior her guardian angel. She hadn't realized that Ji-Chi was that mysterious equipment manufacturer who could mass-produce powerful and advanced dark weapons. She watched as he turned ordinary iron into dark iron with just a few strikes. It seemed like a simple action of kneading dark energy into the metal, yet it was so profound that even the self-proclaimed erudite Keisha could not understand it. Her curious eyes shone with brilliance. Seeing Keisha's inquisitive look, Jiqi replied honestly, there's also a method that is both simple and indescribably complex, turning stone into gold and waste into treasure. It doesn't have much to do with the hammer. Then can I learn it? It's difficult. Do you think I'm stupid? No, it's that I don't know how to teach it. I see. Keisha understood. She sipped her milk tea through a straw, watching the fierce battle between Melo and Tiangong in the distant sky. She hadn't expected that only a single day had passed since she nearly perished yesterday to being able to stand here now. When she woke up yesterday, she thought a long time had passed. To her surprise, the guardian angel she had chosen so casually possessed such incredible, almost divine methods. Not only was his medical skill superb, but he could also rapidly forge dark weapon artifacts. Keisha was in no hurry to return to the battlefield now. Ever since the guardian-level angel's betrayal yesterday, when the Melo city-state's shield was forcibly deactivated and she was hit by a Tiangong laser cannon, she had nearly died. She realized then that many angels in Melo were untrustworthy, how many more wanted to be traitors. Once the news of her uncertain fate spread, everything would come to light. When that time came, the angels who continued to defend Melo would be her loyal followers. Among the 7th and 9th legions, which had received advanced dark weapon equipment from her guardian angel, there were many defectors. If she didn't distinguish friend from foe internally, it would be very troublesome in the future. Keisha looked at the black-haired male angel before her, whose facial features were as handsome as if they had been sculpted as he worked the iron. This guy had a very lazy expression, yet he worked hard at smithing, as if he were urging himself to do it. She had thought her beautiful body would make him want to stay longer. She assumed these mysteriously forged dark weapons would be treated as treasures by him, but instead, he tossed them on the ground like trash. If the pile of items in this blacksmith shop were brought to the battlefield, it would be enough to shift the current balance of power between Tiangong and Melo, yet they didn't even catch his eye. When she got up, a cup of this milk tea had been placed by her bedside, containing rich and easily absorbable dark energy. After drinking it, Keisha felt her life force had strengthened significantly. This milk is good, very sweet. This tiny cup of milk tea was the essence Ji-Chi extracted by using the Luo Cave Temple to travel through space to the Tiangong back garden, then using 6 treasuries immortal thief to wither all the flowers and trees, absorbing all their life force and dark energy. This was much more troublesome than absorbing it directly himself. A week passed, and thousands of peach trees blossomed. In front of the blacksmith shop. Deluo Cave Temple Cultivation Value +1. Deluo Cave Temple. Level 27, 63,271 70,000. Keisha wiped Ji-Chi's face after his run and said, I'm going to defend Melo, this is our home. Ji-Chi said nothing, but took her soft hand and placed a red ring on the ring finger of her slender, fair left hand. He held on tightly and asked. The red ring, do you like it? I like it. Inside are some small gifts I've given you, just a few pieces of equipment. I'll help you put on your gear and weapons later. This is way too much. The moment the ring was placed on Keisha's hand, her consciousness felt as if it were connected to the ring like flesh and blood. With a glance, she saw there were at least 10,000 sets, all dark weapons. They're just some little pieces of trash I made on the fly. As long as you like them. Of course, for yours, I put a bit more heart into them. I owe you so much, how can I ever repay you? Haven't you already given yourself to me? I'm the one who got the better end of the deal. The armor glints in the sun like opening golden scales. Silver skirt armor, exquisite golden artistic patterns. Majestic and breathtakingly beautiful. Exuding nobility and a powerful sense of deterrence. Ji-Chi looked at Keisha wearing this outfit and marveled at his own craftsmanship. This set of armor is the highest level defensive Dharma treasure he can currently forge. How strong is it? Even Ji-Chi himself isn't quite sure, but he estimates that even a planetary explosion wouldn't harm Keisha in the slightest. At the same time, this king's armor can ensure a steady stream of dark energy within her body. If she were to unleash this power, no angel in the angel civilization could withstand it. The longsword paired with it is also very magnificent. The cross guard is a pair of golden wings, and the exquisite patterns on the blade are like a brilliant galaxy. Grand and majestic, exceptionally imposing. In any case, the prestige of this sword is maxed out. Not only does it look impressive, but its power is also quite terrifying. If Keisha can master this sword, splitting a battleship with a single strike would be effortless. This, the king's sword. Not only can it be controlled telekinetically, but it can also manifest 10,000 flying swords. One person becomes an entire legion, with the 10,000 swords returning to Ancestor, no one can stand against it. Remember, fight when you can on this battlefield, step up when possible, but don't get yourself hurt. Wait for my return. Keisha and Ji-Chi embraced tightly. Half a month passed. The flames of war in the skies of the Melo city-state gradually subsided. Keisha returned to the battlefield, leading the Melo Angel Legion, all equipped with advanced Dharma treasure dark weapons. Keisha, in her magnificent armor, was even more unstoppable. Every time she swung her sword, a battleship fell. Like an invincible god of war, her radiance was blinding. The Heavenly Palace Legion was utterly defeated, fleeing in disarray. Even one of the hands of Hua Yi, on the Heavenly Palace King's ship, was severed. Just as he and his king's ship were about to meet their end, a strange fluctuation in space-time occurred. The Heavenly Fleet, which was on the verge of total annihilation, completely vanished. Deluo Cave Temple. Level 33 23,146 300,000. Spirit Conjuring and General Commanding. Level 21 3,346 10,000. It was a power that did not belong to this universe's space-time. A spiritual energy entity. Is this the ultimate fear in the super god world? Also known as the Void, it indeed possesses the power to subvert and destroy worlds. The Hua Yi of this world escaped. But the fellow who interfered in this universe's space-time was caught directly by Ji-Chi using level 21 Spirit Conjuring and General Commanding. He didn't even bother with an interrogation and went straight to checking the memories. How is this possible? What kind of being are you? I am a 5th-generation divine body, yet I have no power to resist. How can there be such a powerful existence in this space-time? Spare this king, I beg you, I'll do anything for you. Directly annihilated. Noisy. This terrified, dumbfounded, and screaming fellow was Hua Yi with a 5th-generation divine body, from 30,000 years in the future. In the future, he was supposed to defeat the Shangbing Company and rule the universe. To prevent all this, Du Changwei, who possessed the space-time rose gene, initiated the space-time corridor project and opened a rift. She stabilized the rift to allow Angel Yan to travel through time. She went back to the past to eliminate Hua Yi, change history, and turn the tide of the war. Hua Yi, with his 5th-generation divine phantom body, sensed the change in space-time and also slipped into the rift opened by Du Changwei. Then, the 5th General Hua Yi arrived in this space-time, only to be shocked to see Keisha exhibiting strength even greater than during the Battle of the Raging Sea. The current point in time was still nearly 10,000 years away from the Battle of the Raging Sea. Who was tampering with this space-time? In his original timeline, the Melo city-state would have already fallen by this time, and Keisha would have been captured. Seeing that the current Hua Yi was about to be cut down, the 5th General Hua Yi's power finally permeated this world. He planned to first teleport Hua Yi away, then possess him to launch a counterattack on Melo. But who would have thought? He was directly seized by an irresistible force. He felt a fear originating from the depths of his soul. His 5th-generation spiritual body, his phantom body, would not feel such deep despair even when facing a space-time storm. Heavens, how could there be such a terrifying existence in the Melo city-state of this space-time? His 5th-generation body was like an ant. Which space-time is this? It's too frightening. It can only be said that a 5th-generation phantom body is no different from a soul, and it was completely countered by Ji-Chi's level 20-something Spirit Conjuring and General Commanding. If it were any other kind of 5th-generation divine body, it might have been much more troublesome. Powerful gods can traverse and alter space-time. It seems that 6th, 7th, or even 8th-generation divine bodies could potentially appear in this space-time from the future or the past. This ultimate fear is truly fearsome. Is this the power of the void? Now that Ji-Chi had his own guardian angel, he also wanted to protect her well and help her safeguard this home. He, who had been feeling a bit overconfident, instantly felt that the path to becoming stronger was long and arduous. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Flowers bloomed and withered. Ji-Chi's blacksmith shop had undergone many changes. The originally simple bedroom had now become quaint and classical. Clang, clang, clang. The iron blocks threw off exquisite sparks. He was hard at work smithing. Keisha, dressed in magnificent white gold clothes, was reading nearby. Elegant as ever, she turned the pages as if no one else were there. Divine Machine 100 Refinements. Level 41, 765,578 1 millionths. In 50 years, Divine Machine 100 refinements was still not enough to reach the next level. After finishing his smithing, Ji-Chi went to practice his boxing. Double full hand cultivation value +1+1. Double full hand, 27 22,368 70 thousandths. Regarding these strange behaviors of his, Keisha had long since grown accustomed to them, thinking it was normal for a reclusive great god like him to be a bit eccentric. As for why Ji-Chi was so powerful, the Shanhei civilization, with its 200,000-year history, was currently the most powerful civilization in the known universe. It was said that the Shanhei civilization's most powerful main god, the god of time, was born from a massive explosion during a genetic experiment, suddenly possessing divine power that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Perhaps the divine power of her, the Melo Queen's, guardian angel, or rather, guardian god, had come about in a similar way. His lifespan might span many years. But with her first-generation angel genes, even if she consumed massive amounts of energy and resources, she could only live for about 10,000 years. If she were to pass away, would he be sad? Thinking about it, she was unwilling to dwell on the question and felt she should do everything in her power to prevent it from happening. Keisha turned a page and said gently, I heard that the Heavenly Palace had a major breakthrough with second-generation angel genes, which could generally allow angels' lifespans to exceed 10,000 years or even longer. Xiaonai Sha, you also want to research second-generation angel genes. Ji-Chi knew Keisha was worried about her lifespan. However, he could use the 6 treasuries immortal thief to absorb the life force of any organism or even a planet and transfer it into Keisha's body to break through her life limit, though the process was a bit troublesome. The one who conducted the relevant research is a Heavenly Palace female angel named Hexi. Because she detests Hua Yi's atrocities, she refuses to hand over the research data on second-generation angel genes and is currently being held by Hua Yi in the celestial prison. Hexi, the future heavenly base queen of Melo. Keisha was going to rescue Hexi, who possessed the second-generation angel gene technology. Ji-Chi naturally gave his full support. Using the ability of Divine Machine 100 refinements, he directly refined a 1,000-meter-long Dharma treasure warship for Keisha. The Dharma treasure warship not only has the ability to traverse space but also possesses a shield that even a supernova couldn't destroy. The core energy source is controlled nuclear fusion. By adding just a little bit of water to the reactor, it can release enough energy to destroy a planet. As for its combat effectiveness, that would depend on how Keisha utilizes this Dharma treasure warship. She named this Dharma treasure the Tianqi warship. This made Ji-Chi feel the name was a bit cringy. Keisha also saw through his thoughts, so she renamed it the Tianji warship and even came to ask for his opinion. Sigh, but she just loves using it. This Xiaonai Sha really is something. He wanted to keep a low profile, alright. Actually, to rescue the angel Hexi from the heavenly prison. It didn't need to be so troublesome at all. Ji-Chi could have just used Deluo Cave Temple to make a quick trip back and forth. However, that would be something that changes the original plot trajectory. Last time the Heavenly Palace attacked Melo and retreated, that change in the plot node directly attracted a 5th-generation phantom god body, Hua Yi. If he kept changing things recklessly, who knows what kind of thing would show up. Whether it would be from the future or the past of this space-time wasn't even certain. Ji-Chi felt a sense of eeriness. He had to take it slowly. Before he truly felt he was invincible, he shouldn't be too reckless. 3 days later, the Melo Angel Legion, equipped with the Tianji warship, easily rescued the angel Hexi from the Heavenly Palace's heavenly prison. While destroying the entire heavenly prison, they also destroyed Hua Yi's entire palace in the Heavenly Palace and heavily damaged a large number of Heavenly Palace warships. Keisha, who didn't particularly like war, then returned. Among them, many of the devastating retaliations against the Heavenly Palace were commanded by her war-loving younger sister, Liang Bing. Hexi, who was rescued onto the Tianji warship, was shocked. Her small, baby fat face was so surprised her mouth couldn't even close. The Melo city-state actually had such high-tech stuff. This was a total crush on the Heavenly Palace. Then why was the Heavenly Palace still acting so arrogant, even daring to establish the Heavenly Palace order? Wouldn't they just be smashed by the Queen of Melo? Keisha told Hexi that rescuing her was to obtain the second-generation angel genes to benefit the entire angel civilization. The complexity of the Tianji warship's craftsmanship was like seeing the sea of stars in Hexi's eyes. Regarding Keisha's reason for saving her, Hexi was also a bit dazed for a moment. Melo could build this kind of warship, yet they told her they lacked second-generation angel gene technology. Melo's tech tree was developed way too crookedly. From the side, Liang Bing chimed in. She said that with Melo's technology, they couldn't build this Tianji warship even if given another 800 years. The one who built this Tianji warship was a mysterious person. Many of the powerful equipment of the Melo angels came from his hands. Look. Check this out. Liang Bing showed off a move of controlling a sword from a distance. Seeing this, Hexie's eyes lit up. I've always wanted to research technology in this area. As long as you let me visit the creator of this sword, I'll teach you the second-generation angel gene technology. How about it? Hearing this, Keisha raised her head proudly and said with a kingly aura, change the condition, we were the ones who rescued you. Since her guardian angel liked peace and quiet, she didn't want him to be disturbed. On the side, Liang Bing put her hands on her hips and curled her lip. Being so fierce again, like protecting food. Clang. Keisha knocked Liang Bing's forehead. How are you talking to your sister? Wa is greater than or equal to is less than or equal to. Big meanie. Can I really not meet him? Hexie's attitude was one of serious pursuit, with a slight hint of regret. Keisha shook her head. I'm sorry, I suspect that even if you met him, you would find it hard to get the answers you want. Is that so? Hexie settled for the next best thing. Then I can provide the second-generation angel gene technology. Actually, there are still some genetic defects currently. The requirement is that I can study this flying sword. Is that okay? I'll go and ask for you. Keisha didn't agree immediately but decided to go to the blacksmith shop to ask for Ji-Chi's opinion. At night, the stars were twinkling. A cold wind blew. Chi body source flow cultivation value +1. Chi body source flow. Level 38, 65,478 800 thousandths. Ji-Chi was meditating on the bed when he saw the graceful Keisha walking in slowly. She sat down on the edge of the bed. The angel named Hexie has been rescued. She said she can give us the second-generation angel gene technology, but she wants to study the flying sword technology. Should I agree to her request? Let her study it then. Ji-Chi was quite indifferent to any flying sword technology. Wasn't this just a function casually whipped up by Divine Machine 100 refinements? Did you agree so readily because of me? You're so good to me. Saying this, Keisha was very moved. She took off her armored boots and red leggings, revealing her snowy white thighs and crystal clear jade feet. Over the next 100 years, the Melo city-state announced a period of recovery and growth. They fully committed to researching and advancing the second-generation angel gene technology, appointing Hexie as the general head of this angel gene project. In just 50 years, the already nearly perfect second-generation angel gene technology had a major breakthrough and could already be applied and upgraded on a small scale. Queen Keisha of Melo announced to the public that she would spend 1,000 years popularizing the second-generation angel genes on a large scale in Melo. During this period, Ji-Chi also made a contribution, using Divine Machine 100 refinements to create a device that could collect and compress dark energy across space-time. The principle was that this device could remotely extract energy generated by stellar nuclear fusion activities within the galaxy, partially collecting the light, heat, and heat from solar flares produced within. It wasn't draining the pond to catch the fish. After collecting this energy, it would be converted into dark energy and transported over, finally being compressed into a high-concentration dark energy pellet. Ji-Chi called this process dark energy alchemy, so the device he created was also named the Dark Energy Alchemy Furnace by him. Just this one dark energy alchemy furnace, at its minimum power, was enough to provide the normal daily energy needed by all first-generation angels in the entire Melo city state. Even if all Melo angels were upgraded to the second generation, the supply of high-energy compressed energy pills provided by the Dark Energy Alchemy Furnace would be more than enough. This was one of the important pillars why Keisha dared to quickly announce the popularization of the second-generation angel gene technology. At the blacksmith shop, Ji-Chi secretly met with his old customers again, Fair, the 7th Legion commander, and Arn, the 9th Legion commander, who were both now famous in Melo. As the main heroes who repelled the Heavenly Palace fleet of Yi back then, their status in Melo was revered by 10,000 angels. Their status was even more extraordinary. They were already left and right-wing high-level guardian-level angels, below only one person. Fair was the left wing, and Arn was the right wing. If his small blacksmith shop were associated with the two of them, it would also become the focus of the entire Melo city state. This was something Ji-Chi, who wanted to stay low profile and quiet, didn't want to see. He felt that him forging and Keisha reading a book nearby was quite good. So he tactfully told these two old customers that if they needed any equipment in the future, they should just use the remote dark communication. If it wasn't necessary, they shouldn't come to visit. They were two big celebrities, they shouldn't make it so he couldn't live a normal life. As for dark communication, as the name implies, it's an information transmission method built using dark energy. Functions that should have been telephones or radio waves were hidden, making this information transmission more discreet and not easy to intercept or spy on. As for his relationship with Keisha, of course, these two old customers didn't know either. It was only because Ji-Chi saw Keisha's lazy posture when she came to his place, like a salted fish, wanting to rest well. Fayer and Arn could be considered two important ministers of the Melo City state. Currently, they were Keisha's left and right hands. If they all gathered together, wouldn't the blacksmith shop turn into a small council chamber? Thinking about it this way, it was better to throw these two old customers far away. Also, he didn't know if this Xiao Nai Sha was just big-hearted, promoting the two angels closely related to him to left and right-wing guardians. If it were someone else, she could easily be sidelined. Not knowing the wickedness of people's hearts, she'd be made to cry then. It was just that he had to spend most of his energy on practicing the 8 extraordinary skills. Even without these 8 extraordinary skills, he would probably like this kind of peaceful life. Of course, the premise was that he had to be strong enough. 5,000 years passed like a weaver's shuttle. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the blacksmith shop, Ji-Chi was still forging iron. Divine Machine 100 Refinements Cultivation Value +1. Note: support the original translation. Divine Machine 100 Refinements. Level 50, 8,789,431 10 millionths. Level 50. Over these years, Ji-Chi had not slacked off in the slightest. Of course, only the Divine Machine 100 Refinements had reached this level. The other strange arts were a bit lacking, as he simply loved blacksmithing. Recently, a major event occurred in Melo. Declare war on the Heavenly Palace. After Keisha renamed the Melo City State to Melo Heavenly City, she announced the various atrocities of Hua Yi's Heavenly Palace. For instance, Hua Yi loved holding bonfire parties where he would burn the female angels of the Heavenly Palace as firewood. It was extremely tyrannical and cruel. The mission of Melo Heavenly City was to maintain the order of justice and peace within the angel civilization and to eliminate any evil within it. The Heavenly Palace was currently the greatest evil, an unpardonable sin. For the peace, tranquility, and happiness of all angels, Melo Heavenly City would immediately raise its troops to conduct a just judgment against the evils of the Heavenly Palace. Regarding this, Ji-Chi also provided a certain level of support, using the Divine Machine 100 refinements to supply 100,000 sets of high-strength Dharma treasure equipment. Suits of armor and longswords. The standard equipment was forged from dark copper, which was stronger than dark iron, and he also forged 12 sets of even higher strength dark silver equipment. As for Keisha's equipment, it was naturally customized by Ji-Chi personally using the Divine Machine 100 refinements. He mixed gold and infused it with dark energy, and under the power of turning the mundane into the miraculous, it became dark gilded gold Dharma treasure equipment. This was a synthetic dark matter even sharper than dark proto-silver, the sharpest ore discovered by the angel civilization, and its hardness was a level higher than dark alloy. Because Keisha liked silver and gold, the dark gilded gold battle skirt Ji-Chi forged for her was dyed with silver as the primary color tone. In terms of defense, the dark gilded gold battle skirt could allow one to bathe in a supernova explosion, and the energy contained within it could easily shatter planets. Of course, due to the unique power system laws of this universe, Keisha needed to be strong herself to unleash the true power of the dark gilded gold battle skirt. Otherwise, the dark gilded gold equipment would be like a giant reservoir. If the outlet was only the size of a bottle cap, it would be difficult to have much lethality. However, Ji-Chi, under the power of the 8 extraordinary skills, was completely free from the influence of this power system. Solely by relying on the 6 treasuries Immortal Thief. 6 treasuries Immortal Thief. Level 47, 154,766 7 millionths. His ability had increased by 2 to the power of 47. He could overturn the world purely with his own strength. In this Super Gene Academy universe, there were certain unseen rules that limited one's own power, so to exert great strength, one could only rely on external forces. This external force was technology. How could this technological power be explained? First, one needed a super celestial computer, and the human brain itself had to evolve into a small system. Controlling one's brain was like holding a controller. To exert strength, one had to treat themselves as a powerful game character. Every move required a line of code. In any case, it was extremely convoluted and rather metaphysical. This time, the gilded longsword Ji-Chi designed for Keisha. In addition to the normal Dharma treasure functions of weapon manipulation and self-defense, it also included the 10,000 swords returning to ancestor cloning ability. Furthermore, he added a judgment function. It could deliver a fatal blow to spiritual lifeforms. It was specifically designed to deal with creatures like the 5th generation god Phantom Body Yi, who had appeared from the space-time rift last time. Moreover, it was automatically triggered, making it very reliable and safe. In addition to that, Ji-Chi also used the Divine Machine 100 refinements to forge 10 Dharma treasure battleships. Their appearance resembled angel wings and also a majestic sword of judgment. 1,000 meters in length, each ship could accommodate tens of thousands of people without issue. The Melo Palace was as flawless as white jade. It's blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes. Looking at Keisha's dazzling gilded battle armor skirt, Liang Bing shielded her eyes with her hands, peering through the gaps with a mix of envy, jealousy, and hate. She couldn't figure it out. Where did her stinking older sister get such beautiful battle armor? They were about to go to war against the evil heavenly palace. Liang Bing, who had also changed into a set of magnificent new armor, instantly felt like she was wearing something from the countryside. Comparing people really was infuriating. She couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Queen Keisha, you're wearing something so beautiful yourself. Do you have the heart to let your own younger sister wear such ragged armor? Get me a set just like yours. Liang Bing shook Keisha's shoulders vigorously, looking like a child throwing a tantrum for a toy from a parent. Hexie, who was sitting nearby eating a lollipop and reading a book, also had a strange light in her eyes as she looked at Keisha's glowing armor. It exuded a supreme power. It was so profound, holy, and complex that it was beyond words. Even with her self-proclaimed cleverness, she couldn't even replicate the scraps. She thought to herself that this must have been created by that mysterious angel god again. Because they didn't know his title, they generally called him the guardian god. Only a god could forge such divine artifacts. Ordinary angels like them could only look up in awe. It was a pity, she had never met such a god, and she had far too many doubts in her heart that she wanted answered. Every dark weapon created by this being simply did not conform to the laws of conservation of matter and energy in the universe. Good sister, my dear sister, I'm begging you. Liang Bing held Keisha's hand, looking at her expectantly. To this, Keisha patted her hand soothingly. I will give you all a set of dark silver armor, it's also very dazzling and magnificent. Can it be like yours? I am the queen, of course I have to be a bit more noble and eye-catching. A faint smile appeared on Keisha's beautiful face. Having received a set of new dark silver armor, Liang Bing held it, satisfied, and hurried off to try it on. Any dark equipment produced by the guardian god was incredibly powerful. She couldn't wait to test its power and slaughter everyone. After Keisha left, Liang Bing, now in her magnificent new battle skirt, came to Hexie's side and walked a few circles boastfully. She held her head high and chest out. Hey, old woman, why don't you come to the battlefield with us? Maybe you'll get a new set of dark weapon armor to wear too. Queen Keisha won't forget me. Hexie's heart was a bit restless as she sped up her page turning. Speaking of her, it makes me angry. Every time she goes to see that mysterious guardian god, she doesn't bring us along, and then she has to show off her good stuff in front of us. She's really full of herself. I wouldn't dare speak ill of the queen behind her back. Do you think that guardian god is a male angel? Every time Keisha comes back, her face is glowing like peach blossoms, and she's always daydreaming when she doesn't leave the palace for a long time. No way, I see the queen hates male angels quite a bit. How can that be the same? Liang Bing patted her breastplate, feeling a slight energy fluctuation. Look at this flawless dark silver armor. I feel like I have infinite energy, enough to punch through a battleship. Just imagine how much divine radiance and charm the angel who made this skirt must have. With these sugar-coated bullets, Keisha might have already fallen. There might be a bit of truth to that. Hexie lowered her head, then countered firmly, but I still think our Melo queen is hard to conquer and wouldn't willingly make the guardian angel oath. That's true, HMPH. Who would want that fierce tomboy who's grumpy all day? Liang Bing leaned on the table, her hands propping up her cheeks. The crusade against the evil god Yi. Keisha deployed 9 Tianji warships and 10,000 angel warriors, all equipped with heavenly secret dark weapon armor. In this kind of high-end warfare, the quality of troops matters more than their quantity. The Melo angels were fully armed with heavenly secret equipment. A single soldier's combat capability was enough to easily destroy a heavenly palace warship. This war was an overwhelming victory for Melo, without any suspense. The heavenly palace, which claimed to possess 100 cities and 10,000 bunkers, was vulnerable and fragile before the powerful heavenly secret equipment. Melo conquered cities and seized territories. In just 3 days, they took over more than 50 angel cities of the heavenly palace, and the casualties of the heavenly palace warriors reached a terrifying million. This was even under Keisha's slogan of peaceful salvation, which forbade the killing of the innocent and only called for the expulsion of surrendered heavenly palace warriors from the angel civilization. Otherwise, the casualties could have been several times higher. With the enhancement of heavenly secret equipment, every second-generation Melo angel was like a god of war, capable of facing 10,000 first-generation heavenly palace warriors alone. A heavenly palace bunker could be quickly taken down without a scratch as long as a single Melo angel warrior equipped with heavenly secret gear was deployed. The fourth day, the Battle of the Raging Sea. The main forces of Yi's heavenly palace legion gathered on the Angry Sea, claiming to have 10,000 warships and 8 million male heavenly palace warriors. 9 Tianji warships descended from the sky. Like 9 glittering golden giant swords, they plunged into the surging Angry Sea with an inviolable and unstoppable force. Dressed in armor that shone against the sun, the majestic Keisha personally took action, the gilded longsword in her hand transforming into 10,000 flying swords. Suddenly, the densely packed heavenly palace warships in the sky all exploded. Yi, who still had some confidence below, was instantly scared witless, his legs turning to jelly. His subordinate eunuch Kunpeng even wet himself in terror. His right-hand man, the sinister and feminine Su Mali, said tremblingly, "Great king, Melo's strength is like they're using cheats, it's too abnormal. We should run quickly. Where there's life, there's hope. Yi, you tyrannical and cruel tyrant, prepare to die." Hexi, her heavenly secret silver armor flashing, gave a mighty shout as a 400-meter energy phantom appeared on the longsword in her hand. A divine power capable of splitting mountains and cleaving peaks. The 400-meter great sword slashed down toward the heavenly palace king's ship. Seeing that Yi and his lackeys were about to lose their lives, they were already frozen in shock. Suddenly, a brilliant space-time rift appeared in the sky. A black soul-like entity poured into Yi's body like a celestial river. Originally terrified, he suddenly began to laugh lewdly. This king has returned. From 30,000 years ago, with a 5th-generation divine body, let's see who can stop me. You little miniskirts, all of you shall kneel at my feet. What is this? Were they this strong during this period? The speed of space-time was slowed down. Yi, now possessed by the future 5th-generation phantom god Yi, looked up in surprise at the 400-meter energy sword phantom from Hexi. He wondered if the 4th-generation Shongbing Company and others had arrived before him. There was no time to overthink. Using the power of his 5th-generation divine body, Yi released a black mist that enveloped the entire king's ship, causing the entire vessel to turn ethereal. Boom! The sea was nearly split in two. Amidst the stormy waves, the king's ship remained completely unscathed. Ha ha ha. Beautiful little miniskirts, either submit to this king, or all of you can go to hell. Wishful thinking. Yi, today is the day you die. Although she didn't know why Yi had become so strong, it wasn't enough to make her feel fear. She could feel that the power given to her by her guardian angel, Ji Qi, was enough to eliminate this evil. The dark gilded battle skirt on Keisha burst forth with thousands of rays of energy light, making her look like a dazzling sun. The longsword in her hand flew out automatically, its sword Qi like a rainbow. A pillar of light that covered the sky enveloped the king's ship. Spirit conjuring and general commanding. Soul annihilation strike. To think a mere energy attack could harm this king, how laughably ignorant. No, 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 how is this possible? Ah, this king is not reconciled. Amidst the screams of the 5th-generation divine body Yi, the entire heavenly palace king's ship, nearly 10,000 meters long, was reduced to ashes. Just when the Melo angels thought the war was over, a space-time regression occurred. The king's ship, which had been reduced to ashes, actually restored to its original state and disappeared directly under a surge of black power. Spirit conjuring and general commanding. It's not a soul body. The light of the gilded longsword was instantly shattered, and the entire sword was sent flying back into Keisha's hand. Silence. A deafening voice carrying vast divine power rang out. In the sky, the Melo warships, shaped like sacred wings, actually teetered under the weight of this voice. Some Melo angels who were close by fell directly into the sea. Hexie, in midair, almost fell into the sea. Only when she neared the sea level did her heavenly secret silver armor burst with light, allowing her to regain her mobility. Spreading her white wings, she dove and flew back up. Keisha's elegant body swayed, while beside her, Liang Bing's face turned bitter as she retreated several steps. It felt like a breath meant to be exhaled was being forcibly swallowed back down. It was so uncomfortable. This made Liang Bing so angry she blurted out a curse. Holy crap. Who the hell are you? Stop your blind babbling. From the space-time rift. A man with short hair, a stern face, and black armor slowly walked out, with black wings on his back. He looked down upon the Melo army with a high and mighty attitude. With an invincible majesty, he declared, I am the power of the galaxy who pierces through fear, the king of all gods from 50,000 years in the future. I have come today to eliminate the void. The virus polluting the timeline. Everything related to the void shall be erased. Since you angels have chosen to fall, then this God King shall purify you. Let this polluted timeline vanish. Bullshit. Fall my ass. Liang Bing pointed at Zhe Shaolun, the king of all gods, who was hovering above them and looking down on them with disdain. This princess thinks you're the villain. You even let that tyrant Hua Yi go, and now you're here acting all high and mighty with us. What? King of all gods crap. I think you're the one who's fallen. Good or evil, those of you combined with the void are the ultimate evil. The sixth generation galactic divine body god King Zhe Shaolun glared at Liang Bing, thinking she would be directly erased. To his surprise, she only covered her eyes and backed away a few steps. The heavenly secret silver armor she wore dimmed considerably. So bright. You fool, you're so despicable, playing dirty tricks on me. My Princess Highness's beautiful titanium alloy eyes. Hexie, who had already flown back onto the warship, supported Liang Bing, her deep blue sapphire-like eyes gazing up with hostility at God King Zhe Shaolun. She felt that she was so tiny. Like an ant. Despair and fear, with no power to resist. The opponent didn't care about their lives at all. He could crush them to death just by lifting a foot. Future king of all gods Zhe Shaolun, since you represent justice, why are you so ruthless? Not only did you let the wicked Hua Yi go, but you also attacked my younger sister directly. Keisha stood in front of Liang Bing, her head held high and her phoenix eyes wide with anger. Under God King Zhe Shaolun's overwhelming divine power, her gilded battle skirt was like a firefly in a black river, just a few specks of starlight. It seems this void creature has some ability. He looked at Keisha with disdain and contempt, saying, the future you, with a fifth-generation divine body, barely has the qualification to speak with me. The current you is not worthy. God King Zhe Shaolun's contemptuous words were like a 10,000-ton hammer falling from the 9 heavens, striking Keisha's soul ruthlessly. Just as she was about to give way and retreat. In an instant. Her gilded battle skirt burst with 10,000 rays of light, illuminating the 9 heavens. A figure as brilliant as a galaxy reached out to support Keisha from behind. He looked up at God King Zhe Shaolun and roared in anger. How dare you hurt my guardian angel? You deserve to die. A void creature of this world, to think you would deliver yourself to my doorstep. This saves me the trouble of searching for you. You fellow who intruded into someone else's world. You call me the void. I say you're the real void. Ji Qi's energy body radiated a divine light that pierced the darkness. He stood a head taller than God King Zhe Shaolun. He had always been cautious about some ultimate fear. He hadn't expected this God King Zhe Shaolun from 50,000 years in the future to keep calling him the void at every turn. God King Zhe Shaolun sneered with a disdainful look. I am the bane of your void. With the power of the galaxy's anti-void gene, what use is your final struggle and sophistry? Enter the dark plane, activate Shin Core. Activate anti-void to create a void barrier. Activate final judgment to construct a strike concept. Activate anti-light, anti-dark, and anti-void to create an absolute vacuum. Construct a logical dead loop to seal the target's energy flow. Target. The void creature before me. Analyzing target. At this point, God King Zhe Shaolun's system glitched. He looked at Ji Qi across from him with eyes full of utter astonishment and shock. Analysis impossible. Terrifyingly powerful. His pupils shrinking suddenly, Zhe Xiaolun couldn't believe it. His final judgment had never failed before. How is this possible? Qi body source flow. Level 49, 5,579,463 9 millionths. Ability. Endless energy, automatic protection of the host, all laws return to source, neutralizes any non-physical attack methods. The final judgment of the 6th generation God King Zhe Xiaolun was directly nullified by Ji Qi's Qi body source flow. One could only say that Ji Qi's code was superior to his. He was being crushed on the level of fundamental rules. It is only polite to reciprocate. Ji Qi looked at this God King Zhe Xiaolun who dared to hurt his Xiaonai Sha, showing no mercy whatsoever. 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief. Level 48, 5,347,984 8 millionths. All things transform into Qi, energy assimilation. Ji Qi simply touched the stunned God King Zhe Xiaolun, and his physical body was instantly compressed into a small sphere of pure, blood-colored energy. This energy. It was roughly equivalent to a galactic star. The pores in his hand absorbed it. 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief Cultivation Value plus 163,489,742. 6 Treasuries Immortal Thief. Level 55. Gulp. It provided over 100 million cultivation points. Ji Qi remembered the last time he showed off, he had directly annihilated the 5th generation phantom god body Yi. He felt a bit of heartache. What should he do? That should have added quite a bit of spirit conjuring and general commanding experience. In the blink of an eye, the 6th generation God King's physical body was gone. Reduced to a soul body, God King Zhe Xiaolun felt the mortal fear of the soul for the first time. What kind of void creature was this? This was too perverted. And he was sure his anti-void could handle it. If the void creatures he had dealt with before were just grunts, then the guy in front of him was a super big boss. Too terrifying, truly too terrifying. Zhe Xiaolun, who had achieved godhood through his physical body, never expected his indestructible form to be crushed into a meatball in an instant. This was an immortal body, yet he couldn't recover in a short time. His scalp tingling, God King Zhe Xiaolun had no desire to continue the fight. He already regretted coming to this timeline. How could there be such a perverted void creature? In his soul form, he looked at that space-time rift and only wanted to crawl back and run away. He thought that once his strength improved further, he would eventually come back for revenge. But Ji Qi had no intention of leaving God King Zhe Xiaolun a way out. After offending his Xiaonai Sha, he still wanted to leave. Spirit conjuring and general commanding. Soul devour activated. Og. No, spare me. I was wrong, spare my life. Just as the 6th generation God King Zhe Xiaolun touched the space-time rift, his soul was pulled by an infinite force. Falling toward the abyss, he was about to be torn to shreds and kneaded. That was true death. A boundless fear descended. God King Zhe Xiaolun's soul was swallowed into Ji Qi's hand. Spirit conjuring and general commanding cultivation value plus 112,468,122. Spirit conjuring and general commanding. Level 54 36,548,974 40 millionths. 6th generation God body. Power of the galaxy. Ability. Anti-void, unbeatable body, concept construction and manipulation. Spirit conjuring and general commanding, soul devour. This allowed one to completely obtain the target's innate power and abilities. The last one, the 5th generation phantom god body Yi, should have had the abilities of either realization and releasing black holes. Thinking of this, he regretted destroying him. This time there was another 5th generation Yi, but unfortunately, he was eliminated by the automatic protection of the sword he gave to Xiaonai Sha. Next time, for sure. On the deck of the Melo flagship. Keisha, Hexi, and Liang Bing's eyes shone as they looked up, their expressions shifting from worry to disbelief, and finally to awe. Just listen to that. In the future, 50,000 years later, the Lord of the Universe, King of all gods, 6th generation God Zhe Xiaolun, what an invincible title. This guardian deity who suddenly popped up in Melo and forged dark energy equipment for them was indeed miraculous. But surely he wouldn't be a match for the King of all gods from 50,000 years in the future, right? They could only pray and mourn for him. Perhaps they would see a different scene. Two gods fighting a world-shattering battle, followed by the earth-shaking fall of one side. But to their surprise, none of that happened. One radiated divine light while the other possessed overwhelming might, yet they simply faced off in the air like that. Then, the one who forged equipment for Melo moved forward and, like crumpling a piece of paper into a ball. God King Jie Shaolun's body was pinched into a blood sphere. A visible surge of energy escaped his body and was pulled into the body of the Melo guardian god, whom they had thought had no chance of winning. Just like that, the God King's soul was likely scattered to the winds. Holy shit. And here I thought that bullshit God King Jie Shaolun was some kind of invincible being. To think he died without even letting out a fart. Liang Bing stood with her hands on her hips, tilting her head up proudly. She had a look that said, "We are all just too strong." Beside her, Hexie was still shocked, feeling as though her eyes had been opened. She murmured in amazement. So this is a battle between great gods. Unadorned and simple. Yeah, it wasn't even as exciting as our fights. Liang Bing and Hexie were chatting excitedly. The entire Melo angel army also looked up, and large swaths of them knelt directly on the ground. They treated him as a deity, worshipping him. Was this the powerful deity who forged dark weapons for them? The secret deity of Melo was actually this strong. Moreover, he wasn't vain and silently protected them. This was truly too great. Their feelings of admiration were like a surging river that never ends. Seeing that Liang Bing and Hexie weren't paying attention to her, Keisha looked up, gazing tenderly at the energy form Ji-Chi in the sky. She smiled sweetly. Others couldn't see his face clearly, but she could see it very distinctly. After 5,000 years together, she could even understand his silent words. Xiao Nai Sha, am I handsome? His energy body was gradually dissipating. This was actually Ji-Chi's true body, but because he was using the Deluo cave temple, his body was between low and high dimensions, making him look like an energy body. In this state, others couldn't see his appearance clearly. Even in the memories of the 6th generation god body Jie Shaolun he had devoured, his face was obscured. At this moment, Liang Bing spoke up, ruining the mood. My stinky older sister, stop staring. Look at that lovesick look in your eyes. I had my doubts before, but now I just want to say, would a great god like him even give you a second look? Ouch. Why are you pinching me? Did I hit a sore spot? Are you getting angry because I'm right? Yes, 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 my dear sister. He. What are you, about? You white-haired old woman, gloating over my misfortune. An old woman like you is even less likely to find someone. Prepare to be a single dog for the rest of your life. Hey, what do you two want? A tag team match. Bring it on then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ow, I was wrong. You two big sisters, please spare your little sister. Angel Nebula, the angel civilization is unified. Keisha announced the establishment of the Melo Heavenly Court, self-proclaimed as the Holy Queen, managing the entire angel civilization, and establishing the justice order. She thought not only of maintaining the peace and tranquility of the angels but also of maintaining the beautiful life of all subordinate civilizations. Once the angel civilization becomes stronger in the future, she must maintain the peace and justice of the entire universe. This time, the 6th generation galactic divine body, Jie Shaolun, the king of gods from 50,000 years in the future, had truly stimulated her. Ignoring justice, ignoring good and evil, ignoring right and wrong. That king of gods only wanted to eradicate creatures that posed a threat to him, even traveling through time and space to eliminate their angel civilization. To be honest, Keisha was very worried deep down. Why would Jie Shaolun, with a 6th generation divine body, become the king of all gods and manage the entire universe 50,000 years in the future? Then where did their angel civilization go? And where did such a powerful person like him go? Currently, he could easily wipe out the 6th generation king of gods, Jie Shaolun. If he were there in the future, would any god still dare to travel through timelines? After all, traveling through timelines would likely be to deal with him. What if Ji-Chi isn't there in the future? How terrifying. Keisha didn't dare think further. Could some accident happen to him in the future? Her heart ached. As his guardian angel, thinking about such things made her feel incredibly powerless. She must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can she face all of this. 500 years passed in a blur. The blacksmith shop. The stream continued to flow, and the trees in the front yard sprouted new buds. Clang, clang, clang. Ji-Chi was forging iron leisurely. Divine Machine 100 Refinements. Level 51. Now, for every level increased, while his abilities doubled, the required cultivation points were also massive. At the very least, it started in the tens of millions. The time required would be at least 1,000 years. Fortunately, for the 6 treasuries Immortal Thief and Spirit Conjuring and General Commanding, the upgrades for these 2 arts weren't restricted by form. One could devour the physical energy of powerful creatures, and the other could devour the soul energy of powerful creatures to upgrade quickly. There were no shortcuts for the other miracles. Chi body source flow could only be cultivated through one's own meditation and deep breathing, which was very agonizing. He could take a few deep breaths while forging, but the effect was poor, not as fast as focusing during meditation and breathing continuously. At a table nearby, Keisha, wearing red leggings, sat with her legs crossed. By now, her silver hair had turned golden, shimmering with light. Looking even more noble and beyond words. Even just sitting there with dignity, she exuded a majestic regal aura, drinking milk tea while reading a book. When it was time for Ji-Chi to draw formations, Keisha would even grind ink by his side, although she couldn't understand at all what use those formations he drew actually had. Feng House Mysterious Gate, Level 41, 96,547 1 millionths. The 8 extraordinary skills were very hard to upgrade once they reached level 50. Cultivating these lower level ones still gave a slight sense of achievement. Boss, I've come to see you. Arn, carrying twin swords, appeared at the bottom of the steps in front of the blacksmith shop, his words filled with immense respect. The Battle of the Raging Sea. That magnificent silhouette insta-killing some future coward 6th generation king of gods was truly too mighty and domineering. Was this the boss of the blacksmith shop? He hadn't expected that he was actually doing business with such a great god. When they first met, he had even thought of plotting against such a deity. It was truly too surreal. Ji-Chi had originally warned them not to meet unless there was something important, as he liked peace and quiet. Arn had suppressed his excitement for a full 500 years. This time, he happened to pass by the Melo blacksmith shop during a mission. He really couldn't hold back and stepped up the stairs, taking continuous deep breaths with infinite admiration for the boss. And then, Arn saw something extremely shocking. Her Majesty the Supreme Holy Queen of their Mano Heavenly Court was actually personally grinding ink for the god of the blacksmith shop. Regarding the boss, among the Melo angels who knew of him, they all called him the god of miracles, and of course, he also had the title of Melo Guardian God. In their hearts, his status was no lower than Her Majesty the Queen. Over these years, the Holy Queen had been continuously replacing the military's heavenly secret dark weapons. Any observant angel knew the Queen and the God of Miracles had a very good relationship. Because these powerful heavenly secret dark weapons, capable of automatic defense and remote control, all came from the God of Miracles. But he hadn't expected that the incomparably high and mighty Queen would actually be there grinding ink for the boss. Oh my god. He had stumbled upon some massive secret. The Queen and the boss, either of them could silence him forever. Arn felt an urge to gouge out his own eyes, feeling that he shouldn't have come today. He wanted to ask, seeing such a thing, did he still have a way to live? Why were these legs so troublesome? He should have known better than to come. Thinking this, Arn turned to leave. He thought that the next time he met the Queen in the main hall, he would act as if he hadn't seen anything, hoping the Queen would also act as if nothing had happened. But because of his nervousness, his legs felt like they were filled with lead and wouldn't move. Move, you fool legs. He really wanted to cry. Arn, why are you dazed? Greetings, Your Majesty. Arn immediately dropped to one knee. Your subordinate's eyes are bad today, I didn't see anything. What did you call him? Boss. The God of Miracles told me to call him that last time. Then you can call me boss's wife here. Ah. This subject dares not. After hearing those words, Arn, having realized the implications, felt like he'd been struck by a bolt from the blue. What? The Queen told him to call her boss's wife. The God of Miracles is the blacksmith shop boss, and the Queen is the boss's wife. My god. What kind of shocking secret had he heard again? Could he still live? Can you leave me an intact corpse? I have elders and children to support. Keisha ground the ink calmly. Just don't spread it around. Thank you, Queen. Thank you, my god, for your great mercy. I promise my lips are sealed. What business do you have coming here? I want to change the equipment for my brothers in the 9th Legion. My god, do you have anything that would be more suitable for us? I happen to have a set of dark weapon equipment with the function of opening micro wormholes. You guys take it and use it for now. Thank you, my god. Thank you, my god. Arn nodded and bowed in surprise like a sycophant. Keisha found it a bit embarrassing to watch and turned her head away. After Arn left, Keisha told Ji-Chi that she wanted to adjust some of the current systems of the Melo Heavenly Court. For example, adding a holy angel rank above the guardian level angel. Also, since the angel civilization was unified, she had to govern multiple angel planets. The current main planet was Melo Planet, Tiank Planet renamed from Tiangong Planet, and other large planets where nebula angels lived were Tianren, Tianji, and Tianchi. Besides these, there were many scattered small planets. Keisha said she felt a bit stretched thin. She wanted to send her sister Liang Bing to manage Tianchi Planet. For better deterrence, she would be granted the noble status of Angel Left-Wing King and given the majestic title of King of Apocalypse. You just want to grant your sister a kingship. Ji-Chi tapped Keisha's high-bridged nose with his finger. She smiled sweetly. Darn, you saw through it. I also want to appoint a right-wing king on Tianji Planet. Who do you think is suitable? I don't want to be accused of nepotism, and it would also balance things out. Keisha took out a list. On it were names Ji-Chi was somewhat familiar with: Hexi, Ronning, Fair, Alan, Arn, Yutong. Then choose Hexi. Thinking about it, these three queens also happened to match the original plot. Regarding changing the plot and what might pop out of the time rift, Ji-Chi still wanted to focus on steady development first. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Super God. Melo's 8 unique skills open a blacksmith shop. Part 2. Angel Nebula, Holy Queen Keisha. She announced. Liang Bing was appointed as the left-wing king of Apocalypse to govern Tianchi Planet. Hexi was appointed as the right-wing heavenly base king to govern Tianji Planet. In addition to this, Keisha also promoted and rewarded the meritorious angels who had worked hard over the years. She added 12 holy guardian angel positions, ranking above guardian-level angels, with the responsibility of guarding the borders of the angel nebula. Furthermore, Keisha also added 2 important positions, holy left and right-wing angels, ranking just below the left and right-wing kings. The responsibility of these positions was to manage large angel planets. Holy left-wing guardian Fair would manage Tianren Planet. Holy right-wing guardian Arn would manage Tiank Planet. Naturally, Keisha also needed her own right-hand assistants for the now vacant high-ranking left and right-wing angel positions. She chose Ronning to be the left-wing angel and Alan to be the right-wing angel to assist her in managing Melo Planet and the various scattered small angel planets within the Angel Nebula. From then on, the Angel Nebula entered the era of the Three Kings. 10,000 years passed, and the world had changed completely. Tap, tap, tap. Deluo Cave Temple Cultivation Points +1. Deluo Cave Temple. Level 50, 010 millionths. Finally, a breakthrough. Abilities: high-dimensional perspective, spacetime travel, fate manipulation. These were similarly heaven-defying abilities. But Ji-Chi didn't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. He had no desire to leave this world, so he would never use spacetime travel. Because his guardian angel and the blacksmith shop were here. Clang, clang. As he forged, each type of metal produced a different sound. The environment around Ji-Chi had already undergone earth-shattering changes compared to when he first transmigrated. Back then, he had many neighbors nearby. Now, this place had completely become the Holy Queen's back garden. It could be considered Xiaonai Sha keeping her lover in a golden house. However, it suited him just fine. Through the long years, he had seen too many of the angel's joys and sorrows, partings and reunions. It wasn't necessarily a good thing. He didn't want his young face to look weather-beaten. After finishing the forging, Ji-Chi sat out front having afternoon tea, looking up at the azure sky where clouds drifted lazily. He marveled at how fresh the air was on the angel's planet. Tap, tap. The sound of Keisha's high heels was quite sharp. Xiaonai Sha, who has upset you again? The Super Gene Academy, of course. Sitting at the table, Keisha picked up the teacup Ji-Chi had used and began to drink from it without any hesitation. It had been 10,000 years. According to the plot that should have unfolded, the Shanhei civilization should have perished in a supernova explosion caused by ultimate fear several thousand years ago. Not only did that not happen, but the Shanhei civilization experienced a technological explosion instead, creating several fifth-generation divine bodies and establishing its position as the overlord of the universe. As for the angel civilization, it was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Aside from researching third-generation divine bodies to extend lifespans, there was no trend toward external expansion. They didn't even promote the justice order much to the outside world. Jiqi thought that perhaps his little house had dampened Xiaonai Sha's ambitious heart. Nowadays, the magical artifacts he created at will made defeating fifth-generation divine bodies as easy as chopping vegetables. Of course, the magical treasures and dark weapon equipment currently used by the Melo Angels were still low-powered junk. They were fine for fighting warships, but limited when it came to destroying planets. Jiqi still wanted the Angel Nebula to be quiet. The magical treasures he made were all high-power items, but in reality, the combat system in the Super Gene Academy world at the god level was more like a battle of wits. Just like that 6th-generation god King Jie Shaolun, who would directly enter the Dark Plane to conduct a trial. If the trial was successful, the opponent would be reduced to ashes. There were no large-scale world-destroying actions. After finishing Jiqi's tea, Keisha continued, the Shanhei Civilization's Super Gene Academy came to our Angel Civilization. Their academic exchange is a sham. Their true goal is to spread the ideology of ultimate fear here. All day long, they preach that as a civilization develops, it will encounter an irresistible ultimate obstacle, a terrifying destructive force, and at that point, the entire civilization will cease to exist. They call this ultimate fear the void. Many of our older generation angels have seen the 6th-generation god King Jie Shaolun from the future. Hearing the Super Gene Academy's propaganda about ultimate fear, they can't help but start making connections, becoming skeptical and fearful. Oh. So those angels who participated in the Battle of the Raging Sea. Did they think that sooner or later they'll encounter an existence that even I can't handle, and then the entire angel civilization will be destroyed? Even I think so. What's there to worry about? Stop overthinking all day. Jiqi pinched Keisha's majestic and beautiful cheek. There was still a bit of baby fat, he adored it. That's why I want to ban the Super Gene Academy from promoting the ideology of ultimate fear throughout the angel civilization's territory. How can my angel subjects live in fear all day long? Keisha's stern tone carried an innate authority. The Shanhei Civilization's Super Gene Academy, a civilization that loves war and expansion, is disrupting the peaceful and tranquil atmosphere of our angel civilization. They certainly don't have good intentions. HMPH. The Shanhei Civilization set up a Super Gene Academy here, and never mind that they didn't bring any substantial or useful technology, they even want to study your heavenly secret dark weapon equipment and spread their ultimate fear ideology. It's simply absurd. I want to expel the entire Super Gene Academy. Such an action would likely lead to a severance of diplomatic ties with the entire Shanhei civilization, or even trigger a war. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. From my observations, most of the high-ranking Melo angels wouldn't agree with my idea. It's all right, Xiaonai Sha, I support you. Jiqi patted the back of Keisha's jade white hand. If anyone dares not to support you, I'll make sure they don't see tomorrow's sun. Keisha gave him a quirky glance, her cunning eyes flickering with life before she finally pursed her lips and smiled. Xiaonai Sha, I'm not joking, I'm serious. As for that Shanhei civilization, aren't you afraid that expelling the Super Gene Academy will lead to severed ties and conflict? If they want war, then let there be war. The accident that is the Shanhei civilization really should disappear from the universe. Melo Palace, a place of magnificent buildings. Inside Keisha's quaint yet solemn and majestic study. After all these years, it was rare for the three queens, each on their own planet, to gather together again. Keisha, holding the highest status, spoke to Hexi and Liang Bing in an undeniable tone about the plan to deal with the Super Gene Academy. Expel the entire Super Gene Academy immediately and destroy all books related to it. From now on, any angel is forbidden from spreading the ideology of ultimate fear and the void. Those who violate this order will be permanently expelled from the angel civilization. Bang! Liang Bing slammed the table hard and stood up from her chair. What? I don't agree. I don't see anything wrong with researching and promoting ultimate fear alongside the Super Gene Academy. Keisha, your approach is an act of cowardly evasion. Does ultimate fear cease to exist just because you don't face it? Only by having the courage to face the void can we overcome it. You are playing with fire. Keisha, her legs crossed, spoke every word with an unquestionable majesty, her aura completely overpowering the standing Liang Bing as she looked down on her. She thought that perhaps crowning her sister as a king was a mistake. She had hoped the willful girl would become more mature, but instead, she had become even more headstrong. Beside them, Hexie remained silent. In truth, she also didn't want the Super Gene Academy within the Angel civilization to be banned. Regarding the ultimate fear, the Super Gene Academy still provided some minor technologies she found useful. But Keisha was adamant about the ban. Hexie could only remain silent as a sign of tacit consent. After all, her position as the right-wing heavenly base king was granted by a single word from Queen Keisha. Liang Bing stood with hands on her hips, still defiant. The ultimate fear. It reminded her of many years ago, of the sixth-generation god King Jie Shaolun from the Battle of the Raging Sea, who had come from 50,000 years in the future. This made her want to research space-time technology, and the Super Gene Academy had similar ideas. They had hit it off immediately. What was wrong with the Super Gene Academy? Spreading the ideology of the ultimate fear awakened the angels and accelerated her research into space-time technology. Keisha, that old fossil, simply couldn't accept new changes. Thinking this, Liang Bing slammed both hands onto the table. Playing with fire. Fire brought civilization and hope to the Shanhei body. What's wrong with fire? Without fire, intelligent life would still be playing with mud. King of Apocalypse, fire is something our lives should revere. Who told you to take the fire and burn yourselves with it? This ideology of the ultimate fear claims our civilization is destined to perish. Spreading such an idea is like saying our planet is destined to die. King of Apocalypse, what can promoting the idea that our civilization is doomed bring to the angel citizens other than panic? All I want is tranquility and peace. Therefore, the Super Gene Academy's dissemination of the ultimate fear is, in my view, completely absurd. Trying to create a hellish atmosphere within our angel nebula deserves to be expelled and banned. Keisha held her head high, delivering her conclusion with powerful resonance. Liang Bing gritted her teeth, her face flushed, no longer knowing how to retort. Liang Bing's voice softened slightly as she said, Melo planet can probably survive for another 5 billion years, and it will remain suitable for angels for another billion. Other angel planets are similar. It's not a bad thing to do some mental preparation for that. Fine. King of Apocalypse, my sister, I can take one step back for you, but only that much. You've decided not to ban the Super Gene Academy. Of course not. Aren't you engaged in academic exchange with the Super Gene Academy? I will allow you to retain knowledge that is unrelated to the ultimate fear. Hearing this, Liang Bing slapped the table again. Her space-time gene technology. After the Super Gene Academy spread the ideology of the ultimate fear, the upper echelons of the angel civilization had already defined the sixth-generation god King Jie Shaolun from the future as the ultimate fear. And her technology happened to be born based on this very aspect, for instance, closing off space-time to prevent the arrival of such an ultimate fear. So, no matter how she put it, it was connected to the ultimate fear. Thus, Liang Bing was unwilling. She said with conviction, Keisha, you are cutting off the future of the angel civilization. You are the Holy Queen, the most exalted status in the angel civilization. Can you take responsibility for this? I've been researching that space-time technology at the Super Gene Academy, and there's already a tiny bit of progress. For example, we discovered that mass can warp space-time, and warped space-time manifests as gravity. The conclusion we reached is that the stronger the gravity, the slower time flows. Do you understand how great a discovery this is? If we understand space-time, we can prevent things like the future sixth-generation god King Jie Shaolun from traveling through time to get here. You are too naive, my sister. You are adding fuel to the fire. Keisha sighed and rubbed her temples, her resolve to shut down the Super Gene Academy becoming even firmer. The Super Gene Academy messing with the ultimate fear and Liang Bing researching this, how is this preventing the arrival of the ultimate fear? This was being an accomplice. She thought of something Ji Qi had said when they were together. The God of Miracles once told me a phrase, and I want to give it to you, King of Apocalypse. I hope you can understand it. When you gaze into the fear also gazes into you. To research space-time technology just to stop future existences like the sixth-generation god King Jie Shaolun from traveling through time to our world, how ridiculous. Are you researching space-time technology now just so those fellows in the future who want to travel through time can use it? That would be the real disaster. This kind of fear is caused by your pointless stupidity. If this is the ultimate fear, then you are cheering it on. I must redefine the danger you pose. Keisha stood up with a magnificent aura, the red cape behind her battleship-like figure fluttering once, exuding sheer dominance. She stood tall with righteous indignation and said forcefully, "Since you are researching space-time technology, it seems I must not only shut down the Super Gene Academy and the Angel civilization but also warn the Shinhei civilization. If they truly care for the future of this universe, they should abandon all research regarding the ultimate fear." Ha ha. Keisha, listen to yourself. The Shinhei civilization has existed for 200,000 years, while we haven't even reached 100,000. Even the name for these bodies of ours was defined by them. Tell me, what right do you have to manage them? Liang Bing slammed the table several times and crossed her arms. She thought about finding someone from the Shinhei civilization to pressure Keisha and make her abandon any harmful ideas toward the Super Gene Academy. Hexi, who was nearby, stood on Keisha's side and said, "King of Apocalypse, I think the Holy Queen has a point. If that future god King Jie Shaolun used space-time technology to come here, and you are researching space-time technology to deal with the arrival of such an ultimate fear, I believe that by doing so, you are indeed fanning the flames for this kind of fear. If the ultimate fear is a prairie fire to civilization, then your current meddling with it is like setting fires everywhere. Doing this actually accelerates the arrival of the ultimate fear. I think what you're doing is very dangerous." Hearing this, Liang Bing pointed at Hexi and grumbled petulantly. HMPH. Hexi, you're acting spoiled after getting all the benefits. I was the one who recommended you to the Super Gene Academy. I saw you studying even more enthusiastically than I was, and now look at you, turning traitor at the last moment. What right do you have to criticize me? Queen Keisha, I will completely cut off all academic research related to the Super Gene Academy." As Hexi spoke, she bowed politely and respectfully to Keisha. When she looked up, she asked curiously, "Holy Queen, I want to know, does the God of Miracles support this?" "Of course," Keisha said, holding her head high. That was her guardian angel, how could he not support her? Thinking of this, her somewhat foul mood brightened a little. She pondered. If her, in another world had not met Ji Qi, her guardian angel, then she would surely be a pitiful soul, wouldn't she? 3 days later, Holy Queen Keisha announced within the angel civilization that all Super Gene Academy premises within the civilization were to be completely banned. All personnel from other civilizations associated with the Super Gene Academy were ordered to be expelled from the angel civilization within 1 day. Within the angel civilization, all angels who had studied the concept of ultimate fear were to be placed in confinement for educational sessions to deeply learn about the severe dangers of spreading ultimate fear. In the future, if any angel dared to engage in knowledge related to ultimate fear, they would not only be confined but also expelled from the angel civilization. Here, Keisha wanted to explicitly name someone. Regarding the Queen of Tianqi, Liang Bing, who had the deepest involvement with the Super Gene Academy and acted most recklessly, she ordered that she be confined for at least 500 years. She was to be kept in confinement until she came to her senses. By doing this, she demonstrated her attitude of putting justice above family, her impartiality, and her firm determination to prohibit ultimate fear. Melo Planet, Super Gene Academy Branch Headquarters. The starlight was brilliant. Several avatars of the Super Gene Academy's God Body teachers gathered together, including a respectful, frail-looking, shy student wearing a hood. "Greetings, great and supreme God of Time, Principal. What is the purpose of your greeting? The ignorant supreme ruler of the angel civilization, Holy Queen Keisha, actually wants to close our Super Gene Academy within its civilization. A low-level civilization, she really has a lot of nerve. Stupid people always show resistance to the unknown. Then, God of Time, Principal, what should we do? We cannot just let her continue to develop and implement such a ridiculous and pathetic move. Ignorance and stupidity can be overcome through learning. In the vast universe, angels appear so small. With their brain capacity, it is understandable that they cannot immediately accept the vastness of the ocean of knowledge regarding ultimate fear. You should guide them with an open mind. Reporting to my God, within the angel civilization, the angels who have come into contact with our Super Gene Academy have all accepted our teachings. Even the King of Apocalypse had knowledge and life sublimated. What is ridiculous is that the King of Apocalypse, who awakened from ignorance in this inferior angel civilization, has actually been imprisoned by the Holy Queen. Exactly. Only the ignorant angel Holy Queen is obsessed, stubborn, and insists on forcibly expelling our Super Gene Academy. A supreme ruler of a low-level civilization will certainly not allow its own people to awaken for the sake of its own status, as this would increase the cost of ruling their civilization. Yes, this kind of constitutional monarchy is so ancient and inferior. Our Shinhei civilization's main god system is the most advanced and civilized. This kind of civilization leader who wants to consolidate its own status is most likely to bully the weak and fear the strong. If you show a tough attitude and scare these ignorant, frog-in-the-well lives, she won't dare to act rashly. Understood, respected god of time, principle. Your wisdom is truly as vast as the sea, and your small hint has enlightened us. Angel Nebula. In every territory where a Super Gene Academy branch was located, the Super Gene Academy rose from the ground. The floating islands bloomed with light as brilliant as the galaxy, like a miracle. Some angels could not help but want to bow down and worship when they saw it. Is this the Super Gene Academy? The most advanced academy in the universe. Oh my god, I really want to go up and take a look. I heard that only our King of Apocalypse, Heavenly Base King, and that level of angel nobility are qualified to freely enter and learn the various high-tech civilization knowledge of the Super Gene Academy. The Super Gene Academy is so great. Such a high-level civilization is actually willing to come here to spread knowledge. Yes. Yes. However, what is going on with our Supreme Holy Queen? She actually announced the closure of all Super Gene Academies within the angel civilization. Is she trying to seal off our angel nebula and cut off our civilization's path? With such a strong attitude, is she not afraid of offending the Shinhei civilization that developed the Super Gene Academy? That would be troublesome. The Shinhei civilization. I heard their technology is super advanced and super powerful. If we become enemies with such a civilization, our angel civilization will be finished. At this moment, the angels were worried about Holy Queen Keisha's order to expel the Super Gene Academy. Would this be a wrong decision? Would it attract the dissatisfaction of the Shinhei civilization and bring disaster to their angel civilization? This was the Shinhei civilization that had developed for 200,000 years. The current hegemon of the known universe. Many of the younger generation of angels felt that the Holy Queen Keisha had lost her mind. To be so rude and directly expel the Super Gene Academy of the Shinhei civilization, she was really not afraid of offending such a powerful Shinhei civilization. You know, the Shinhei civilization has 5th generation bodies, while their angel civilization only has 3rd generation bodies at most. The two civilizations are separated by 2 major levels. If they angered the Shinhei civilization, the young angels felt that just by relying on the Super Gene Academy islands that were as brilliant as the galaxy in the sky, they could easily suppress their angel civilization if they made a move. Did that high and mighty Holy Queen Keisha feel that the Super Gene Academy's dissemination of free, advanced knowledge affected her ruling status, which was why she acted so absurdly and recklessly. For the sake of her own status, she disregarded the safety of the entire angel civilization. This is simply a foolish ruler acting against the will of the people. As for that so-called god of miracles, the young angels had heard the legend from 5,000 years ago, that some 6th-generation god King Jie Shaolun from the future was killed by the god of miracles like crushing an ant. This mythical story was truly absurd. Especially since some of their angel elders told them personally when they were young. Back then, they were ignorant, and the young angels actually believed it. As they grew up and came into contact with real knowledge, some having just upgraded to 3rd generation bodies, others still being 2nd generation, the young angels found the story of the god of miracles killing a 6th generation god king in seconds so absurd that it was laughable to think about. Perhaps that god of miracles in their angel civilization didn't even exist. It was completely a fabricated mythical story, just like those primitive civilizations that like to say things like, mandate of heaven, to endorse the legitimacy of their rule. This Holy Queen Keisha of their Super Gene civilization, in order to make her ruling status more stable, also wove such a wicked lie of a mythical story for them. Received from God, so it shall last forever. This is very hard to fool the young angels now. At the same time, the Super Gene Academy, rising from the ground and as brilliant as the stars, was still conveying their noble thoughts on ultimate fear through loudspeakers. The history of our Shinhei civilization founding the Super Gene Academy has been over 100,000 years, traversing heaven and earth, with knowledge as vast as the sea. The angel civilization has been born for 70,000 years, slowly and arduously groping along the path of cosmic civilization. In the process of civilization, it is full of hardships, and how many civilizations have gradually perished in this process. As an academy of the cosmic hegemon, the Shinhei civilization, our super gene academy came to the Angel Nebula to spread a more advanced civilization, adhering to the belief in the prosperous development of all civilizations in the universe. This selfless dedication has caused the king of the angel civilization, the Holy Queen, to have some small misunderstandings about our super gene academy. But our Super Gene Academy believes that knowledge is a bridge of communication, and whether it is the gate of good or evil, it should not be closed for this reason. We hope that the Holy Queen Keisha of the Angel Civilization can understand that our Super Gene Academy's dissemination of void knowledge is without any selfish motives, and is to assist in the rapid development of the Angel Civilization. Please do not use a narrow mind to misunderstand our Super Gene Academy. The Super Gene Academy was polite, reasonable, and logical. This highlighted Holy Queen Keisha's tyrannical and perverse actions. It made the young angels of the angel civilization feel as if Queen Keisha wanted to sever their civilization's progress. A foolish ruler ruining the country, a monarch leading to the nation's downfall. It gave many young angels a sense of grief and indignation, as if the heavens and people were angry. How could the supreme king who ruled them be like this? They, the angels with both talent and beauty, exceptionally intelligent, beautiful and moving, such perfect beings. As their high and mighty queen of angels, such a noble existence revered by thousands. How could she be such a tyrannical, absurd, and foolish creature? This was a defilement of them as angels. They wanted to set things right, crusade against the unjust, and follow the mandate of heaven. Faint-hearted angel queen, step down from the highest pedestal. At the blacksmith shop, the grass was lush and green. Clang, clang, clang. Divine Machine 100 Refinements Cultivation Value +1+1. Divine Machine 100 Refinements. Level 55, 6,543,127 50 millionths. Foolish and unjust. Perverse and tyrannical. Stop the closure of the Super Gene Academy. Do not block civilization and bring disaster. Holy Queen, abdicate. Abdicate. It got to the point where Ji Qi couldn't even forge properly, because Xiao Nai Sha was leaning on his shoulder, trembling with anger. He gently patted her back. All right, they're just a bunch of young and ignorant children. Those older generation angels too, many have abdicated and gone traveling to other galaxies in the universe, washing their hands of everything. Now many young angels have different perceptions than us. They might think we're old fogies, ignorant and unenlightened, right? We're just old, not stupid, right? Besides, you're not even old. Your skin is still as supple as ever. Ji Qi said in a joking tone. He reached out and pinched Keisha's cheek. It was no different from thousands of years ago. Looking up, those floating islands of the Super Gene Academy were truly dazzling, even overshadowing the stars that the angel civilization should have had. It was a bit like a guest usurping the host's role. If it were in the past. Ji Qi had some thoughts about whether to eliminate the Shinhei civilization, but later thought it didn't matter. If it was to avoid the fear of someone like the future 6th generation God King Jie Shaolun, and go through the trouble of changing the original trajectory of the Super Gene universe, thinking carefully, there was no need. Because he could also devour fearful souls and bodies to strengthen his spirit conjuring and general commanding and 6 treasuries immortal thief. This was much faster than him cultivating painstakingly on his own. Besides, the biggest variable in the story was himself. If he really wanted things to stay the same, would he have to eliminate himself? But now, regarding the Shinhei civilization, Ji Qi looked down at Queen Keisha's exquisite profile with her golden hair flowing like a waterfall. He whispered softly. How about making all these Super Gene Academies disappear? To vent some steam for my Xiao Nai Sha. Hearing this, Keisha's pink, thin lips moved slightly. Do you think the future belongs to us, or to the young angels? It can be ours, and it can be theirs, but it will never belong to other civilizations. I know you like to keep a low profile. Actually, I'm just lazy and don't want to be disturbed. What is it they say? The greater the fame, the greater the responsibility, right? But I don't really want you to take action. What should I do? Wouldn't that make it seem like I, the dignified Holy Queen, can't even be a good guardian angel? We are each other's guardian angels. But if you take action, and enemies who discover your strength come, will they be even stronger? If you only act a little, weaker enemies will come and then be eliminated. Well, you certainly are a clever one. Ji-Chi pinched Queen Keisha's upturned nose, thinking that even the 6th-generation god King Jie Shaolun from last time hadn't made him use his full strength. However, as for whether there were beings stronger than him, he still maintained some caution on that point. Just then, a humanoid figure approached to refill their tea. He glanced over, thinking that sometimes when he was bored, for a bit of fun, he had used Divine Machine 100 refinements to create quite a few of these things, and they were just sitting there gathering dust. Holy Queen. Unworthy of the position. Unworthy of the position. My Xiao Nai Sha. You've developed in peace all these years, putting the longswords in storage and leaving the blades on the mountains. Just how many angel warriors have you actually retired? It's come to this, and still no angel warriors have come out to handle it. Ji-Chi's finger wound around Keisha's fragrant golden hair, circle by circle. I was careless. Over the years, batch after batch of angel warriors have retired sporadically. Currently, there are still 3,000 formations in the Angel Nebula. Only that many, Xiaonai Sha. You're certainly broad-minded. Ji-Chi looked down at Keisha's vast, all-encompassing, breadth of mind. Because in this super gene universe, there wasn't the tragic war between Melo and the Heavenly Palace that lasted for tens of thousands of years in the original plot. Plus, with him around, he had casually made a few alchemy furnaces to collect stellar nuclear fission dark energy to continuously provide dark energy resources for the angels. So the angel population had been greatly preserved. Although with the upgrade of angel genes, first generation, second generation, their reproductive capacity had significantly decreased. But after thousands of years of prosperous development, in terms of numbers, there were at least 100 million angels. 3,000 managing 100 million. That's a huge pressure. Ji-Chi could hardly imagine how much pressure these angel warriors were under. In the original plot, Keisha had a nation of soldiers, now, she was too peaceful. As expected, she hadn't changed, she's still Xiaonai Sha. She really does tend to go to extremes. Not good. Not good. Fire's cold and urgent voice came from below the entrance steps. Tianqi planet has revolted. Revolted. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Fair, who walked up the steps, was ready in silver armor and a sharp sword, with sharp eyes, a straight posture, and a very fierce aura. She stared wide-eyed. The Holy Queen, who wasn't in the Melo Palace, was indeed here. What did she see? The Queen seemed to have just been sitting on the boss's lap. Her eyes weren't playing tricks on her, were they? That somewhat old rogue Arn had vaguely mentioned that the relationship between the Holy Queen and the God of Miracles was not quite ordinary. Telling her to respect the Holy Queen even more in the future. How good could a relationship be? She didn't expect it to be this good. Fair had always thought the blacksmith shop owner, Ji-Chi, was the kind of great god who was indifferent to desires and sought nothing. If it weren't so, why didn't he take a second look at a beautiful female angel like her back then? If you calculated carefully, she was the one who arrived first, okay. Thinking about it, an endless sense of regret welled up in her heart. I gave my heart to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. No wonder the blacksmith shop owner said there was no need to see him unless necessary. It turned out he was afraid the angel queen would misunderstand. Tisk 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 tilde to have stumbled upon such a shocking piece of gossip. Fair had almost forgotten about the revolt on Tianqi planet, she was full of regret. Why hadn't she made the first move back then? Now the male angels in the Angel Nebula were all eyesores, there really wasn't one who could match such a beautiful and powerful female angel like her. What? Keisha, who had already stood up, displayed an aura that looked down upon the world, but a look of shock appeared on her face. She didn't expect Tianqi planet to dare to revolt, and to do it so quickly. Her sister, Liang Bing, had certainly become capable. Over 5,000 years, she had made Tianqi planet so deeply rooted that they actually dared to rebel for her, going through fire and water. All these years, she had really been too indulgent with them. Thinking about it, Keisha couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. Back then, she thought the entire Angel Nebula was under control, and out of compassion, she had appointed her sister Liang Bing, the princess, as the left-wing king. She didn't expect it to cause such a great disaster. It actually caused a split in the already unified angel behavior, making angels with the same genes face each other with weapons again. Killing each other. Reflecting on it, this was her great sin. Keisha inadvertently took a few steps back in grief, only stopping when Ji-Chi's hand was placed on her back. She blamed herself, it's my fault. I promised back then too, we'll face it together. Angel Nebula, Tianchi Planet. Tens of thousands of black and red-winged warships took to the sky. Every feather on their wings was a large missile, and at their center was an island fortress shaped like a heart. The metal barriers of the warships looked indestructible. The fleet was vast and mighty, its momentum soaring to the heavens. Crusade against the tyrant Keisha. Save our Queen Liang Bing. A million soldiers of the Apocalypse Legion shouted in angry unison, their voices thunderous and deafening, shaking the heavens. 10,000 warships launched like a meteor belt, erupting with a terrifying aura that could swallow mountains and rivers as they surged toward Melo Planet. Several small unmanned spacecraft approached, their red lights flashing. Warning! Warning! Without the command of the Holy Queen, the Angel Legion of Tianchi Planet is not permitted to leave their posts. Violators will be exiled. Within the Angel civilization, Keisha had no defenses set up, there weren't even any Angel warriors on patrol. Most of the 3,000 Angel warriors currently on Melo Planet had been sent away to manage smaller life-bearing planets within the territory. Boom! With a single shell, thick flames bloomed over a range of 100 meters, and the unmanned spacecraft was instantly reduced to scrap. Rampant laughter erupted from the flagship of the Apocalypse Legion. Ha ha ha. This feels great. I haven't felt this refreshed in a long time. Yeah, we haven't had a good, satisfying fight in ages. This angel civilization is just too stifling. To be honest, this so-called Holy Queen Keisha is nothing special. Why should she be the most exalted ruler? That seat should belong to our King of Apocalypse. Exactly, exactly. It's over, it's all over. How did you dare to open fire? You young angels shouldn't be so reckless. It's one thing to anger Queen Keisha, but if you provoke that god, we'll really be finished. Thud, thud. An old angel in silver armor, who was tied up nearby, was kicked twice. A male angel in black and red armor spat near him and said disdainfully, "You old coward, and you call yourself a guardian-level angel. Are you trying to talk about that illusory god of miracles again? In my opinion, this god is just something you old geezers made up to fool us young angels." Yeah. Where is this god of miracles? If such a god really existed, why would Holy Keisha have the highest status? Do you really think we're idiots who are that easy to fool? Those powerful heavenly secret dark weapons are the proof. Even the Super Gene Academy has no way to replicate such miraculous equipment. The angel in black and red armor toyed with a small knife in his hand, which rapidly grew in size before flying out to rest against the old silver-armored angel's neck. The heavenly secret dark weapons are indeed strong, but their power is just, alright. Sharp enough, though. You can't scare us with this stuff. We have the technological support of the Shanhei civilization from the Super Gene Academy. Even if there really is an angel god of miracles, could he possibly be a match for the Shanhei civilization? Exactly. The Shanhei civilization is over 200,000 years old. Their incredibly powerful god of time is a true god, unlike our god, who only exists in myths and legends. I think these old angels have all been brainwashed by Holy Queen Keisha until they're senile. We must pull the Holy Queen off her throne to make them see the truth. Dethrone her. Dethrone her. The million-strong Apocalypse Legion was in high spirits, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. Melo Planet, a somber atmosphere. The dense swarm of Apocalypse Legion warships approached like a celestial wolf devouring the moon, causing the light to become dappled and dim. On the planet, the young Melo angels who were still protesting did not feel afraid when they saw the Apocalypse Legion. Instead, they believed they had come to help them overthrow the fatuous rule of Holy Queen Keisha. Their emotions grew even more heated as they cheered in unison. Down with the Holy Queen. Let the Super Gene Academy flourish. Rescue the imprisoned and wise Queen of Tianchi. Melo Planet does not want the rule of an ignorant queen. Suddenly, a divine golden pillar of light shot into the sky. The magnificent, earth-shaking holy golden light illuminated the entire Melo Planet. Holy Queen Keisha's voice rang out with the domineering force of a thunderbolt. Angel fleet of Tianchi Planet, stop your advance and return immediately. Return to Tianchi Planet, and everything that happened today will be forgiven. All angels protesting on Melo Planet, please return to your homes and study diligently. Do not be deceived by the heretical knowledge of the evil Super Gene Academy. Any angel who can no longer stand my rule as Holy Queen is welcome to leave, but the gates of the Angel Nebula will never again open for you. Super Gene Academy of the Shanhei Civilization, please stop the spread of your fallacious theories immediately and leave my angel civilization at once. Otherwise, all evil shall be swept away and purified. Not far away, there was a floating island belonging to the resplendent Super Gene Academy. Inside, a divine body avatar of a Shanhei person let out a dissatisfied snort. HMPH. The Holy Queen certainly talks big. You think too highly of your angel nebula. You haven't properly weighed your own worth. My Shanhei civilization is a 5th-generation god-making civilization. And you are merely a 3.5 generation god-making civilization. Mere dust dares to try and drive away the light of the sun and moon. Since your Super Gene Academy insists on challenging the justice order of our angel civilization, I am not a queen who shows mercy. After Keisha finished her stern warning, the vast golden pillar of light above the Melo palace grew even more intense. From within the holy pillar of light, figures of angels in red gold armor with white wings flew out, their expressions extremely cold. Their statures were as straight as spears, their sharp oars piercing the clouds. They were like killing machines, looking down upon the earth and all living beings with pitiless eyes. Miracle angels. These were Dharma treasure puppets forged by Ji Qi using silver. Their appearance and skin texture were almost identical to ordinary angels. They were fiercely loyal and incredibly powerful. To avoid causing too much of an impact on the entire angel nebula, Ji Qi had endowed them with rule-level abilities. Even so, these were not the highest-grade Dharma treasures he could currently refine, they were merely something he had crafted casually. There were 100,000 of them, intended to bring peace to the angel nebula. The suspended island of the Super Gene Academy branch rose from the ground, leaving a deep pit behind and casting a terrifying, mountain-like shadow. Looking up from the ground, the entire island of the Super Gene Academy seemed to be held aloft by a divine force. It was an awe-inspiring sight, instilling a sense of reverence for such power. Under Keisha's overwhelming intimidation, many young and rebellious angels were unwilling to go home, yet they were frightened and uneasy by her domineering words. These rebellious angels flew up and gathered around the island of the Super Gene Academy branch, shouting in unison that Keisha was fatuous and overbearing, and that her dictatorship would sever the freedom and civilization of the angels. Civilization. 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 Suddenly, amidst spatial fluctuations, a miracle angel in red gold armored skirts appeared, holding a long, straight spear with a red tassel. Her voice was as cold as a frozen abyss. The Super Gene Academy refuses to evacuate. Purification begins now. Laughable. A mere angel like you dares to speak so boldly. Even your holy queen Keisha wouldn't dare make such a. Silence fell. The entire Super Gene Academy island evaporated on the spot, and all the divine body instructors within were annihilated. To adapt to the power laws governing this universe, the manifestation of power is similar to someone possessing an omnipotent intelligent system. You can obtain whatever you desire. The rule-grade Dharma treasure Ji Qi forged with 55 layers of divine machine 100 refinements could almost reach this state of words becoming law. Though the Super Gene Academy branch island had vanished, the Melo angels clamoring around were completely unharmed. Now, they all shut their mouths in horror. After the words of this red and gold armored angel fell, such a massive Super Gene Academy island simply disappeared. The Shanhei people of the Super Gene Academy were still majestically retorting just moments ago. Could it be that this cold, red and gold armored angel made it disappear? Their angel civilization is currently only a 3rd-generation body civilization, could they be this strong? It was likely just an accident. This Super Gene Academy branch island was originally meant to be moved, but the Shanhei Academy person who had just spoken out forcefully hadn't been informed, resulting in this awkward, coincidental, and strange occurrence. What was there to be afraid of? There were hundreds, even thousands of Melo angels, while the opponent was just one angel. Seeing such a visible disparity in strength, after one angel continued to shout, the others, who had been somewhat startled, joined in a thunderous roar. The Holy Queen dares to provoke the powerful Shanhei civilization. This is leading our angel civilization into disaster. We don't want such a brainless and foolish queen. You red and gold armored angels are aiding a tyrant. Overthrow the ignorant monarchy. Overthrow. Overthrow. Rebuild. Rebuild. Facing their collective wave of shouting, the heavenly mystery angel remained indifferent, merely announcing the decree word for word. All Melo angels present who have not returned home, Immediate punishment of 500 years of solitary confinement to deeply reflect upon and study the justice, order, tranquility, and peace. Exams will be held every year. Angels with good grades in studying justice may be released early, while those with poor grades will have their confinement extended until they deeply realize that the tranquility and peace of justice are hard won. What's the use of just talking? Come and catch us if you can. Ah! Except for the miracle puppet angels, all the Melo angels present vanished in a state of terror. They were intentionally made to experience the pulling sensation of entering a wormhole. The angels who entered the small, barred individual cells were horrified. This method made them instantly realize that the massive Super Gene Academy branch island really had been removed by the red and gold armored angel. Was it really this powerful and direct? Wasn't it said that for every generation of civilization, the difference in strength is vast? How could the Super Gene Academy be expelled from their angel civilization without even a hint of resistance? And the instantaneous teleportation of hundreds and thousands of angels, why had they never even heard of such advanced high technology? Had the Holy Queen hidden so much high technology? If the power in Holy Queen Keisha's hands could truly contend with the Shinhei civilization, then they, the young angels, might have truly misunderstood something. In that case, they would be the foolish ones, and the queen would be the wise one. Of course, the two civilizations hadn't fully gone to war yet, so it was hard to say. If those in confinement were eventually released by the people of the Shinhei civilization, then it would truly mean Holy Queen Keisha was a fuddled ruler. Otherwise, it was they who were ignorant and uninformed. Holy Queen Keisha even sent a voice transmission to them after they were confined. Young descendants of the angels. To make you deeply realize the error of your mischief. If the angel civilization and the Shinhei civilization go to war, the entire conflict will be broadcast for you to watch. And if content regarding the ultimate fear is encountered, it will also be broadcast to you, explaining why the spread of ultimate fear content is prohibited. I also hope you can study deeply and reflect well. I hope that by then, you will realize that expelling the Super Gene Academy and offending the Shinhei civilization was a correct decision. Many of the young angels in confinement were still defiant. They believed the angel civilization couldn't possibly be a match for the Shinhei civilization. Offending the Super Gene Academy was offending the Shinhei civilization and seeking their own destruction. They were not wrong, it was their king who was wrong. The Black Fleet pressed upon the planet, as if to crush it. A dense black shadow loomed like a star-swallowing behemoth. The flagship of the Apocalypse Legion. Report, Commander. Those brilliant Super Gene Academy branch islands that were floating over Melo planet are all gone. The large number of angels flying in the sky nearby have also vanished. Isn't that perfect? The Super Gene Academy must have seen that our massive fleet couldn't maneuver, so they moved their Academy Islands and the surrounding angels who support them to let us have a free hand. But our contact with the Super Gene Academy has been cut off. Avoiding suspicion, don't you understand? The Shinhei civilization is, after all, the overlord of the universe. They have to maintain their public image. How could they openly support a civil war within a civilization? That makes sense. You are wise, Commander. But are we really going to fight our brothers in arms on Melo planet? What? Brothers in arms nonsense. They are Melo planet angels, and we are Tianchi planet angels. We haven't communicated for at least 5,000 years. What relationship is there? Besides, those angels on the Melo home planet look down on us immensely. Exactly. The angels of Melo are all incredibly arrogant, as if they are a level above us. Their noses are practically in the clouds when they see us. This time, we must show them what's what. I've wanted to teach those arrogant fools from Minuo a lesson for a long time. Suddenly, Melo planet burst forth with a flash of red light. A majestic and domineering voice rang in the ears of every angel in the Tianchi fleet. All angel warriors of Tianchi planet. Return immediately to Tianchi planet. Treat this as a farce where nothing happened. If you disobey and force your way into Melo planet, all who enter will be expelled from the Angel Nebula. From that moment on, you will no longer be subjects of the Angel civilization. Rebels shall never set foot in the Angel civilization again. A fox masquerading as a tiger. Exactly, who are you trying to scare? Who are you trying to scare? For the King of Apocalypse, brothers. The long queues of the Tianchi wing fleet surged majestically toward Melo planet. As they approached the surface of Melo planet, ripples would form, and then they would disappear from within the borders of the Angel Nebula. These million-strong legions and fleets of Tianqi planet, in their foolish charge toward Minuo planet, were directly exiled to a location tens of thousands of superclusters away from the Angel Nebula. Why did the Vanguard Tianqi warships disappear as soon as they entered Melo planet's surface? This looks eerie. What's there to fear? It's clearly just a bluffing illusion. Don't be cowards. Charge. 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 Take Melo planet and let our left-wing king of apocalypse, Liang Bing, sit upon the supreme throne of the angel civilization. Woohoo tilde all hail our queen of Tianqi. A scene like moths to a flame unfolded. At this point, the million-strong apocalypse legion vanished from the angel civilization. When they reappeared in a distant part of the universe, they no longer had the infinite energy supply from Ji-Chi's energy alchemy furnace of the angel civilization. The angels of Tianqi planet finally realized the importance of energy resources, especially since their bodies required a massive amount of energy. The high-energy food required just to maintain over 1 million third-generation bodies every day was an astronomical figure. Relying solely on their ships to convert dark energy, the efficiency was less than 1%, even maintaining normal life signs became a luxury. They had to enslave numerous civilizations to create energy for them. Even the resources for repairing damage from energy storms and black holes during interstellar travel required massive amounts of ore. For the sake of energy resources, they fell into a frenzy. A million-strong group of angel bandits appeared in the universe, acting tyrannically and committing all sorts of evils. They began committing evil in the name of angels, but the Tianqi planet angels were struck several times by angels wielding advanced Dharma treasures and extreme dark weapons. Heavily battered by the legitimate angels, they began to feel fear and avoid them. They began using the name of demons, which had originated from mutated angel genes. The demon army started to become notorious throughout the universe. Meanwhile, within the borders of the angel civilization, every metal puppet miracle angel created by Ji-Chi through Divine Machine 100 refinements appeared before the islands of the Super Gene Academy branches. Under the arrogant and disdainful gazes of the Shanhei people within the Super Gene Academy, the miracle angels uttered the word, purification, and the entire Super Gene Academy was teleported out of the angel civilization. They did not pursue total extermination. Keisha still upheld the concepts of justice and peace, not wishing for a direct war to break out between the two civilizations. Although she detested the ideology of ultimate fear spread by the Shanhei civilization, she believed that such matters could be negotiated later. As for ultimate fear, it was better to have it banned throughout the universe. Of course, all of this was backed by the powerful confidence given to her in secret by her guardian angel, Ji-Chi. Though she didn't know why he was so ridiculously strong. She thought, perhaps this was a blessing from heaven. While expelling the Super Gene Academy from the Angel Nebula, the miracle angels were also erasing all traces of the Super Gene Academy's existence in the Angel Nebula. The memories of those ordinary angels who lived in fear of ultimate fear all day were directly wiped away. Although Keisha felt such forced actions were inhumane, she had no better choice. For the sake of every angel's happiness, some terrible memories had to disappear. The name Super Gene Academy was henceforth banned within the angel civilization, and any thoughts regarding ultimate fear were to be purged. As for the void, before it arrives, just treat it as if it doesn't exist. At the blacksmith shop, the scenery remained the same. Clang, clang, clang. Divine Machine 100 refinements proficiency +1+1. Ji-Chi had handed over the 100,000 miracle angel puppets to Keisha, turning a blind eye to the major incidents occurring in the Angel Nebula. It was no big deal. Nothing was more important than practicing the 8 extraordinary skills. Of course, Xiaonai Sha's words still carried some weight. Feud tilde. Keisha lay back on her chair lazily, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She watched Ji-Chi's peaceful way of forging, and as she watched, an inexplicable sense of peace filled her heart. Perhaps this was the feeling of having someone to rely on, a feeling of warmth. It was truly hard to imagine how terrible life in this world would be if he weren't here. Ji-Chi placed his hand on Keisha's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. Her jade-like shoulder was fragrant and soft. She counted on her fingers and said, "In the space created by your Deluo Cave Temple, the total days of solitary confinement have reached 7 million, nearly half of the young angels in the Angel Nebula are gone. What, do you feel bad for them? No, those children really did need an education. Calling me a faint-hearted ruler. I really wanted to spank them. How are you going to deal with your sister, Liang Bing? You've expelled her entire million-strong Apocalypse Legion. The thoughts of those million angel warriors on Tianchi planet are deeply rooted. Unless they are brainwashed, they won't settle down. Since this forced method causes them pain, it's better to give them freedom. As for the King of Apocalypse's side, to be honest, I don't really want to lose this sister, but keeping her locked up makes her suffer too. After expelling her Apocalypse Legion this time, I'm afraid she hates me to death. My guardian angel, tell me, what should I do? Xiaonai Sha, if you're looking for an answer from me, and if you want her to be happy, then bravely let go. Some people like the rippling surface of a lake, some like the majestic sweep of a great river, and some like the dark and terrifying abyss. The justice you follow protects the weak. Since the strong don't need it, let her choose for herself. But what if Liang Bing's actions endanger justice? Keisha grabbed Ji Qi's hand, holding it very tightly. She desperately wanted an answer. When her justice and family ties conflicted, no matter how impartial she tried to be, she truly couldn't bring herself to act. Ji Qi patted Keisha's head and said with a smile, for a bratty child like that, just give her a beating when the time comes. Keisha closed her eyes in peace and leaned against his shoulder. The confinement room. The walls were flawless, books were arranged in an orderly fashion, and the air was fresh and pleasant. Tap, tap, tap. Liang Bing couldn't settle down to read anything at all. She paced back and forth with extreme irritability. When Hexie appeared sipping a cup of green tea, Liang Bing leaned against the iron bars in surprise and asked, has my million-strong army from Tianchi planet already invaded Minuo planet? Is the Melo heavenly court about to fall? Hexie, you little green tea fool, are you here to beg this queen to have the Apocalypse army spare you? Ha ha ha. What are you dreaming about? Your million-strong Apocalypse army didn't even let out a fart despite their grand display, they just packed up and left. Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. The Apocalypse army I painstakingly trained for 5,000 years is invincible. You scheming woman, don't you dare try to deceive me. I'm telling the truth, so stop daydreaming. I've been so good to you, pouring my heart out, and you're acting like this. It makes me very sad. HMPH. Why are you pretending to be a pure white lotus? If you hadn't defected to Keisha's side at the last moment, would I be locked in confinement right now? Both of us kings were bestowed our titles by Queen Keisha. Even if the two of us teamed up, we wouldn't have the qualifications to contend with her, okay. Besides, that god of miracles probably agreed to it in secret. Didn't you see how miraculous the methods were this time? I was actually scared by the million-strong Apocalypse army you whipped up, but who knew it would be like a small pebble falling into the ocean, not even a single splash was made. Sigh. Truly, time does not favor the fall of Apocalypse. Liang Bing covered her face with her hands and sat on the floor with her knees turned in, looking very sorrowful. Why didn't that god of miracles stand on my side? On what basis? Alright, stop shouting. You've lost completely. Even the Super Gene Academy has been cleaned out of the Angel Nebula. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I advise you to turn over a new leaf soon so you can get out early. Hexie, did you take some kind of bribe from Keisha? That's why you keep spouting nonsense here. Sigh. I don't know why you, the King of Apocalypse, are still making such a fuss. As for ultimate fear and whatnot, with the god of miracles backing us, he'll appear whenever there's a crisis and help our angel civilization develop. It's obvious he's on our side. Now that he's shown such immense power, you insisting on this ultimate fear is really just being overly anxious. HMPH. Then what else am I supposed to do? I just wanted to use ultimate fear to stimulate the angel civilization to strive and become stronger. Is that wrong? Liang Bing stood with her hands on her hips. Slurp. Slurp. Hexie sipped her green tea. Then what's your reasoning? Speak up, I'm listening. You think it's over just because the Super Gene Academy was expelled. Don't forget the Shanhei civilization behind the Super Gene Academy. Keisha is making a mistake, it will bring disaster to the angel civilization. She even expelled my million-strong Apocalypse Legion. Treating me like this is like cutting off her own arm. Anyway, Queen Keisha said there's no need to worry, the god of miracles will help us. The Shanhei civilization is only a 5th-generation civilization. You saw back then that even the future 6th-generation god King Jie Shaolun was no match for the god of miracles, so I also think it's nothing to worry about. If that's the case, then what are you even doing here? To mock me. To mock my ignorance and rowdiness for landing me in this situation. Queen Keisha also left me with a message. She said you can go and return to the side of your expelled Apocalypse Legion. The only requirement is that you don't ruin the reputation of angels. Then if I leave and want to come back for a visit, is that forbidden? There were no requirements regarding that. I'm just reminding you not to do anything too bad out there, otherwise, it will somewhat damage the reputation of our angelic justice. TCH. That bullshit justice order is just used to deceive yourselves. You protect those civilizations, but will those civilizations be grateful to you? Don't make me laugh. Many civilizations grow out of barbarism. In their bones, they fear power but do not respect virtue. Your justice will not win people's hearts. Only corruption and freedom can make them flock to you. Just you wait. I will become the deity revered by the countless civilizations of the universe. Justice will only be slowly worn away by corruption and freedom. Liang Bing still decided to leave. She slung a small bag over her shoulder. When she stepped out of the micro wormhole from the confinement room, she found herself in a place with a scent that was both strange and familiar. It was the annoying scent of that stinking woman, Keisha. There was also the fragrant scent of a strange male angel. Blacksmith shop. The furnace was burning bright. On one side was flowing water, and on the other were peach blossoms in full bloom. Fallen petals drifted near her mouth. Pa, 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 pa. Keisha, you stinking broad, where the hell did you send me? You said you'd let me screw off back to the Apocalypse Legion. Clang, clang, clang. Hearing Liang Bing's foul-mouthed swearing, Ji-Chi found it a bit amusing, like a cat with its fur standing on end, screaming. His mind was steady as he suppressed a laugh and said, so you're Keisha's sister. You shouldn't be called Liang Bing, you should be called Fiery instead. Who are you? How dare you speak to this queen like that? Why haven't you paid your respects? Do you want a beating? Liang Bing puffed out her full chest and raised a fist. Kid, you even dare to call Keisha by her name. You've got some nerve. But, I like this kind of angel. Want to follow big sister. I'll make sure you're living the high life. Follow you and go hungry 9 times in 3 days, right? Hey, where did you hear such slander against this queen? Or did you just make it up? You're really asking for a beating. Saying this, Liang Bing rolled up her sleeves to attack Ji-Chi, but before her small waving fist could land, it was caught by a graceful hand. She struggled a few times and saw that beautiful yet annoying, dignified face. Crap. Keisha, have you no shame? You're ruining this queen's fun again. Why are you protecting such an insolent fellow? Your justice order is getting cheaper and cheaper. Keisha said decisively, I am his guardian angel. What? Is something wrong with my ears? I didn't mishear, did I? You've gone boy crazy. Just because he's a bit handsome and knows how to forge, you just give yourself to him. You're making me feel embarrassed. He. Liang Bing sneered, approaching Ji-Chi as he forged an iron gauntlet, and said disrespectfully, Little blacksmith, what skills do you have that could make Keisha your guardian angel? I just know how to forge, that's all. Ha ha ha. You're so pathetic. You're killing me. Liang Bing stood with her hands on her hips, laughing toward the sky. Keisha must be looking at nothing but your face. She's truly fallen beyond measure. Liang Bing, speak with some respect. Standing beside her guardian angel, Ji-Chi, Keisha couldn't even bear to look at Liang Bing. Every word out of her mouth was filth, it was utterly humiliating. She wanted to cover her ears and find a crack to crawl into. He. Getting angry from embarrassment. You're degrading yourself by picking up some random little blacksmith male angel, and you won't even let me laugh. Anyway, as the queen of Tianqi, I feel only the strongest god in the free universe could barely be worthy of a tiny bit of me. Just take the iron gauntlets and leave. Keisha covered half her face, truly regretting letting Liang Bing and Ji-Chi meet. Thinking about this parting, she wanted her guardian angel to meet her family, but she never expected her to behave like such a hooligan. She used to pretend a little, but now she didn't even bother. Hearing Keisha's words, Liang Bing's laughing expression froze for a moment. What the hell? Take the iron gauntlets and leave. Thinking this, she looked down and saw the exquisite iron gauntlets hanging from Ji-Chi's hands. What was going on? They wanted her to take this thing. However, the style was indeed to her liking. Keisha, what are you playing at? Giving me this kind of thing before I leave. You're so stingy. Here. Catch. Hot. It's burning my hands. Holding the iron gauntlets, Liang Bing hopped around in pain, furious as she lifted them. You fool, you're pranking me on purpose, aren't you? Believe it or not, this queen will throw these iron gauntlets at your handsome face and disfigure you. As she spoke, Liang Bing's voice suddenly softened. She felt a life-linked aura from the iron gauntlets. This was a magical dark weapon forged by the god of miracles. It gave her a feeling of holding the universe in her hands, capable of shaking the heavens and earth. She looked at Ji Qi again, her unruly expression suddenly turning to shock, her mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a duck egg. She never would have guessed. The slightly handsome male angel before her was actually the mysterious god of miracles who protected the angels. He not only was an angel, but he was also male. What was even more mind-blowing was that Keisha, that stinking woman, was actually the guardian angel of such a powerful god of miracles. How? Why? It had to be fake. One was just a small third-generation body, while the other was an omnipotent being who could instantly kill the future sixth-generation god King Jie Shaolun. This god of miracles must be blind, how could he possibly like her? What did Keisha do to deserve this? She's completely unworthy. Even the 2 lumps on her chest aren't as substantial as his, okay. Seeing Keisha doing so well was more painful than killing her. It filled her with sheer envy and hatred. This news truly made her heart ache. Holding the iron gauntlets, Liang Bing grit her teeth, her eyes turning red with a maddening envy. At this moment, she questioned Ji Qi, her very outlook on life shaken. You're such a powerful great god. Why would you take a fancy to a stinking woman like Keisha? What's so good about her? Look at her, disheveled hair, a fierce and nasty face, thin lips, and those thick, long legs wrapped in red long johns, with iron boots on top. You can tell they're stinky just by looking. You say you like her. You must be blind. These words made Keisha grimace in anger. Ji Qi had never seen such a range of expressions on her exquisite face. She really wanted to beat her up, but she held back. By comparison, look at me. Shiny black hair, a face of peerless beauty, charming and seductive lips, a slender waist, and a pair of fair, tender, long legs. I even like wearing black stockings. Look, compare us. Am I not better than her in every way? Oh, and I also have 2 big. Ow. Keisha smacked the back of Liang Bing's head and yanked her ear, warning, have you no shame, acting like a slut here? Do you really think just because you're leaving today, I won't hit you? What? Are you afraid my charm is greater than yours? Afraid I'll steal your man? Ha ha ha. Just admit it, I'm better than you. Ho ho ho. Let me say something fair then. Ji Qi looked at the 2 beauties with their different charms and evaluated, Xiaonai Sha is suitable to be a wife. As for you, you're suitable to be a mistress. Overall, of course, my Xiaonai Sha is still superior. My ass. Liang Bing spat on the ground. Ha. And you call yourself a god. What kind of taste do you have, daring to say I'm not as good as her? Is she as big as me? Oh. Xiaonai Sha, ha 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 ha. This name is to this queen's liking, he he he. Xiaonai Sha, Xiaonai Sha, Xiaonai Sha. Get out, just get out. You little hussy, you'd better stay far away. Don't ever come back, and don't let me see you again. You think I want to see you? You fool. Blah. This queen couldn't be happier to be leaving. La la la. La la la. No more Xiaonai Sha from now on. How free and happy this is. Goodbye, this Queen's Angel Nebula. You old hag, I thought you weren't coming. Liang Bing turned around, her finger lifting a white petal. Before her stood a figure with long silver hair, as pretty as a winter plum. How could I not come? Shouldn't you be giggling in your blankets right now? After I leave, you'll move up from the 3rd in command to the 2nd. I'll leave the 3rd in command spot to you, I'll always be the 2nd. Fine, fine, you idiot. Xiao Bingbing, if you keep talking to me like that, don't blame me for erecting a few ugly statues of you on Tianqi planet. Fine, considering how malicious you are, I'll flatter you a bit. Saying this, Liang Bing walked up to Hexi and struck her breastplate hard. With a bang, a photograph slipped out. The one who struck had already spread her white wings and reached a height of 100 meters. Don't thank me, you old woman. I just took pity on a lonely dog like you. Goodbye, you queer, heavenly base king. Liang Bing took off her iron gauntlet earring, and after it enlarged, she threw a punch, tearing a hole in the sky. She thought to herself that the god of miracles, items were indeed high-end and useful. She stepped inside. Below, Hexi looked at the handsome, unfamiliar male angel in the photo, her slightly cold and arrogant thin lips curling into a faint smile. Is this him, the god of miracles? She looked up at the sky, her eyes showing a hint of reluctance to part. Thank you indeed, my king of apocalypse. Shanhei civilization, main planet. A golden giant tree shone with tens of thousands of rays, as brilliant as a star. At the very top hung a sphere of starlight. Specks of variegated starlight converged into a profound silhouette, his every move seemed to affect the cosmic galaxy. Greetings, my god. The high-level officials of the Shanhei civilization showed immense reverence. The goddess of logistics, Missy, said respectfully. God of time, we seek an audience because the Super Gene Academy we deployed in the Angel civilization has been forcibly expelled. The Angel civilization has such capability. The voice of the god of time, Kiran, was loud and grand, echoing like a great bell. The god of combat, Jegistan, took a step forward and said indignantly. The Angel civilization used some trickery to teleport away all our Super Gene Academy branches there. Oh. It seems the Angel civilization's wormhole technology is quite good. Yes, Headmaster Space, the Angel's methods are quite inconceivable. The hooded death god Carl nodded. At this moment, the god of strategy, Rise, suddenly interjected, My god, this ignorant angel civilization even dared to contact us proactively, demanding that we abandon any research into ultimate fear and stop spreading its ideology in the universe. Does a mere ant dare to tell an elephant how to walk? Missy nodded and sneered, it's truly pathetic and laughable. In my opinion, they are just looking for death. Jegistan swung his fist fiercely and arrogantly. Beside him, Rise shook his head. Creatures of lower civilizations are indeed foolish and ignorant. Since the angel civilization is so arrogant, I think our Shanhei civilization should gift them a death. As he spoke, Carl's youthful face looked very excited. Jegistan swung his warhammer and said contemptuously, Does our Shanhei civilization need to take action personally? You're overestimating a third-generation body angel civilization. I think it's better to deploy the Balrog civilization under my command. They were quite capable when we conquered them back then. The blue-skinned, bald Rise was cautious. Let's not be too careless. When our clones were in the angel civilization, we saw their heavenly secret dark weapons. Many of the exquisite functional designs are difficult even for us to replicate. The only flaw of those heavenly secret dark weapons is their low power. I don't know if it's intentional or if they simply can't build them better. Missy chuckled, they definitely can't build them. Is there any civilization that would complain about their own weapons being too powerful? Whether to bestow death upon the angel civilization, let our great god of time decide. Carl said reverently, gesturing towards the brilliant silhouette composed of starlight. Please decide, God of time. My great clock tells me that the angel civilization might not be simple, they have hidden strength. They will affect our research into the void of ultimate fear and deserve to be treated with caution. My God, our research into ultimate fear is to save the civilizations of the universe from being swallowed by it. How noble, great, and just it is. For the angel civilization to stop us is pure evil. Such an evil civilization should be wiped out by war, Jegistan stated firmly, straightening his robust frame. The gods and high-level officials beside him all nodded in agreement. Sigh. For the future of all civilizations in the universe, the angel civilization that wants to stop the research of ultimate fear must indeed sacrifice for their ignorance and folly. Let them be annihilated from the universe. As you command, my God. Annihilate the angel civilization from the universe. The high gods of the Shanhei civilization shouted in unison. Countless warships, like giant serpents of the starry river, activated. Each warship, as it moved, looked like a world-swallowing beast. Terrifying and vast. It was as if they were going to swallow the entire Shanhei galaxy. Blacksmith shop. Huff. 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 Deluo Cave Temple cultivation value +1. Ji Chi, who was running, stopped. His panting breath returned to normal instantly. Running was not tiring at all for his body, which had been nourished by the 6 treasuries immortal thief for 10,000 years, he simply enjoyed the rhythm. A vast image appeared before him. This was the automatically activated ability of the Deluo Cave Temple, insight into all things. Of course, after some adjustments, it would only trigger when there was a slight crisis for the angel civilization, otherwise, it would be annoying. Astonishing. In the image, an incalculable number of fleets filled several galaxies. Besides the Shanhei civilization, there were tens of thousands of its vassal civilizations. The sheer number was truly terrifying. This many warships, even if sold as scrap metal, would be enough to fill the entire Angel Nebula. This Shinhei civilization really thinks highly of the Angel civilization. They went all out immediately, going all in. Launching a cosmic-level war just to deal with the Angels. Since the Shinhei civilization respected the Angel civilization's strength so much, Jiqi also prepared to give the Shinhei civilization a grand gift. He would let 100,000 miracle metal angels lead the charge, delivering stars to be transported and detonated within this Shinhei Universal Civilization Alliance. After clearing the way, Jiqi prepared to see the power of the other Dharma treasures he had refined. He wondered if the angels, once equipped with them, could slaughter their way through the Shinhei civilization. He could probably assemble 500,000 angel warriors, so creating 500,000 sets of ordinary Dharma treasure dark weapons would be enough. Because divine bodies can be resurrected, Jiqi specifically created a Dharma treasure to deal with such resurrections, naming it the Purple Gold Gourd. It could directly refine the divine bodies of the Shinhei civilization, which meant following the data lines to completely format all their genetic data. There would be no possibility of resurrection. It could refine not only people but also warships and the like. The refined genetic energy wouldn't go to waste, it would all be directly filled into the dark plane space of the Angel Nebula. In the future, it could be used as fuel for the Angel's computing power when needed. The shadows of a fleet filling the sky loomed over the Angel Nebula. With an overwhelming momentum, the Shinhei civilization fleet looked like a moving galaxy, ready to shatter the entire Angel Nebula. Looking from within the nebula, it seemed as if vast, endless stretches of meteors were raining down upon them. It was terrifying. Most of the current inhabitants of the Angel Nebula were civilians who had lived in peace and comfort for nearly 5,000 years. Such a horrifying galactic-level war scene caused angels flying in the air to be frightened into falling from the sky. It's over, it's over. Our angel civilization is truly finished now. Under the shadows, the angels were in a state of panic, whispering to one another. I told you the Holy Queen shouldn't have expelled the Super Gene Academy. By angering the Shinhei civilization, she has brought a catastrophic disaster upon us angels. We're doomed. How can we fight this? The Shinhei civilization is the hegemon of the universe. Even with that god of miracles, we can't defeat them. Didn't they say that the god of miracles killed a sixth-generation god king from 50,000 years in the future during the Battle of the Raging Sea over 5,000 years ago? You actually believe such myths. Don't be so naive. But those heavenly secret dark weapons created by the god of miracles are quite powerful. I don't feel like we're that weak, we might even have a fighting chance. You're deluded. Deluded. If our angel civilization really possessed such combat power, why would we be obscure in the universe while the Shinhei civilization is the hegemon? It's simply a gap in strength. Then what should we do now? Either surrender or run away. Regardless, I don't think we angels have any chance of survival if we fight the Shinhei civilization head-on. That's right. If we can surrender or escape, we might be able to preserve a spark of hope for the angel civilization. The Holy Queen has truly ruined our angel civilization. The might of the Shinhei civilization was terrifying. The dense clusters of warships approached like a galaxy, causing the high-ranking angels in the Melo heavenly court to panic and be struck with terror. Only a few veteran angels remained calm, recounting how the god of miracles had insta-killed a sixth-generation god king from the future during the Battle of the Raging Sea 5,000 years ago, urging everyone to remain quiet and not panic. The young high-ranking angels chattered noisily, angrily retorting that the old angels had been brainwashed too thoroughly. A treacherous high-ranking angel, who had accepted bribes from the Super Gene Academy of the Shinhei civilization, even cursed at the old angels and was about to attack them. The god of miracles defeated a sixth-generation god king from the future. And insta-killed them. Are you sure you didn't just watch some projection movie after the Battle of the Raging Sea ended and get your memories mixed up? These old things dare to bluff us. They're asking for a beating. This caused the few veteran angels to lose some confidence, imagining that the scenes from the Battle of the Raging Sea were indeed a bit absurd and unrealistic. Now, for 5,000 years, the angel civilization had not experienced any real wars. The existing angel warriors were already few in number, and the Holy Queen Keisha had even driven away the most combat-capable Apocalypse Legion. Now, one could say it was adding frost to snow. The universe's hegemon, the Shinhei civilization, was attacking at this very moment. After some discussion, the high-ranking angels concluded that the current third-generation angel civilization could not possibly be a match for the fifth-generation universe hegemon, the Shinhei civilization. If they fought, the angel civilization would be wiped out from the universe. The only chance now was for the Holy Queen to announce her surrender to the Shinhei civilization and confess for the expulsion of the Super Gene Academy. To submit to whatever humiliation and punishment the Shinhei civilization imposed, only in this way could their angel civilization have a glimmer of survival. The magnificent, pristine White Palace. Hundreds of high-ranking angels pressured the throne, crying out in unison with terror. The Shinhei civilization army is at our doorstep. It's unstoppable. Our expulsion of the Super Gene Academy is going to bring about a catastrophe. The angel civilization is at its end. Holy Queen Keisha, for the sake of the angel civilization's future, for the sake of the angel civilization's continuation, to preserve a spark of hope, please lower your arrogant head and let us surrender. Submit to the Shinhei civilization. Submit. The few angels who had taken bribes from the Shinhei civilization shouted the loudest. There were traitors among both the male and female angels. The female angels were even more vicious, taking the opportunity to curse and insult. Despicable. Despicable. The Holy Queen offended the Super Gene Academy and brought the wrath of the Shinhei civilization upon us, causing our angel civilization to face a catastrophic disaster. Her crimes are unforgivable. Kneel and atone to the Shinhei civilization, admit your mistakes, and surrender. Beg the Shinhei civilization for forgiveness and mercy. Kneel. Atone. Surrender. Condemned by everyone, complaints filled the air. At this moment, inside the Queen's antique-style study, Keisha, sitting with her legs crossed, was calm and composed, her slender fingers in white sheer gloves stroking slowly. Opposite her, Hexie, wearing a hip-hugging skirt, was getting a bit restless. Listening to the cursing outside, she clenched her delicate fists, holding back her anger, and rubbed her temples helplessly. She smiled bitterly and sighed. Sometimes I wonder, perhaps the King of Apocalypse was right. In the 5,000 years we've spent cultivating these angels in a greenhouse, few can remain calm in the face of danger, they don't even compare to the Apocalypse Legion. They're so spineless, you couldn't even tell during normal times. Perhaps we really were wrong. Only the fires of war can forge warriors. Keisha looked up and said with a touch of reluctance. How she longed for the angel civilization to have true, long-lasting peace, and then retire to a small cottage with her guardian angel. But now, these angels cultivated over 5,000 years were unbearable to look at. Cowardice was one thing, but traitors were emerging one after another. So what are we going to do now? Does that male god of our angel civilization have anything to say? Hexie smiled mischievously and revealed a photo. Queen Keisha had always been hiding her beloved, and she had managed to get this through her own means. Keisha's dignified and exquisite face widened in shock, her calm demeanor faltering for a moment as she reached out to snatch it back. Hexie twisted her flexible waist and dodged, a smile appearing on her face, her deep blue pupils sparkling with cunning. No way, my queen. You're eating what's in the pot, yet you're still looking at what's outside the pot. The male god belonging to the angel civilization, the god of miracles, I've always wanted to have an academic exchange and meet him, but you never allowed it. Now I'm just using a photo to have a spiritual exchange, or you not even going to allow that. Get lost, get lost. I shouldn't have let that brat meet him, look at the trouble it's caused me. Alright, my queen, don't be angry. I'll give you the photo, okay. Hexie feigned a pitiful look, her hand holding the photo trembling. I was prepared to remain celibate for tens of thousands of years anyway, so I don't really need it. Enough, take the photo and go pine over it. Keisha patted Hexie's thigh. She knew Hexie wasn't someone to be trifled with, and being too strict wasn't good. She was the only good sister she had left now, and she didn't want to sour their relationship too much. If she drove Hexie away too, she would truly be all alone in the palace. You said it yourself, I didn't force you. Hexie quickly tucked the photo into her pocket and began primping herself beautifully with a small mirror. You old woman, you're still primping at a time like this. The Shinhei civilization is about to crush us, they'll capture you as a maid. What else can I do? The Shinhei civilization is so powerful. If that god of miracles of ours doesn't make a move, then a weak woman like me who does R&D can only become a prisoner. Look at this beautiful and alluring body of mine. If someone with such a slender waist and long legs becomes a prisoner, imagine what kind of ravaging she'd have to endure. Tisk, Tisk, tisk. And you're a queen, thinking about it is actually kind of exciting. That's enough, stop being shameless. It's embarrassing to death. The angel palace was filled with endless cursing. Keisha, with her long legs clad in iron boots, looked majestic. Behind her stood hundreds of cold, miraculous puppet angels. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the scene was silenced. Beside her, the heroic-looking Hexie in a blue cape coughed twice and produced the top-tier rule-based magic treasure that Ji-Chi had forged for Keisha. The Holy Decree, or Imperial Decree, for short. They liked to call this type of magic treasure a super god weapon. Its function was similar to speaking the law into existence. As long as the content was written on it and then read aloud, it could basically be realized. The magic treasures created by the 50-plus layers of divine machine 100 refinements were already heaven-defying, even Ji-Chi didn't know where his limits were. With a face as cold as frost, Hexie solemnly read the decree. All angels associated with the Shanhei civilization are to be placed in confinement for 1,000 years and then exiled. Unless the exiled angels make a significant contribution to the angel civilization outside the angel nebula, they shall never return. We do not accept this. We do not accept this. You are the ones who are guilty. Holy Queen, Heavenly Base King, you have offended the Super Gene Academy. Now the Shanhei civilization has unleashed divine punishment. If you do not surrender and admit your guilt to the Shanhei civilization, our angel civilization will be finished. You actually have time to punish us, the heroes who want to preserve the angel civilization. Yes, yes. Surrender. Surrender. Admit your guilt. The decree takes effect immediately. No mistakes allowed. Hexie closed the decree, and a large swath of high-ranking angels in the palace vanished in unison. Gulp. Gulp. The few remaining angels in the hall were stunned. To be able to make things happen just by saying them, the queen's divine might was truly immense. They, too, had actually wanted to ask the Holy Queen to lead the angel civilization to surrender to the powerful hegemon, the Shanhei civilization, to preserve the future of the angel civilization. But they still had some backbone and hadn't secretly contacted the Shanhei civilization to directly betray the angel civilization. They were amazed by their angel queen's unfathomable, godlike methods. Now it seemed they might not be without a chance of fighting against the Shanhei civilization. Things had reached this point, what else could be done? The high-ranking angels in the hall all knelt on one knee. Some wanted to fight to the death, but most were simply stunned and afraid to resist. There were also some loyal old angels who were willing. We obey the Holy Queen's command and swear to follow the Queen to the death. This decree not only transferred all the angels in the Melo heavenly court who had defected to the Shanhei civilization into confinement, but it also covered the entire angel civilization. In the confinement space created by Ji-Chi, the Deluo Cave Temple, there were originally 8 million angels. Now, with 2 million more added, there were 10 million. The angel civilization had been developing in peace and prosperity, but this made Keisha realize the major drawbacks of this governance. She thought of how Ji-Chi liked to forge, saying that, true gold fears no fire. She felt that the angels of this era were effectively ruined, but the young angels who hadn't been too affected could still be reforged. Thinking of this, Keisha said to Hexie, dealing with a galactic-level cosmic war like the one against the Shanhei civilization will definitely test the angels' courage. Perhaps a batch of good future prospects will emerge. If we defeat the Shanhei civilization, our angel civilization will be the hegemon of the universe, and the young angels must be able to shoulder this responsibility. We have already assembled 700,000 old angel warriors. I feel we at least need to ask that God-man for over 100,000 sets of planet-destroying Tianji dark weapon equipment, and at least 10,000 of the super god weapon, the purple gold gourd, which is even more advanced than the god-slaying weapon. Do you really think these god-destroying weapons are blown in by the wind? Keisha rolled her eyes. She always felt that Ji-Chi spent a lot of effort forging these god-slaying equipments, hammering away every day. It looked quite exhausting. We don't need to exaggerate on the equipment side. The Shanhei civilization has no equipment more powerful than the god-slaying weapon. As for the number of angels, we can add a few more. Let's conscript another 300,000 young angels, all under 500 years old. There are only about 200,000 who fit this age range right now, and 300,000 are in confinement. Then conscript 500,000. Drag the ones in confinement out as well. Queen Keisha, please don't be impulsive. These young angels haven't received any systematic training. If they use planet-destroying equipment, they might end up killing their own people. The casualties will be significant. Try to give the powerful equipment to the old angel warriors. The battlefield changes in an instant. There will always be sacrifices. Keisha sighed with pity and closed her eyes. Once they grow into towering trees, they won't be snapped by the wind. My past kindness caused the chaos in the angel civilization. Didn't that god man forge the 9-turn golden elixir super god weapon? I heard it has the ability to resurrect infinitely. Should we equip it on a large scale? No need. Equipping the old angels with some is enough. If young angels haven't even witnessed death, they won't have the slightest reverence for life. By constantly resurrecting and dying, the young angels will treat this world as a game and gradually descend into madness. I don't want to create a batch of killing machines. Oh, it seems this chaos in the Angel Nebula has changed you a lot, Queen. The old you would have agreed. Melo Heavenly Court Square. Silver armor stood like a forest, the cold light piercing. Bionic angels made of puppet metal stood around the perimeter, while the rest of the silver-armored angels stood in formation in the center. The old angel warriors in the front row were orderly, and the captain-level ones all had a purple gold gourd hanging at their waists. On the other side, the team of angels under 500 years old was a bit of an eyesore. Not only was the formation crooked, but it was also noisy. Many were clamoring that they didn't want to go to war, didn't want to go to their deaths. They hadn't fought a war in 5,000 years, why should they, the youngest, be the ones to go? Who is so cruel to treat them like this? Why not pick the angels over 1,000 years old? Why pick them to be cannon fodder? Silence. Hexie shouted, mobilizing them before the battle. Keisha, with the aura of a heroine, stood tall and majestic, wearing a gold-gilded silver armor skirt, her red cape fluttering behind her. She spoke with a resonant voice, warriors of the Angel Nebula. The Shinhei civilization has malicious intentions and harbors evil designs. They have established super gene academies everywhere in the universe, spreading the void of despair regarding the ultimate fear, causing every civilization in the universe to live in constant anxiety. To deal with this ultimate fear, the Shinhei civilization began researching technologies like space-time and void piercing. This is just like a pre-nuclear civilization researching nuclear bombs to prevent war. They claim it is to prevent the destruction of more advanced civilizations in the universe, yet the Shinhei civilization has invented weapons capable of destroying various civilizations for this purpose. This not only accelerates the arrival of the ultimate fear, but this ultimate fear is something they created themselves. If the universe is to be destroyed, the Shinhei civilization is definitely a major contributor. To stop all of this, to protect the home of our angel civilization, I drove away the Super Gene Academy. Now, this has triggered the Shinhei civilization to launch a star-destroying, nebula-annihilating offensive against us. I know some angel citizens wish that I, as queen, had not been so hasty, simple, and crude, bringing war and disaster upon the angel civilization. But can we compromise with such evil? Absolutely not. We will not lose this war, which may look like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, simply because our angel civilization has the protection of the omnipotent God of miracles. All of your equipment has been infused with divine power. All of you, divine envoys, will be invincible. Justice will eventually triumph over evil and return a bright, clear universe to us. Justice. 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 The older generation of angels, tempered in the fires of war, were all in high spirits. The young angels were also moved, their blood boiling as they began to shout. Hexie brandished her great sword toward the starry sky, looking at the Shinhei warships that were densely raining down upon them like meteors. Cold as frost, she commanded majestically. Every 3 old angels will lead 1 or 2 new angels. Every 5 angels make a small team, equipped with 5 remotely controlled dark weapon clone longswords and 1 god-slaying spear. Every 20 angels make a squadron, equipped with a planet-destroying weapon, the giant spirit god puppet. Every 100 angels make a large team, equipped with 1 super god weapon, the purple gold gourd. All troops, attack. For the Angel Nebula. For the Queen. Fight for the God. Outside the Angel Nebula, the Shinhei civilization was spread out like stars across the sky. On the flagship of the Vanguard fleet, the burly Jie Guy sat sprawled across his chair, stroking the greatsword resting on his knees. A divine river soldier ran forward excitedly to report. Report. Commander of the front line. So happy, is it because the angel civilization, which caused us to mobilize such a large force, has already surrendered without a fight? No, Commander. The Angel civilization not only didn't surrender, but they have also assembled their army and taken the initiative to attack us. What? That bunch of weaklings from the Angel civilization dares to take the initiative to attack our Shanhei civilization. That's ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. The communications officers on the side all burst into laughter, some even exaggeratingly slapping their thighs and mocking them endlessly. Jie Gai was even more dismissive. A bunch of ignorant and stupid creatures from a low-level civilization. One of our divine river people can fight hundreds or thousands of angels. The frontline commander is right. Any full-strength fleet from our Shanhei civilization could crush the angel civilization. The great gods of the Shanhei civilization are really something, making such a big fuss over a tiny angel civilization. Wiping out a third-generation civilization takes no effort at all. Jie Gai, let me go first this time and wipe them all out directly. Don't even think about stealing my kills this time, Zhao Ju. Fine, I hereby order you, Zhao Ju, to lead the right-wing vanguard fleet and leave the angel civilization with not a single piece of armor left. Let the weaklings know what higher and lower civilizations are. Shanhei right-wing vanguard fleet group. The giant serpent warships, capable of swallowing planets, twisted up and down as they traveled, like a great river flowing. The length of the warships was almost endless to the average person. Because the Shanhei civilization is a combat civilization, the warships are not only used for combat but also have various living and entertainment facilities. This makes the warships rather bloated. But their massive size also brings terrifying power. The Shanhei warships can directly smash a small planet. Their long-range attack capability is even more terrifying. They can use solar flare bombardments, which are at the planet-destroying weapon level. Wherever they go, no civilization does not tremble before them. The armor the angels are currently wearing. It is the Deluo battle skirt crafted by Ji Qi, a magical treasure created using his understanding of the Deluo cave temple and the divine machine 100 refinements. It not only possesses teleportation functions but also the ability to elevate one's own spatial dimension to avoid physical attacks, equivalent to a phasing ability. Keisha and the others call this a void weapon. Suddenly, in front of the vast and long Shanhei vanguard right-wing fleet, a scattered squadron of angel combat troops appeared. In front of one of the Shanhei giant serpent warships, there were 5 angels, 3 of them had solemn expressions, and 2 had legs that kept trembling. Ha ha ha. These stupid angel weaklings are just coming here to die. Calling it, praying mantis trying to stop a chariot, is giving them too much credit. Yeah, they don't even qualify to be speed bumps. Are they trying to stage an accident? Ha ha ha. If they get crushed, there's no compensation. Even meteorites have more power than them. Move forward and smash them. The 5 angels, with the leader drawing the longsword in his hand, shouted at the oncoming, brilliant Shanhei giant serpent warship. 10,000 swords return to origin. Return. Souls of the weaklings return to their home. Pucci. The phantom of the longsword pierced through the throat of the Shanhei warship pilot. Zooming in on the scene. The entire warship, shaped like a long river, was already riddled with holes by the countless sword lights weaving back and forth. A large number of third-generation Shanhei warriors, none survived. Bang! A black god-slaying spear was thrown out from the massive Shanhei warship, stabbing a young angel and sending him flying thousands of meters, violently smashing through a large, hundreds of meters wide meteorite without stopping. How dare you hurt so many of my brothers, Zhao Ju? You angel weaklings, all of you go to hell. Zhao Ju flew out from the Shanhei warship like lightning, his speed so fast that the naked eye couldn't see him. It's a divine river civilization god body that can resurrect. Use the god-slaying spear. The spear glowing with red light was thrown by the angel squad leader, automatically locking onto the target. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the lightning-fast Zhao Ju, pinning him through the heart onto the wreckage of the warship. His body quickly turned into ashes. Zhao Ju's pupils were full of shock. He died with his eyes wide open. He didn't understand why his void engine's undying body hadn't activated its resurrection. This spear had actually broken his immortal body. A tiny angel civilization actually had such powerful technology. Being able to instantly kill a god. Impossible. How could a third-generation civilization have this ability? Just like that. In less than a minute. The entire Shanhei Vanguard right-wing warship legion was wiped out. The angel side had almost 0 casualties. Only many young angel warriors were stunned. Their angel civilization's equipment was actually so powerful. What kind of bullshit universe overlord Shanhei civilization? Their fleets were like mere dogs and chickens before their weapons. What planet-destroying weapon giant spirit god? And they didn't even need to use the super god weapon, the purple gold gourd. Meanwhile, report. The right-wing vanguard team has lost contact. It must be that guy Zhao Ju who wants to take all the credit for himself, the fool even cut off communication. The vice commander Lu Lai was very angry. Zhe Gai, who was sitting, also felt that this guy Zhao Ju had too big of an appetite. He didn't even contact them, insisting on taking all the credit. He said with high momentum, Shanhei fleet, full speed ahead. Don't let that Zhao Ju steal all the angel kills. Bang! Suddenly, a metal giant the size of a small planet appeared out of thin air and slapped their warship, which looked like a giant serpent of the galaxy, flattening it. The Divine River fleet was battle-hardened and had seen big scenes. Their reaction speed was extremely fast. Zhe Gai immediately made a decision and ordered, launch a solar flare bombardment on that metal giant. The massive Shanhei warship fired a large red-white laser, and nearby meteorites were directly evaporated by the high heat. Isn't such a big piece of metal just a living target? Lu Lai commented with his hands on his hips, looking disdainful. Suddenly, a tiny purple gold gourd appeared in front of the golden giant. The huge laser rapidly shrank as it approached the purple gold gourd and was directly absorbed into the gourd's mouth. The solar flare was absorbed by a gourd. As the technology of the angel civilization, a mere third generation one, actually this advanced. How could they create such an outrageous thing? This definitely isn't a creation of the angel civilization. It's possible that another civilization with a grudge against our Shanhei civilization is helping from the shadows. They're all just shameful trash. Once we pass them, we'll wipe them all out. Lu Lai said aggressively with his axe on his shoulder. Beside him, numerous Shanhei warriors raised their weapons high, shouting, kill, 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 full of murderous intent. Suddenly, a sword of light flashed before his eyes and pierced through his chest. When he resurrected and woke up, he found that all the brothers around him were dead. In the starry battlefield, scattered angel figures appeared, their white wings spread, their longswords flashing. With a volley of 10,000 swords, a huge Shanhei warship was directly riddled with holes like a hornet's nest. The third-generation god body Lu Lai was furious. Angel civilization, pay with your lives for my brothers. A flying axe was thrown from the warship, directly splitting the wreckage of a warship in two. Seeing the flying axe about to strike the head of an angel warrior, a male angel holding red dual swords appeared out of thin air. The red swords were like a furnace, actually splitting his god-slaying flying axe directly in two. Metal giants as large as asteroids rampaged through the cluster of Divine River warships. They smashed them with punches and flattened them with stomps. On a Divine River Great Serpent warship that had already been reduced to wreckage, Lu Lai, wielding twin axes, ran with an unstoppable momentum, while Arn, holding twin swords, charged head-on. Crash! The entire wrecked warship was sliced in half by a red light. Third-generation god body Lu Lai fell to his knees on the deck with a thud. By the time his body hit the floor, he had been severed from his lower half. How could we lose? Arn sheathed his sword stylishly and cracked his neck, remarking, it's been a long time since I've had a decent opponent. You barely count as half of one. His demon-sealing sword possessed god-slaying capabilities. On the other side, fourth-generation divine body Zhe Gai watched as his vanguard Divine River fleet neared collapse upon the first encounter with the angel civilization. Those giant metal giants crushed warships like insects, popping them one by one. It was too brutal. He had also been resurrected many times under the light swords. How could an angel civilization of the third-generation body exert such power? Zhe Gai racked his brain but still couldn't understand it. After the slender figure of a female angel appeared in front of him, he shouted in shock and indignation. What outside help did you angels enlist? How can you have such terrifying weapons? Did you defect to the ultimate fear's void? That was the only way it would even remotely make sense. No wonder the angel civilization wanted to stop the spread of ultimate fear ideology, they must have already defected to the void. Otherwise, how could they have so many advanced and powerful weapons? Those metal giants. They possessed infinite strength and were indestructible. They were simply not something ordinary beings could create. We are using weapons created by our own God. Why would we need outside help? Don't look down on us. As the female angel Fair left countless afterimages while running, Gai, a fourth-generation divine body wielding a greatsword, activated his void engine and roared. Velocity 0. Stop for me. The armor on Fair was also void level, directly granting her immunity to Gai's command to tamper with dark plane data. Completely unaffected, multiple afterimages reached Gai's side, and in an instant, several parts of his body were pierced through. You can't kill me. The moment he hit the ground, Gai's body turned to ash. The Divine River Vanguard fleet was completely annihilated. The confinement space created by the Deluo Cave Temple. In the densely packed and orderly metal rooms, each showing footage of the battlefield between the Angels and Divine River on the outskirts of the Angel Nebula, the Angels who had committed offenses were all dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. They had originally thought that by the Angel civilization expelling the Super Gene Academy and offending the Shinhei civilization, they were certainly doomed. Because of this, they had fiercely resisted Holy Keisha's ignorant rule. They thought that even if they were put in solitary confinement, it would still be a good thing. When the Shinhei civilization eventually defeated the Angel civilization, those of them who resisted Keisha's rule might be released or even rewarded. They prayed for the Angel civilization's downfall. Only then could it be proven how correct and wise their resistance against Keisha's rule was. Furthermore, they felt that a victory for the Shinhei civilization was a sure thing. Who would have thought that the Shinhei civilization's massive Great Serpent warships, which blotted out the sky, would be so useless, torn to shreds like paper by golden giants the Angel Legion had brought from God knows where. So many of the Shinhei civilization's warships were broken apart. The hearts of these imprisoned angels were also about to break. If the Angel civilization was this strong, then by not siding with the Angels in the power struggle between the Angel civilization and the Super Gene Academy and Shinhei civilization, hadn't they been rooting for the Angels' downfall? Their crime as accomplices would be even greater. Some angels were just in confinement, thinking that at worst they'd be locked up for 500 years before getting out to live in the Angel Nebula as before. But the group of angels who had tried to force Holy Keisha's hand and directly betrayed the Angel Nebula to join the Divine River Nebula were in a miserable state. They were to be confined for 1,000 years and then exiled. The more the Angel Nebula won, the more they lost. They cursed incessantly, driven to madness. How is this possible? This can't be. How can the angels exert such formidable power? I'm already a guardian-level angel, yet I didn't even know our angel civilization had these things. If the angel civilization was this strong, why would I have defected to Divine River? It's all Holy Keisha's fault. Why didn't she make such powerful data public to us? Exactly. Exactly. Other high-order angels who had defected and were now imprisoned echoed in grief and indignation. Everyone, don't lose heart. It's just the Shinhei civilization's vanguard that lost. They'll win the final battle. We all know the strength of our angels. We haven't fought a war in 5,000 years, what kind of combat power could we possibly have? Yeah, even with that so-called god of miracles, I bet they've just exhausted all their firepower at once to create this scene of crushing the Divine River Vanguard. It's even more likely that this projection is fake, made by the Holy Queen to intimidate us defected high-order angels. Well said, well said. Shinhei civilization, come and save us. Sigh. You silly children are beyond saving. Hexie, watching the monitors, sighed helplessly at the scene. She had originally thought about showing some mercy and pulling some strings behind the scenes to keep as many as possible. All these high-order angels. They had been carefully nurtured over the years, even if their minds had been somewhat polluted by the Super Gene Academy. But they were still the elites of this generation. It would be such a pity to throw them all out of the Angel Nebula. Hexie held a cup of green tea in one hand and looked at Chi-Chi's photo with the other, thinking that watching the monitors was boring. It was much more pleasing to look at her male god. Over these years, she had underestimated the number of idiots born among the angels. Perhaps the path of winning through numbers was no longer viable for the angel civilization, only elitism was the way forward for the civilization. But the god of miracles had created so many high-tech gadgets, even the alchemy furnaces were in abundant supply. If they went the route of elitism, it would waste a lot of resources. In the blacksmith shop, a fragrant breeze blew gently. Angels naturally possessed a charming body fragrance, it was called charisma. Clang, clang, clang. God grade 100 refinements cultivation +1+1. By the table, Keisha sat with her legs crossed, sipping milk tea, and watched the war footage on the virtual screen with a relaxed mind. It was a total stomp. The Shinhei civilization's vanguard fleet didn't even have a chance to fight back. Their effective forces were basically wiped out upon encountering the angels. She didn't even need to command. Those metal giants were even fast enough to destroy everything. I didn't expect that such a big fellow would have so much power and be so fast. I thought it would be clumsy. Xiao Nai Sha, you're looking down on me too much. If I made a little toy like this clumsy, then my time at the forge would have been for nothing. A little toy. Keisha blinked at Ji Qi with a hint of admiration, her romantic red lips teasing, as expected of my male god. What? You never used to call me that before. Ji Qi then changed his tone. Of course, you are also my goddess. Hearing you say that makes my heart bloom with joy. Leaning back in her chair, Keisha's magnificent dress accentuated her curvaceous, noble figure. The main fleet of the Shinhei army. Their march was like a brilliant black river, planets appeared small before it, like mere stones. Report. A Shinhei soldier ran urgently toward the command room of the main flagship, as if bearing major news. The main command room. The commander-in-chief, Jegistan, was leisurely playing chess with his deputy, Lucia, as they chatted happily. Today is Thursday. We'll take the Angel Nebula in 3 days, and next week we can return to the Shinhei civilization to drink. 3 days is giving the Angel civilization too much credit. I think my son, Lu Gai, could take down those weak chicken angels in 3 hours alone. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The Shinhei soldier's voice trembled slightly. After all, he was reporting bad news. Jegistan slapped his thigh and said displeased Ly. What are you panicking for? Being so flighty damages the dignity of our Shinhei civilization as the overlords of the universe, do you understand? Lu Xia remained cheerful, patiently instructing the Shinhei warrior. When you speak, be calm. Your tone should carry a smile. Yes, yes. Ha ha ha. That's right, isn't it? This is the style of a universal overlord. Ha ha. That, Lord Deputy Commander-in-Chief, the vanguard led by your son has likely been completely wiped out. Are you reporting false military intelligence? How is that possible? Lu Xia grabbed the Shinhei warrior's armor and lifted him up. Even if a star explodes, we can avoid it with our current technology. What could possibly destroy a Shinhei warship? On the side, Jegistan also found it preposterous. And completely wiped out. Can't the god bodies be resurrected? Ha ha. Truly, all contact with the vanguard fleet has been cut. The life signals of the god bodies in the dark plane have all vanished. We don't know what happened during that time either. Bang. You can still foolish smile. Furious, Lu Xia gave the Shinhei soldier a punch. The Shinhei soldier felt aggrieved. But you were the one who told me to smile. Jegistan hurriedly checked the dark plane. The biological information of those god bodies in the vanguard had indeed all been erased. This was god slaying, complete death. He patted Lu Xia's shoulder and said in a low voice, my condolences. We will surely destroy the entire angel civilization and avenge your son. My son, oh my son. Lowly angel civilization. I, the undefeated god of war, will surely tear you all into 10,000 pieces to avenge my son. Lu Xia roared in grief and indignation, his eyes bloodshot. His hands were clenched tight, his rage uncontrollable. I want the angel civilization to pay the price of destruction immediately. Activate the supernova detonation sequence. I want to destroy the son of the Angel Nebula. Good. Jegistan nodded coldly. Order all flight paths to activate the void system. Compress the Angel Civilization's star to trigger gravitational collapse, then let the extreme rebound cause a self-detonation. Angel Nebula. At the battlefield where the Shinhei vanguard was wiped out, the angels were using the purple gold gourd to collect spoils of war. The wreckage of the Shinhei warships was all good material that could be recycled. A red banner with the words, Heavenly Net, written on it was planted in the center. This banner was also something Ji Qi had refined using Divine Machine 100 refinements, incorporating the Deluo Cave Temple ability. Its ability was to make this entire patch of space disappear directly from the universe, shielding all incoming and outgoing information. It blotted out the sky and sun. The enemy could not see the environment of the battlefield. Of course, he still had means to allow the angels to see. A young angel warrior wanted to go over and pull it out, but was suddenly stopped by an angel captain. What do you think you're doing? Isn't this battle over? Can't we pull it out now? Carrying it with us would be stealthy and shield our movement information. Nonsense. There are many of these banners, and one must be left here. The Shinhei civilization has rich combat experience, they can still analyze our combat strength through the battlefield wreckage. Understood, I was wrong. Who is your squad leader? Tell him to write a million-word self-reflection. Melo planet. The temperature rose sharply as heatwaves rolled in. In Angel City, the angels on the streets felt hot and restless. When they looked up, they saw the sun burning like fire, and it seemed to have grown larger when they blinked. They were surprised. Why do I feel like the sun is getting bigger? What? You're seeing things. How can the sun get bigger? It's just unusually muggy today, even my bulletproof skin feels the heat. Look, the paper in the shops is catching fire. Holy crap. The sun really seems to be expanding. In an instant, the violent changes in the sun caused panic to break out among the angels, a terrifying feeling as if an apocalyptic catastrophe was coming. Blacksmith shop. Gulp. 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 Keisha, who was drinking milk tea, suddenly felt the light was a bit blinding. She squinted her eyes. Is the star so fierce today? Xiaonai Sha, don't you think it's possible that the sun is about to explode? Ji Qi, who was rhythmically striking iron, joked with a smile. Under the observation of Deluo Cave Temple. In 3 minutes, this sun would be compressed by the Shinhei civilization until its gravity collapsed, and then it would rebound and detonate. Ah, cough cough. Choking on a mouthful of milk tea, Keisha was still a bit dazed. The star is going to explode. What the hell? If the star explodes, won't our angel nebula be finished? My guardian angel male god, can you solve this? Please. How is that possible? I won't really let the star explode. Watch me use a little trick. Saying so, Ji Qi used the 55th layer of Divine Machine 100 refinements to casually forge a Dingheng bead that could stabilize the sun. He tossed it casually, and the Dingheng bead entered the sun. Very quickly, the temperature of the Angel Nebula returned to normal. How is it? Solved. Right. Truly amazing. Keisha said in a gentle tone, clapping her hands. I knew my guardian angel would definitely be able to do it. Xiaonai Sha, has your maternal love been overflowing lately? Ji Qi felt she had a tone like she was coaxing a child. Why, don't you like this kind of big sister? I like it, I like it. What's going on with this expanding star in the sky? Is it the Shinhei civilization's doing? Seeing that they probably can't win against our angel civilization in a head-on fight, they want to use such despicable methods. It is the Shinhei civilization's doing, but they still don't know what's going on with the failure of their vanguard on the front lines. I observed the whole situation with Cave Temple. A Shinhei deputy commander's vanguard son died, and he's gone mad. That really is a crazy revenge. To lose one child and then want to blow up our Angel Nebula's star and make our civilization be buried with him. Speaking of this, Keisha couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Her sense of justice suddenly swelled. If our angel civilization weren't strong enough, wouldn't we be left to the mercy of the Shinhei civilization's bullying? Sigh. This Shinhei civilization has been fighting for universal hegemony for so many years, who knows how many weak civilizations they've harmed. Thinking about how helpless and sorrowful it is for a weak civilization to be bullied by a strong one. Perhaps my justice order should be spread throughout the entire universe, so there is no more bullying of the weak by the strong, and all civilizations can live in harmony. Well, Xiaonai Sha, I can only say the ideal is very full, but reality is very skinny. For some civilizations, universal resources are only so much. To prosper and grow strong, no matter how you suppress them, in the end, wars and conflicts will still happen because of the struggle for resources. Your peace might instead just be storing up energy for a war, making it even more brutal. Then let them all stay as primitive civilizations. In the future, the crises of the universe can be handled by its angels. Xiaonai Sha, primitive civilization is a bit too harsh. Limit them to the nuclear civilization era, just don't let them reach the spacefaring civilization stage. Speaking of this, Ji Qi thought of the plot of the Super Gene Academy. In the entire universe, spacefaring civilizations were few and far between. The planet Frerije, which the angel civilization focused on, required choosing a successor named Ani Zide from that planet. That planet was more or less a primitive civilization planet. Come to think of it, Xiaonai Sha is also quite a ruthless person. The Shinhei civilization wants to blow up the star of our angel civilization. Such an inhumane act is truly wicked. It's fine. I'll just give them a taste of their own medicine. Ji Qi utilized his ability to manipulate the lines of fate, which he had developed to the 50th layer of the Deluo Cave Temple, to directly transfer the intended explosion of the Angel Civilization's star onto the star near the heart of the Shanhei civilization. Let's blow up a few more stars. The more the people of the Shanhei civilization worked to detonate the sun of the Angel Civilization, the more violently their own home sun would explode. Furthermore, this kind of causal grafting explosion could not be altered by any physical means. Let them fully enjoy the bitter fruits of their own malice. The main flagship of the Shanhei civilization. Inside the command room, Lu Xia was filled with resentment, jumping up and down as he shouted, "Blow up! Blow up! Why hasn't it exploded yet? The gravitational collapse compression has already reached this level. Logically, the Angel Civilization's star should have exploded long ago. Stellar gravitational collapse compression has reached 99%. Probability of core collapse matter rebounding into an explosion has reached 125%. Detonation probability continues to rise. How can the calculation be wrong and exceed 100%? Increase the frequency. I don't believe the star of the Angel Nebula won't explode." Lu Xia's eyes were bloodshot with grief for his son. The commander-in-chief, god of war Jegistan, also shouted, "Continue to increase computing power. Divert all warship computers into this. Computing power overclocked to 156%. 233%. 250%. Blow up. Blow up. Rumble. A violent explosion occurred. Lu Xia jumped up in excitement. Jegistan, holding his great hammer, also thought the Angel Civilization was finished. He prepared to watch the show as the Angel Nebula was swallowed by a supernova. What's going on? Did it finally blow up? It's not good, Commander. It's our own warships that are exploding. A metal giant is plowing through our Shanhei fleet. In the starry sky outside, mushroom clouds from explosions were everywhere. The metal giant was like a fast-moving meteorite. Wherever it passed, the Shanhei warships, vast as a great river, were smashed to pieces. Those indestructible energy shields were like paper. Boom, boom, boom. The energy shockwaves even made the main flagship sway. Furthermore, there was an even more terrifying scene. An angel was holding a purple gold gourd. The mouth of that gourd was like a black hole, sucking in all the nearby warships. Warships as large as mountains were shrunk down to the size of dust. An angel even flew in front of the endless Shanhei fleet and simply raised the sword in her hand. The entire Shanhei warship was riddled like a hornet's nest by thousands of sword shadows. Jegistan and the other high-ranking members of the Shanhei civilization, who had previously held the Angel's combat power in utter contempt, stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. How could the Angel civilization possess such terrifying strength? If someone said they were a sixth-generation civilization, let alone a third, they would believe it. What kind of strength is this? It's too perverted. Their main fleet possessed combat power at the cosmic overlord level, capable of crushing every civilization in the currently known universe. How could a 200,000-year-old civilization be crushed by one that wasn't even 100,000 years old? And they were being torn apart by the angels in a frontal assault. Commander-in-Chief, our main firepower is completely outmatched by the angel civilization. We're being totally suppressed. It's only been dozens of seconds, and nearly half of our millions of warships have already been destroyed. The strength of the angel civilization is simply against the natural order. What kind of monster did our Shanhei civilization provoke? I regret it. I regret it. If the angel civilization had shown this kind of strength earlier, we would have just left after being kicked out of the Super Gene Academy. Why did they pretend to be weak? It's so malicious, they actually let us attack first so they could counterattack. Everyone, don't panic. Our god of war, Jegistan, is a fifth-generation divine body. He won't be afraid of this little scene. I, Lu Xia, am also a quasi-fifth-generation divine body. I don't believe the angel civilization can really be so powerful that they can wipe out our fifth-generation civilization in an instant. Today, I will avenge my son and tear them to shreds. Today, my great sword shall be as heavy as a galaxy, unstoppable. Instantly, Lu Xia felt his great sword carry the weight of an entire galaxy, feeling as though it could shatter anything in its path. In an instant, he ejected from the hatch and flew out. The Shanhei people in the command ship all looked on with hopeful eyes, expecting their deputy commander to go on a rampage and reverse the defeat. But in the blink of an eye, the Lu Xia who had just flown out came flying back like a missile, a red spear impaled in his chest. His body was rapidly carbonizing. He spat out blood and said in agony, "Quick, save me. I don't think I can revive." As he spoke, his body turned to ash, leaving only half a head. It was truly horrifying. The Shinhei commanders were all scared out of their wits. A quasi-fifth generation divine body had been insta-killed just like that. The angel civilization's combat power is fooling ridiculous. When Jegistan, a fifth generation divine body, saw this scene, his scalp felt numb and he felt the urge to retreat. He was the god of war, not the god of dying in battle. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Once we return to the Shinhei civilization, with the god of time there, the angel civilization will be of no concern. At this moment, a projection of the god of time, Kiran, suddenly appeared. Behind him was a sea of fire from an infinitely expanding solar flare and a violent explosion. Seeing this, the Shinhei commanders, who had been beaten into a state of collapse by the angel civilization, felt as if they were reborn. Their spirits were bolstered, and their fighting will soared. Great God Kiran, our great Lord God of Shinhei. You always step in when our Shinhei civilization is in crisis. The strength of the angel civilization's equipment is too terrifying, please act quickly to destroy them. Please, great God Kiran, act now to reverse this defeat. You bunch of idiots. Why did you blow up the star at home? And it can't be stopped at all. The supernova has almost blown away half my life. The starlight-like figure of great God Kiran wailed in pain. As the inferno of the supernova explosion was about to consume his form, his entire grand projection vanished from the command room. What? The star at home base exploded. It looked extremely tragic. Why did he say they blew it up? Weren't they blowing up the angel civilization star? What happened? Is this a nightmare? This is too ridiculous. Confusion, pain, despair. While the Shinhei people in the command room looked at each other in shock, they felt as if the sky had collapsed in an instant. Countless sword lights flashed before their eyes. Only a few divine bodies survived under the sword shadows. Jegistan looked at the corpses filling the command cabin and stared with burning rage at the female angel outside who was wielding her sword. The great hammer in his hand seemed to gather a lightning storm, its range instantly covering the entire mountain-sized warship. Die for me. A suppressed roar. In an instant, Jegistan arrived above the blonde female angel and swung his hammer down like a crashing torrent of thunder. The blonde female angel calmly and composedly raised her head. She raised the purple gold gourd and aimed it at him. Remember, the angel who captures you is named Alan. A surge of suction. Instantly, Jegistan felt that even as a sixth-generation divine body, he had no power to resist as he entered the black hole. Furthermore, his physical body and soul were being rapidly dissolved. At the moment of his death, Jegistan seemed to see the battlefield. The invincible Shinhei fleet, capable of spanning an entire nebula, was being cut to pieces by the angels like someone slicing through melons and vegetables. The countless warships of those tens of thousands of vassal civilizations were each being chased and hacked down by just a few angels. He never expected that provoking an angel civilization that appeared to be only third generation would bring total annihilation to their cosmic overlord Shinhei civilization. The angel civilization. With strength so perverted, why on earth were they pretending to be weak? The Shinhei civilization, shining brightly across the universe. An endless sea of destructive fire devoured everything in its path, like a burning ball of flame in the universe erupting with an extremely brilliant and magnificent light that made all life tremble. 80,000 years, a seventh-generation divine body. King of all gods in the universe, the master of time and space. I, Principal Taikong, the god of time, Kiran, have finally returned, returning to the day the Shinhei civilization was swallowed by the star. I must stop all of this, I must stop this tragedy. Why did the Shinhei civilization in this timeline perish nearly 10,000 years later? How could the main fleet of the Shinhei civilization be destroyed by this weak angel civilization, which is still weak tens of thousands of years later? What right do these angels have? However, these minor details are of no consequence. Watch as I reverse time and deal with this death-defying angel civilization that dared to attack the Shinhei civilization. Even weaklings dare to jump around. A galaxy converged into a face, its aura extremely shocking, looking vast, horrific, and terrifying. Opening super clock panel. Target, Shinhei civilization galaxy and all life, initiating time reversal program. Let time flow backward. The glorious voice of the seventh-generation god of time, Kiran, shook this universe, his pupils like the sun. Watching the supernova explosion, the process of the great star's death that was about to swallow everything of the Shinhei civilization, retreating backward. Just as he was overcome with excitement, the surrounding space-time suddenly came to a complete halt. Directly ascending in dimension, the seventh-generation god of time, Kirin, who prided himself as the king of all gods, discovered that his galactic body had arrived in another space. Inside the blacksmith shop, Ji-Chi, who was forging iron, pulled up a chair and sat in front of him. Weakling angel. How could the angel civilization, which only barely became the king of all gods after 10,000 years, possess this kind of space-time conversion ability? Ants. The fate of the universe is not in your hands, angels. Even if you were given another 100,000 years, you could never be this strong. The galactic-bodied seventh-generation god, Kirin, looked down in surprise at Ji-Chi in the blacksmith shop courtyard, still maintaining his high and mighty posture, looking down on all living things. The fate of the universe is in my Deluo cave temple. The cosmic instrument appeared in Ji-Chi's hand, fluctuating, as he tilted his head to look at Kirin. What a pity, you are just a soul body, but you can still let my spirit conjuring and general commanding have a good meal. Presumptuous. I don't know what methods you weak angels used, but with your low-level angel race. Such inferior civilized creatures. You are simply not qualified to converse with me, Principal Taikong, the god of time, the pioneer of the Shinhei civilization, and the first main god of the known universe, Kirin. Conjure. Ji-Chi said calmly. The seventh-generation god Kirin, with his incredibly massive galactic body, instantly shrank into a humanoid body made of starlight and knelt in front of the seated Ji-Chi. What is going on? What did you do to me? The god of time, Kirin, was incredibly shocked, discovering that his own consciousness and body were out of his control. At this moment, he no longer had that supreme, unscrupulous arrogance, his starlight eyes were filled with explosive fluctuations. How is this possible? Kirin couldn't believe it. His seventh-generation divine body, capable of manipulating cosmic rules, actually had no power to resist and knelt down to a mere angel. What a humiliation. What on earth did this lowly life form do to him? The current angel civilization, even if it developed for another 500,000 years, could not instantly subdue his seventh-generation divine body. Suddenly, he had a bold guess. Only an ultimate fear void lifeform could do this. This is just a void lifeform wearing an angel shell. A flash of inspiration struck Kirin, and he shouted, Void, you are void. Shouldn't you have been easily eliminated by the anti-void god I created, the future king of all gods, Zhe Shaolun? What kind of bullshit void creature? Does that thing deserve to be compared to me? You intruders are the only ones who barely deserve that title. Sitting on the chair with his legs crossed, Ji-Chi snapped his fingers. Snap. Forget it, I'm done playing with you, it's time for you to disappear. Make me disappear. You are delusional. Even if you subdued me, trying to eliminate me is impossible. I am immortal and indestructible, my body is the god of time, Kirin, exists alongside the time of the universe. Kirin's eyes were a mix of panic and mockery. He felt that this angel in front of him, for some reason, possessed the terrifying power to subdue him, but he couldn't possibly kill him. This, I can still easily eliminate. Spirit Devour. As Ji-Chi's voice fell, the starry soul body of Kirin was instantly pulled into his palm. The moment of death. Kirin was incomparably horrified. It was the first time he had felt a crisis of death. Even when his Shinhei civilization was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago, he had never felt such a terrifying sensation. What kind of universe and time had he arrived in? Why would such a terrifying and perverted existence exist in this world? He was the dignified seventh-generation king of all gods. Without even a chance to resist, he was killed just like that. Regret chilled his heart. He shouldn't have stepped into the long river of cosmic time. How did he end up in such a terrifying place? To actually encounter such an heaven-defying and terrifying thing. Spirit conjuring and general commanding cultivation value plus 1.3 billion. Plus 9 levels. Spirit conjuring and general commanding, 66 levels 200 million, 600 million. Detected space-time laws. Deluo Cave Temple cultivation value plus 1.1 billion. Plus 13 levels. Deluo Cave Temple, 64, 100 million, 400 million. I thought I could only level up spirit conjuring and general commanding. Deluo Cave Temple increased by so many levels. For Ji-Chi, this was truly an unexpected joy. I didn't expect that the laws of space-time could also be used to cultivate the Luo Cave Temple. It just so happens that the Luo Cave Temple is troublesome to cultivate by running every day. This wave saved him quite a lot of effort. I just don't know if other unique skills can also be cultivated this quickly. In the blacksmith shop, in a courtyard filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, a slender, fair hand patted Ji-Chi's shoulder, and a gentle voice spoke with a hint of resentment. Why couldn't I find this place? You scared me to death. Who dares to scare my Xiao Nai Sha? My heart is beating much faster than usual. You cannot take this place and suddenly disappear like that again in the future. I just went to deal with a 7th generation bug that crawled in from who knows where. 7th generation. And you call it a bug? Are you hurt? Sometimes I feel like being your guardian angel is really useless. It's fine, I am also your guardian angel. As for whether I'm hurt, a mere 7th generation god took no effort at all. Keisha, with her dignified and stunning face, widened her eyes, her romantic red lips momentarily forgetting to purse. Ji-Chi smiled and pinched her stunningly beautiful face, which still had a little bit of baby fat. He teased softly. What's wrong, Xiao Nai Sha, are you stunned? Do you think I'm bragging? As soon as he finished speaking, Keisha suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him, colliding into him full force. You're such a big person, charging like a wild boar. If I'm a pig, then you're a Chinese cabbage. Watch me try hard to root through and crush you, this Chinese cabbage. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.